you imagine like an anathema, like Hillsong worship remix?
We anathematize you. We descend into Hades to laugh in your face as we see you burning in coals.
To Hades just to laugh in your face as we see you burning in cold.
Bro, I got the following. I got 28,000. I got 200,000 on TikTok. 300,000, 500,000. How do I monetize these people? You know what I mean? How do I monetize these people?
I like shoes and I like money.
I got the following. I got 28,000. I got 200,000 on TikTok. How do I monetize these people? I like shoes and I like money. We anathematize you, descending to Hades just to laugh in your face as we see you burning in cold.
You got to figure out what is your product gonna be? What can you sell people?
Gotta figure out what is your product gonna be? What are you going to sell people? That's the actual question.
That's the actual question.
We can pussyfoot around and say I wanna have a ministry. But what we're really asking is like, how do I build a business? We anathematize you, descending to Hades just to laugh in your face as we see you burning in cold.
Right? So we can pussyfoot around and we can say, oh, like I want to have a ministry and I want to do this and I want to do that, right? But what we're really asking is like, how do I build a business? What is my bank account going to look like in the next 2 to 3 years? I need 7 figures. I need 7 figures.
I would love to be in a position someday where I just have FU money.
I'm more thinking, what is my bank account going to look like in the next 2 to 3 years?
I need 7 figures. I need 7 figures. I would love to be in a position someday where I just have FU money. Let him be.
What is my bank account going to look like in the next 2 to 3 years? I need 7 figures. I need 7 figures.
How do I monetize these people? You know what I mean?
Are we trying to come off pious by saying, oh, it's for the Lord, it's for the gospel?
I like shoes. I like money. I would love to be in a position someday where I just have FU money.
Descending to Hades just to laugh in your face as we see you burning in cold. Go in peace, you know what to do. Start your own church, going back to the first century with Business Church.
We anathematize you.
Anathema, eh?
What's up, guys? I'll bet you that I triggered some Protestants, some evangelicals with that one. Absolutely. That's what we're going to talk about today. And, I wish I had my glasses for, my sued Protestant persona, but I got something better. I misplaced them. I don't know where I put them. I have something even better. Watch this. So how all of the Charles Spurgeon and all these guys, they're always depicted with a pipe, right? Because they're tobacco smoking. They're so manly or whatever. Look what I got. Oh no. Watch this. Watch this. Yeah, imagine adding that to my next parody video or something. Dude, this video is gonna get flagged for like tobacco or something. It's gonna be great. Is it a tiny hat? Can you imagine? Feel the aura, boys. Here we go. This is how you know you're truly in business, church. This is like now we're like really really theologizing here, right? Hold on, I have to pack it real quick, right? That's how you I don't want to say the actual verb, you know, but there you go. That's so this is how we're growing the channel, boys. We're growing the books, and we're growing the props, the prop department. So pragmaticism, Flavius, ace and aces. Thank you for the $10, man. I'm not sure what you mean by pragmaticism, but I appreciate that, man. You know, I hope you guys like that song. You know, obviously, it's a parody. I'm not anathematizing anybody. I don't have the authority to do that, but I just thought it would be funny to revive that one because you know that song deserved a payoff. You know, Jay had some dude, my beard is like all over the place. Jay had some inspiration in the moment, but yeah, it's been a minute since I have streamed, guys.
People, you know what I mean? How do I monetize these people?
How do I monetize these people? Yeah, so it's been a minute since I streamed. The weather's been getting a little nice over here, so I've been outside, I've been touching grass, guys. I've been touching grass. My wife and I went out, we touched some grass. My small contribution for 8 figures. That's right, we can't let Ruslan pass me.
What is my bank account going to look like in the next 2 to 3 years? I need 7 figures. I need 7 figures.
Thanks, guys. Hey, there's a lot of drama that happened since I kind of been off the radar. So you kind of started off with, you know, last I streamed, we were in a pretty good position, and we still are. You look a bit tan. Yeah, I've been outside touching grass. Play that new Franzia song? I don't know. Okay. All right, I'm already getting lost in the comments. I forgot how to stream. It's been like 10 days, and I forgot how to stream already. Ruslan said pragmaticism in one of his videos. Ah, yeah, I do. I want to react to that one for sure, because he said a bunch of ridiculous things in that video. But like the Ortho Bros just like keep on winning and winning and winning. Honestly, now they have to have a churchless online council to talk about Orthodoxy without inviting any of us there. It's pretty crazy. And they're like upset with our exclusivist claims when they themselves are saying that, like, hey, you can't be exclusivist. Isn't that an exclusivist claim? Hello, people, wake up. I did want to touch briefly, you know, since I am the lawyer guy, I guess, in the Orthodox community, on this Chud situation. I don't think well, I mean, they're court filing, so everything that I'm sharing here is public record. But there's not that much information at this time, actually. So here's what we got. Dude, where's my background? Everything is wrong. All right, here we go. So these are the charges, unfortunately. I mean, levied against Chud. Unfortunately, whatever, that's TBD. And I don't really know the evidence, so I'm withholding judgment at this time because I don't know what the evidence is. This is all that we got is what the charges are, right? I don't really know much about him, so I'm withholding judgment on this topic. So what we do know is that there is, I don't know if I'm going to get to whatever. Screw it. YouTube's not going to keep me down. There's an attempted murder charge in the first degree. That is not good. Possession of firearm, intent to go armed as a felony, aggravated assault, reckless endangerment, using a deadly weapon. So this is not good. And I think there was a video that Jay showed on his stream the other day about the altercation that certainly does not seem to help Chud. So I don't know who this guy is. I saw he was arrested, but I never saw him before. What's going on? Well, there's this influencer guy, Chud the Builder, I think is his name. I also am not too familiar with him. You know what? Let me actually open up the calls here at the beginning. And then we'll talk about stuff, and I'll take callers as we go. Oh, dude, I got to make a goal or something. Okay. Call in here. Yeah, some people were triggered by my thumbnail here. Dude, if you're not for the Orthodox Church, I'm sorry, you are going against Christ. I'm sorry. Especially when you're in a situation when you know about the Orthodox Church, you're familiar with the claims, and then you actively mock and reject it. That's a big problem. Like, I'm not apologizing to anybody for this, right? Like, look, being against Islam, being against secularism, that's not enough. You have to be for something. We are for Christ and his church, right? And look, we have canonical Christianity in the Orthodox Church. It's immensely clear in the Bible that you are not allowed to go start your own church, right? There is one church, and Christ founded it. That's the one church that's it. That's the only one. That's the only one worth defending. That's the only one you can send people to. If you are not affirmatively arguing for the Orthodox Church, then what are you doing, right? You got $5 from Pufferfish. Thank you. The word on the street is that Alex is going to be Chud the Builder's lawyer. Is that true? No, I'm not licensed in Tennessee. They'd probably let me sit for that one. But yeah, there are some idiosyncrasies. Dude, what is with my beard? With Tennessee law on this one, apparently. I was wondering, because apparently there were some racially charged words exchanged. I was wondering if a fighting words doctrine might apply. But in Tennessee, it's applied so narrowly, I don't think that the fighting words doctrine is really relevant in that case. So really, it's just going to be getting down to like testimony and whatever other evidence the cops can scrounge up, right? I think I'm a little discouraged that Chud has like a court-appointed lawyer. I mean, hopefully he does a good job, but those guys are typically very overworked, and they have many cases to work on. Because there's a lot of evidence that I would want kept out if I was representing Chud, right? Like, all of the stuff that he does online is not relevant. That's what I would argue. Because, I mean, you can't have somebody be on trial for their entire life, right? They're on trial for a specific act in a specific moment in time, right? These charges, we already looked at them. None of them are alleging any sort of like racial angle to any sort of to any of these charges. There's no racial angle here, so none of that stuff is really relevant. So that stuff would be extremely prejudicial, I think, to the jury if they knew who he was and were familiar with, the activity that he was doing online. Because really, the only thing that's at issue is whether the shot was justified, right? That's the only point at issue. So it's definitely a complicated legal situation. But if I was the prosecutor, I would try to get all that stuff in, right? Because you're trying to get a bad guy in jail in your mind. The defense is like, I got to keep this good guy out of jail. Pulp Biscuit, $5. Imagine going outside instead of being terminally online. Your ortho bro status is revoked. Alex, I'm sorry. Well, I need to go outside, walk around, and get like all skinny because Neil and I are working on, I don't know if I can say, I think I can say we're working on a movie. So I have to get all skinny and good looking for that. Your ortho bro, also, you need a mullet to compete with Kelly. I don't want to be competing in the same league as Kelly. Thank you for the donation, though, man. Green Emperor 3022. I look forward to your justification debate. I want to see classical Protestant presented with the last 20 years of New Testament studies showing solely forensic justification is wrong. For example, John Barclay. Yeah, John Barclay is one of the main guys that I've been looking at, but also Seraphim Hamilton has a lot of content on that. So thank you for the $10. Contemporary Compendium, $2. Yeah, my man got that Hawaii blue. Yeah, dude, this is actually so. Okay, in Canada, the monsters are kind of shocked. I'm not gonna lie; they don't taste as good as the ones in America. So I'd say like the U.S. white monster and the U.S. orange monster, are probably the top two for me. I'm really starting to like this one though. This one's really starting to grow on me for sure. Thanks for the $2. Iron Giant Man, $5. Off topic, but Joe Heschmeyer went off on a rant about how the phrase "Christ is King" is culturally Jewish, and he's mad that people have politicized it. What does he mean culturally Jewish? Let me go back to the live chat. Culturally Jewish? What do you mean by culturally Jewish? I don't. Culture is like anti-Semitic? If you said that, that's chalk, dude. For real, for real. Orange, dude. The orange one tastes like Sunkist. It's awesome. Anyway, I don't know if whatever, dude. I'm kind of in a whatever mood today. I'm just going to leak everything that I've been talking to people about. I've been going back and forth with James from Modern Day Debates a little bit, and it is possible that there may be an in-person debate between myself and Joe Heschmeyer at the next at DebateCon 9 or something like that. It's possible. Okay, there's no guarantees. This is just an idea at this point, right? There's nothing guaranteed. But I think that would be great. It would be such an easy one to get people interested in, right? You have the Catholic lawyer and the Orthodox lawyer, and they're going to go at it. Which church is the real church, right? So I really hope that Joe goes for that one. Otherwise, he's a chicken. You're going to check out Truglia versus Farag beforehand? Yeah, absolutely. I'd be dumb not to, right? Because he'll probably make a lot of the same arguments. And Craig's a smart guy. I think we have different approaches to apologetics. Like, he takes a very academic approach. I think he tries to stay very neutral, and it's a very defensible position that he usually tries to take. I'm not interested in that, really. I'm interested in how strongly can I state this argument without overstating it, right? But I think Craig does good work. I like his papacy book, and I think he'll do great against James White. Okay, we got a caller, and then we're gonna go react to this Ruslan video where he's just like spreading utter lies. It's pretty crazy. FP, what's up? What's going on?
Hey, what's up, man? Can you hear me?
Yeah, how you doing?
I'm doing good. Yeah, so I'm calling in because I'd like to discuss the merits of full preterism.
Oh, okay. Are you a full preterist?
Yeah.
So you believe Christ came back already?
Yeah.
Well, then how do you explain? So this is my problem with full preterism. It's like, it seems pretty clear to me in like certain passages that when Jesus comes back, there's going to be no more death, no more pain, that every tear will be wiped away, and death will be thrown into Gehenna, into the lake of fire. There'll be no more death. It seems like there's still death, there's still pain, there's still suffering. And it seems to me like you can't say that Jesus came back, at least in his fullness, right?
Well, if we look at the Olivet Discourse and we look at all the passages relating to the second coming, whether that's Matthew 24, Luke 21, 1 Thessalonians 4, etc., what it seems to suggest is that there is a restriction to its fulfillment during the time of the first century.
I'm open to like a partial preterist position.
Sure, and I understand that a lot of people take a partial preterist stance, and if I'm understanding the Orthodox position correctly as it relates to eschatology, my understanding is that generally you guys are partial preterists.
Yeah, generally.
But my issue though is that if we take partial preterism, for example, we say that Matthew 24 verse 30 was fulfilled, which Jesus says in verse 34 would take place before the passing of that generation. We have to ask the question then in Paul's letter to the Thessalonians in the 4th chapter as it relates to the resurrection. I don't see any reason not to believe that he is recapitulating the Olivet Discourse there. And thus, if we have even a partial fulfillment, to use that term, having been fulfilled by 80/70, why do we not see the resurrection taking? Why would we not conclude that the resurrection was fulfilled by the same year?
Do you believe in the early date of Revelation or the last date of Revelation, or the later date?
I would say that I take Kenneth Gentry's position on it. I'm very well read on the dating of Revelation, and I would say that, so that's to say an early dating. I would take that the book of Revelation was written early,
Like
as
in the
opposed to like,
60s?
yeah.
If that's the case, why does Irenaeus say that it was like written at the end of Domitian's reign?
Yeah, that's a good text that people often bring up, and there's actually controversy surrounding that. If you had looked into it extensively, the Greek is ambiguous, and some scholars argue that the antecedent for the word, because um, yeah, that the antecedent isn't that John was seen at the end of Domitian's reign. No, that the vision was seen at the end of Domitian's reign, but that John was, and thus wouldn't serve as a text to justify a late dating. But beyond that, that we have other texts actually supporting an early dating of the book of Revelation that's quite early.
What about, so you say that Irenaeus is ambiguous. What about Eusebius, who says, my reading of Irenaeus, that Revelation was written towards the end of Domitian's reign, which would put it in the 90s?
Yeah, and he drawing from the tradition of Irenaeus, right? And so so
Irenaeus was not ambiguous to him, huh?
Well, obviously, there's people that are going to take they're going to take a late dating from that, and they're going to take an early dating from that. And I'm not saying that, and even if I were to be charitable here and say, yeah, okay, Irenaeus did say that, we still have conflicting quotes from others who put the the dating of Revelation early as opposed to late.
Who would you say put it early?
So let me I have some quotes here.
I think this is important because it just ties back to my original question, which is, if Jesus came back, why is there still death, pain, and evil in the world, right? So if Revelation has a later date, then, if it's after the fall of the Second Temple, then there's no way that it's referring to the Second Temple. And so that's why, I'm trying to
even aside from
bring this back around here to the first point that I made.
Even aside from the external evidences, which I don't discount, I think we have to get into those. But if we look at the internal evidence, which I would regard as weightier than external, there's internal evidences that necessitate an early dating to Revelation as opposed to later.
Okay, like what?
Revelation chapter 11, verse 1 and following would be a good example, because it's a prima facie evidence that the temple was still standing at the time of Revelation's composition.
Okay, so just to make sure the viewers are tracking, I'm saying in Revelation, it says that when Jesus comes back, there will be an end to death, pain, and evil, and that it was written in the 90s, so it can't be the Second Temple, like the destruction of the Second Temple. You're saying that there's internal evidence that would put it prior to the destruction of the Second Temple period in Revelation 11. So you're disputing my late date. Is this a fair rendering of our exchange so far?
I'm sorry, I don't want to misunderstand anything you say. Could you repeat that for me, please?
Yeah, so I'm saying that when Jesus comes back, there's going to be an end to death, pain, and evil. If you concede the late date to Revelation, Revelation 21 says that, that at the second coming, when Christ's kingdom comes and is it's upon the earth and everything is restored, there will be an end to death, pain, and evil. I assume that you're saying that that restoration's at the destruction of the second temple, right? That's when Jesus came back at the end of at the destruction of the second temple.
Yes, that's when it was consummated. Correct.
Yes. So my argument is that it can't be at the destruction of the second temple because Revelation was written after. You're saying that it was written before the destruction of the
Correct.
second temple period, right? And you're basing that off internal evidence, i.e. Revelation 11.
Correct.
Okay, so in Revelation 11, how do you know that John is talking about the second temple there, or like Herod's temple?
Right here, so in verse 1 where it says, "Then there was given me a measuring rod like a staff, and someone said, Get up and measure the temple of God and the altar and those who worship in it. Leave out the court which is outside the temple and do not measure it, for it has been given to the nations," or it's ethnoi there, or Gentiles, right? And so I would correspond this with Luke chapter 21 and the city being given to the Gentiles, which is the time of the Gentiles, and the sacking of Jerusalem. And so I would appeal to other passages in Scripture to further elucidate the meaning of the temple there. Unless we're taking it that the temple, well, the only other way of reading this is to say that it's the Christian church, and where within our theology makes room for this understanding of the sacking or the taking over of this new temple by the Gentiles. And then furthermore, it says that the holy city, it says they will tread underfoot the holy city for 42 months. That's the siege of Jerusalem that lasted 3.5 years or 42 months, according to Josephus. And so I think that the evidence is in favor of this being the literal temple.
Okay, so in Ezekiel, he's talking about a temple as well. And the temple, it has not been destroyed yet at the time that Ezekiel is writing Ezekiel. And in his vision, he's not talking about the temple in Jerusalem. This is like some symbolic temple. Why can't it be the case that Revelation 11 is also just like a heavenly type of a temple, in the same way that, Moses went up the mountain, he saw the type of the tabernacle. Ezekiel in his vision saw a type of the temple. This John's apocalypse is in the same genre of literature that Ezekiel. It's like that apocalyptic genre. Doesn't it make more sense that the temple in Revelation 11 would be a symbolic temple?
No, yeah, no, that's a good reply. I know that people go to Ezekiel to say, "Hey, look, the temple wasn't standing at the time that Ezekiel was writing this, and thus why could it not be the case here in Revelation 11 that it's talking about a temple in a symbolic fashion?" But I don't think that that's viable, given the fact that this temple, whatever it is trodden down by Gentiles. And so I don't see how a invisible or intangible temple, or if we're taking this to be the church, as the temple of God being trodden down by the Gentiles, I don't see where that's at anywhere within the New Testament theology or eschatology.
How do you know that the temple in Revelation 11 is the same temple that Luke is talking about in
In
all
Luke
of the discourse
chapter,
in Luke 21?
well, I think when you take the constituent elements of Luke 21 and other corresponding passages in the New Testament, that gives us this understanding that Jerusalem would be besieged for 42 months or 3.5 years, um, is great evidence that what's in view here of Revelation 11 is what was mentioned by Luke. And of course, assuming the preterist framework, um, that if you grant that, as opposed to a futurist framework, it makes sense. It's coherent, and so I think it satisfied that the criterion for coherence. And so I think that there's a good case to be made for that.
Okay. So then let's say that, there's maybe good arguments both way on this. I still don't really have an answer for, if Jesus came back, why is there still like death, pain, and evil in the world?
Yeah, and I think that's a fair reply. And I think that is something that people often appeal to, say, well, look, hey, death, or look, hey, pain. It's still continuing, sorrow is still continuing. But if I'm, because I don't want to, put words in your mouth, my assumption is that you're drawing that from Revelation chapter 21 and chapter 22. Which the context is the new heavens and new earth. I think the fascinating thing is, because I take it that John is drawing from the Old Testament, and I don't know if you've read G.K. Beale, but he's one of the most prominent scholars on the Book of Revelation, and he takes it that um, that anybody who's approaching the Book of Revelation has to understand that this is exactly what John is doing, drawing from, alluding to the law and the prophets. With that said, I believe he's drawing from Isaiah chapter 65 and chapter 66, which is the context is new heavens and new earth. And in that context, you have physical death. Because once the new heavens and new earth arrive, then it says that the survivors, and I take it to be the Jewish remnant that survived, that Eusebius records this, who fled from Judea to the city of Pella. That's Matthew 24 there, verse 15. That when that they would go out and look upon the dead bodies of all those who rebelled against me. And so obviously, if we're looking at Isaiah chapter 66, there's still physical death in the context of, and if John is drawing from Isaiah and John says that there's no death, then it has to be qualified that the death that's in view, I take it, is a death of a covenantal death. And the last thing I'll say about that is I think that in 1 Corinthians 15, it tells us the death that's in view, and the very means by which that death and that sin was exacerbated was the law. And AD 70, from my position, is that the law was fully abrogated, that old covenant system, that temple cultus, and thus the means by which that the apostate priesthood put to death the church was annihilated. That whole system fell. And so I'll stop there, and maybe you can comment on what I've said thus far.
I just think it seems pretty clear in this passage here that there will no longer be any death. There will no longer be any mourning or crying or pain. The first things passed away. So this says there will no longer be any death. And this is LSB. I don't know if there's a translation that you prefer. And you're telling me that there will be death.
Well, I'm saying that Isaiah says that there's still death, a physical death, because John is drawing from Isaiah 66, and in the context of that's new heavens and new earth. And so
do you think John and Isaiah contradict each other?
No, and they don't contradict each other. I think that the death that's in view there has to be qualified, that it's not physical death.
Here,
there's other forms of death.
Revelation 21.
Mm-hmm.
So you mean this is that there will no longer be any second deaths?
Like there. So for example, like in John, Jesus says, "He that believes on me shall never die." Obviously, he's not talking about physical death there, right? So my point is that the death that's in view there of Revelation.
Well, I think he's talking about that, like you would still go through the first death, but you don't actually die because, after the resurrection, the souls of the saints go to the divine council in the Orthodox view.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
this says, I mean, hold on, let me see if there's a.
And then even when we look in Isaiah, there's also other passages where the context is God bringing the people out of exile, and he says that I will banish sorrow from you. So I think that there's hyperbolic language that is being utilized in Revelation that ought not to be taken woodenly literal.
Okay, so do you think that there will be any end to death at any time?
In a physical death, no. I think that the Bible is clear in Ecclesiastes 1, verse 4. It says the earth abides forever. So I think that there's going to be a continuation of life on earth and death and life and death.
Do you think that Adam and Eve had eternal, that they would die a physical death prior to the fall?
I actually do think so. I do think. I can stand correct on that. I'm not fully settled on that, but the amount that I
don't mean to interrupt. I just think there's so many passages that are like, death came through Adam, through one man. Death came, like one man sinned, so death came to all men because one man sinned. And it like there's so many other verses on that, I think, that are like, because Adam disobeyed, now we all die, right? Like, how would you
No,
explain all those passages?
well, here let's take this for a minute, and this isn't an exegetical argument, but it's more so of like, for lack of better words, a philosophical argument. Assuming that Adam was intended to live forever, at some point the earth would be fully populated, and there wouldn't be any more room for people to continue to populate and populate. So theoretically, unless we're a Calvinist to say, oh no, God predetermined you to die, Adam, this was God's plan for to happen all along. I don't take a deterministic position on that. I think that at some point it wouldn't, the world would be fully populated, and it just wouldn't make sense for God to have intended for Adam to both populate and to have lived forever. But that aside, because I know that there's not a lot of strength in that because it's not exegetical or theological, but I would say that it really hinges upon what we assume the death to be there. Because God did say to Adam, the day you eat of this fruit, you shall surely die. Obviously, Adam didn't die a physical death the day he had partaken of the fruit. So then, how do we reconcile him dying the death that God promised he would die that day, and him still living after him having partaken of the fruit? I take it that it was a covenantal separation from God.
Okay, I have this is a good discussion. I want to move on to the next caller at some point. I have one more thing I want to ask you about. In Romans 8 here, St. Paul is like pretty, it's Romans 8 in the LSB says, we ourselves having the first fruits of the Spirit, even we ourselves grown within ourselves, eagerly waiting for our adoption as sons, the redemption of our body. This seems to be talking about an actual physical resurrection, like, of our body. And if it's just a metaphor, this seems like pretty like carnal language, don't you think?
Yeah, no, I agree that on the surface that looks very straightforward. But and to be charitable here. But when we unpack that, the language of groaning, what comes to our mind? Exodus. The people of God were groaning, and I think that Paul is drawing from this Exodus motif of their coming out of Egypt, and then them receiving the law. And what did Peter and Paul say brought bondage? Well, it wasn't the physical creation. They said that the law placed us in bondage. It was the administration of death. That was the very means by which sin was exacerbated. And the last thing I will say about this is that I think that if I remember correctly, in the Greek, it's a third person singular. I'm not an expert anyway, but
I
so
don't know Greek at all, so I'm just depending on everybody's translations. And then when Father
sure.
Stephen corrects me, because he's actually an expert in ancient languages, but
But the little that I have read on this specific passage, I've heard arguments made that it can be translated the our body, not bodies, but our body. And so, Paul says in First Corinthians chapter 10 that they were in the body of Moses. And so, them coming out of that Exodus from Sinai, the entire Jewish body that were being gathered into Christ, which is the second Exodus, Paul's is thinking in a corporate term of we're exiting this groaning, we're exiting this bondage, we're groaning, and we're waiting until this full remnant that Romans 9 and Romans 11 talks about, for them all to come into the fold of Christ, and they would have that new body from Moses to Christ. And so that's how I would read Romans 8. But yeah,
I
so
think
if you
though,
don't,
if there's a parallel passage in, let's talk about the same topic in 1 Corinthians 15, like about verse 53 says that, is this up on the screen? Sorry, I'm like flipping between tabs. For this corruptible must put on the incorruptible, this mortal must put on immortality. When this corruptible puts on the incorruptible, this mortal puts on immortality. Then it will come about the word that is written, death is swallowed up in victory. O death, where is your victory? O death, where is your sting? Sting of death is sin. The power of sin is the law. But thanks be to God, gives us victory through our Lord Jesus Christ. Again, this seems like a very physical thing
Yeah,
that the
and,
mortals
and
must put
in
on immortality. Corruptible
context,
puts on
what
the incorruptible.
uh-huh. And in context, what is Paul dealing with? What does he say? What did he say strengthened sin? It's I think it's in verse 52. No, not 52. It's the law though. I don't remember which verse there. But the context, he's dealing with the law, and the law was the administration of death, and it exacerbated sin. And so, what happens when the law is removed? That has an effect on their status as it relates to immortality and death and life.
Again, it seems to me that like he's saying, even like in the verses leading up to that, we will not all sleep, we will all be changed. In a moment, in the twinkling of an eye, the trumpet will sound, the dead will be raised incorruptible, and we will be changed. And all like basically all of the earliest Christians understood it in this way.
Mhm.
And doesn't that make you a little nervous about your position? That canonical Christianity and like all of the other early Christians read it in a different way.
Yeah, no. So I think that to be fair, I'm not going to throw that out to say it's completely irrelevant. In fact,
Uh-huh.
that was one of the main things that placed some hesitation in me to like. I don't know if I should espouse full preterism because the history of the church. This is where I do acknowledge the history of the church did not teach that, but um, here's where I think that to any Protestant that's listening, they can't condemn me too much because they're in the same boat. I don't think that
No, I
it,
agree. I think I think that you're in the same boat as any other Protestant. I agree.
Sure,
You're right.
sure. Okay, yeah. I'm glad we're on the same page there,
Yeah.
which I wouldn't expect for you to think otherwise. But right here in verse 56, it says, "The sting of death is sin, and the power of sin is the law." So, what happens when the power of sin is removed? Because I would take it that the Orthodox position is that the law is not operative and binding today, right? And
Well,
so,
it is, but in a different sense. So like we believe that the Sabbath, for example, is fulfilled on the Lord's day, on the 8th day. Like we still offer sacrifices and we have a sacrificial system, but it's in the Eucharist. So it's filled full, right? But yeah, I
it,
mean, and then a
I
lot of
know.
the Torah applies just for Jewish people, and I'm not Jewish.
Yeah, but I think that in the context, Paul is dealing with the Mosaic stipulations. He's dealing with the Mosaic law because that's consistent with that Pauline theology that he addresses in Second Corinthians, right, chapter 4, in Romans, uh, chapter 6 and 7, right? It's replete throughout his letters, and so when I think the correct way of understanding the law here is the Mosaic covenant. And again, that's consistent because he says that that was the administration of death. And so when that was abrogated, the death had passed. But I know you said you got to get going, and I would love to continue this
I like
conversation.
talking about this because, like, I very rarely do I get a full preterist to call in. Can I ask you about one more thing? Would you mind if I
Yeah,
ask
yeah,
you one more
absolutely.
passage? Because this one in Philippians seems like a pretty straightforward one to me again. So like Philippians 3, this is NASB. Says, "For our citizenship is in heaven, from which we also eagerly wait for a Savior, the Lord Jesus Christ, who will transform the body of our lowly condition into conformity with his glorious body by the exertion of the power that he has even to subject all things to himself." So do you think that Christ's resurrection and glorification was like a metaphor? Or do we
No,
actually
no, I
have the
don't.
same transformation that he has?
Yeah, no, that's a good question. I know I don't take it as a metaphor. What I would say though is this, and this is to be completely honest. I'm not entirely sure what camp I fall into, because I know a lot of people who haven't engaged with full preterism don't understand that there isn't just one stride of full preterism. There's the IBV and the CBV, covenant corporate body view, and the individual body view. A major proponent of the IBV view is Ed Stevens, and he would take it that the glorified bodies were the resurrection did take place in the year 70 and were caught up and were received glorious physical bodies. Whereas the corporate body view takes it that this is more of a already but not yet.
What's your view?
I'm not fully settled. I really ain't, and this is something that I'm honest about, and I'm working through. But I think that there's strength in the individual body view because I think it best explains Philippians.
What about the Orthodox view?
So this is actually what I wanted to leave off on, in asking you, because I have considered Orthodoxy. In fact, I attend Catholic Mass. I'm not a Catholic, but I attend weekly. So I'm not this. I think that there's a lot of strength, and this is from a Protestant. I acknowledge, like, I can't justify canon apart from an ecclesiastical authority.
Yeah, there are some comments that are like, why are you talking about scripture with this guy? Just pre-sup him and his grandma. Like, guys, I wanted to talk about full preterism. What am I going to do? He's going to come in here and be like, FP, you made up your own church. Don't you want to join Christ Church? Like,
Hey, no, but I honestly thank you very much for having this conversation with me. Because I know that the easy route is to go, well, how do you justify your theology if you can't justify the canon? So it's easy to undercut one's epistemic certitude from the Orthodox or from the Catholic perspective. And I really appreciate and respect the fact that you're able to actually engage with me on an eschatological basis. So I just wanted to say that. Thank you. But so I wanted to ask you, hopefully we can leave off on this one if you don't mind. So
Yeah.
from an Orthodox perspective, because this is something I've wrestled with, because there's a lot of
sorry, I can't let you leave because I got a super chat for you. Kevin Roos for $5 says, for the full preterist, why would sorry to interrupt, just put a pin in whatever you're about to say.
Okay,
Like, don't forget what you're gonna say. Why would Christ have appeared in a glorified body and ascended with the flesh into heaven? How could Elijah be taken bodily?
Yeah, and I don't think Elijah was taken bodily. I know that he was taken from the earth. And here's my rationale for that, because the Bible says in First Corinthians that Christ was the first fruits of the resurrection. Okay, so and in Hebrews it tells us that the way to the most holy place, now that's not understood as the Herodian temple, because that was just a type and shadow, and the whole thesis of Hebrews is that a more superior way has been manifested. And he says the way into the most holy place was not yet made manifest until Christ was first assumed into heaven. And so I don't think that Elijah had received the eternal life that was the goal of Christ's death, resurrection, and ascension, that would then pave the way and make available for the saints that would believe on him thereafter. And so I don't think that Elijah was taken into heaven. I think it's more likely that he would have been taken to Abraham's bosom or somewhere like that.
But he didn't. Okay, first fruits of the resurrection, though, he didn't die and was resurrected. Why can't he be assumed bodily? It seems just like from the text that he could be.
Could you repeat that?
It seems from the text that Elijah could just be assumed bodily. Like I don't think that verse that you brought up actually speaks to that directly, right? First fruits, that Christ is the first fruits of the resurrection.
So then Elijah would have had
resurrected.
Yeah, but it would require the power of the resurrection to be glorified, would it not?
Wait, sorry, say that again.
So the power of the resurrection that glorifies us is necessary for one's assumption into heaven.
Okay. Well, It's just God's energy. So God dispenses grace through like many different mechanisms, not just through faith, right? And you see that in the Old Testament too. Like obedience, faith is one thing, but you see like through Abraham, through different sacrifices.
So what then? Okay,
Repentance.
the harrowing. Correct me if I'm wrong. Is this the way to pronounce the? Because I know it's very common in the Orthodox churches. The harrowing of Hades.
Yeah.
Okay, so they were in Hades, right? Who was in Hades and when were they released?
Well, there were good guys in Hades, and then during the harrowing of Hades, you see in the icon that Christ went and he took Adam and Eve out by the wrist.
Okay, so Adam and Eve was in Hades, right?
Well, yeah, but why can't Elijah and like Enoch, for example, why can't Christ just take them up onto the divine council directly? If they're bodily assumed.
Yeah, and so I think that is it fair to say that if someone's in heaven, they are a partaker of eternal life?
I mean, yeah, God is the source of life.
Right, and so I think that it was a necessity for Christ to have died to to subjugate death, to abolish death, in order for someone to be a partaker of life. And that's why I don't think that Elijah had went to heaven and become a partaker of that eternal life and had to have gone to Abraham's bosom. And plus, when you look in the text, the whole idea of heaven, it can be interpreted different ways. Like in the Greek Septuagint, it's the word uranus, and it can mean just the sky. And it doesn't necessarily mean the third heaven, as Paul said he had
Well,
gone to.
there are different ways that you can read the text, right? The question is not like what are all of the possible readings of this text. The question is what is the most probable reading of this text, right? So if it's saying that he was assumed into the sky, it seems like, seems pretty clear cut to me that he's saying that he was brought up into heaven.
Yeah, I mean, and I'm not opposed to that. I'm just thinking out loud when it comes to this particular passage. I haven't given much thought to it. But if I can now ask the last question.
Go ahead.
Okay, so what?
He was getting antsy.
When it comes to the Olivet Discourse in Matthew chapter 24, verse 30 and 34, where Jesus says that, then they will see the sign of the Son of Man coming on the clouds of heaven, and that all these things will take place before that the passing of this generation. Do you acknowledge, or do you find yourself seeing a fulfillment of that coming having taken place in the first century?
I think it's partially fulfilled, yeah.
Okay, and so now in 1 Thessalonians chapter 4, Paul says, thus we say by the word of the Lord, when he's speaking about the resurrection, right? And my understanding is that you guys believe that the resurrection takes place at the parousia.
There are two resurrections. There's the first resurrection and the second resurrection.
All right, so the final resurrection,
the bodily resurrection.
Yeah. So that would take place at the parousia, right?
What do you mean parousia?
The coming of the Lord.
Yeah.
Okay, so how on the Orthodox position can, if Christ had come, even if we say partially in the first century, and when we're reading 1 Thessalonians chapter 4, what do we make of Paul's claim that those who are asleep will rise at the coming of the Lord? So how was that partially fulfilled in AD 70?
Well, I think the bodily resurrection is not fulfilled in AD 70. I think the bodily resurrection is the second coming.
Yeah, no, and I understand that, but like even going along the lines of saying, okay, the second coming was partially fulfilled in the year 70, and I don't think that's crazy to say that, because even Jay Dyer, he says that as well. He believes that the coming of the Lord was partially fulfilled in the year 70. Similar to how the Lord had come in the clouds in Isaiah 19, verse 1, Jeremiah chapter 4,
That's what I was
etc.
gonna say. It's not always like bodily. It's like sometimes says I think in Isaiah it says that the Lord came to Egypt. It's not always
Yes.
like a bodily
Yeah, exactly.
thing.
So, but the coming of the Lord there in Matthew 24 is the same coming of the Lord in First Thessalonians chapter 4. But in that context, Paul is dealing with the bodily resurrection.
How do you know that?
Because he says that we will not all sleep. How do I know that he's talking about the resurrection, or how do I know he's talking about the second coming there?
Well, how do you know that how do you know that in math? I don't know. How do you know that this is the same coming that they're talking about?
Well, number one, he says, thus we say by the word of the Lord, right? So whenever Paul qualifies a teaching by the word of the Lord, that's a reference back to his earthly ministry. As opposed to other times, for example, in Second Timothy, he says, the Spirit expressly says. This was something that was revealed via the Spirit in contradistinction to certain passages, like First Corinthians, where he talks about married people. He says, I have no command from the Lord, but thus I say by the wisdom that God had given me. Right, in that context, he does appeal to what Jesus taught in his earthly ministry relating to marriage. And so my point is that when whenever he uses the phrase the word of the Lord, what's in view is a reflection back to what Jesus taught in his earthly ministry. And so the question becomes, what did Jesus teach in his earthly ministry as it related to his coming? Where can we find that? And we find that in Matthew 25, we find that in Matthew 24, we find that in Luke 21. And
Well, St. Paul had a lot of direct instruction from Jesus that is not recorded in the Gospels. Like, why, if he says, we say to you by the word of the Lord, that does not necessarily mean that it was recorded in some other gospel.
no, I'm saying that when he says the word of the Lord, this is something that Jesus taught. And here's the other reason too. In Second Thessalonians, he talks about the coming of the Lord and the times and seasons as it relates to that. And this points us right back to Acts chapter 1, where Jesus says, it's not for you to know the times and the seasons regarding his coming. So you have the same language that is used and associated with his coming in Acts chapter 1. That's the same constituent element that you find in Second Thessalonians and First Thessalonians. And so I would not make this delineation. And last thing too, in Second Thessalonians, where he talks about the lawless man would take his seat in the temple of God, right? That's Matthew chapter 24, verse 15. The lawless man and the abomination of desolation. So you see this unity of thought of abomination, desolation, temple of God, coming to the Lord. Same thing in Matthew 24.
There's a super chat here from Kevin Roos, $5. He says, Ezekiel 37 is explicit in my opinion. Kevin Roos, are you talking about like the dry bones and the physical resurrection? I have it pulled up here. I do think that's also pretty explicit.
But even with that in context, he's talking about the exile, right? The people, the Jewish remnant coming back into.
I know, but now everything is metaphorical. Like, you know, like so there's no physical meaning to any of this. This is why, like, I think that the underlying presuppositions are like important. I think like the chat was getting to this too, that like you're gonna have a certain way to read the scriptures, but like, and like I've granted that to you throughout the discussion. But I mean, again, like none of the early church understood the scriptures in this way. But I do got to move on, dude. Thank you for calling in, and thank you for being respectful. I appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely. I appreciate the respectful dialogue. Just a shout out because I was corresponding on X, and they said that you would be a lot more respectful. So yeah, I'm glad that didn't disappoint. So I appreciate you being charitable and appreciate it.
But thanks. Interesting conversation. I think maybe they did go a little bit too long, but I thought it's respectful guy. So I just wanted to kind of chase the rabbit trails a little bit. Guys, we got Nikolai in Korea in the queue. And we have what's up, man? Thanks for coming on. We're gonna go to Dunning-Kruger and then Ruslan. What's up, Dunning-Kruger? You said you had something brief to say about the preterist.
Yes, brother. Christ is risen.
Truly, he's risen.
Indeed, he is risen.
Yeah, I just wanted. I was hoping just to throw out some food for thought for that gentleman. If nothing else. Along the lines of Saint Elijah. I mean, him being taken up into the divine council doesn't necessarily mean that he's partaking in eternal life in the sense that his life will no longer end. So, I mean, yes, he was taken up bodily, which he does not think is the case. But that doesn't necessarily mean that, like, even if we say he's partaking in the eternal life right then, you could almost view that as like his life is on hold in the earthly sense, but not that it's actually like already fully partaking. And a side piece to that is something I learned when I called into Lord of Spirits one time, and I found this like awesomely interesting. Father Stephen DeYoung says that it's a part of the tradition. Maybe it's a minor element, but it's there. And I was hoping he would maybe hear this and chew on this, because we didn't get to hear him talk about it. In Revelation, the two witnesses, apparently the church holds that those are going to be Enoch and Elijah physically returning because they never died, and then being martyred, meaning that they're finally going to partake in like the normal death that every one of us do, and then be resurrected like everybody else. And then, of course, that's the eternal life part. So I was hoping just to like chime in on that and like let him be aware of that, and hopefully maybe he can chew on it a little bit and figure out where he stands.
Yeah. If you're still listening, FP, dude, make your way to the Orthodox Church, man. It makes sense the way we read the scriptures. There's a reason, why it's got so much momentum and success online. Well, and in the real world.
Even in regards to like the idea that he was reading so much metaphorically, like I've
everything, everything, yeah.
I've been shocked myself to learn how much of the scriptures you actually can. Well, I mean, there is a lot of exaggerative language, hyperbolic, and all that jazz. That's true. But there actually is a whole lot more that can be taken literally than I would have thought. So listening to Lord of Spirits might help him quite a bit.
Yeah. Did you hear that? FP, go watch Lord of Spirits. Go ask Father Stephen some questions. But thank you for calling in, Dunning-Kruger. Appreciate it, man.
Thank you, brother.
Yeah. I just want to briefly, I didn't go over this. Some rules for the call-in. I got a banner, guys. Look at this. I'm updating. Look at this. Call in. Evangelicals, Pentecostals, Baptists, Calvinists, non-denoms, Prots, and Neo-Prots who disagree, please be succinct. So I already broke my own rule with the first caller there, but there you go. There's the fine print. Nikolai, how have you been?
I'm good. I just posted a video and then I saw you live. I'm like, I have some time. I'll hop on and see how you're doing. I'm sure you're busy preparing for how many debates
like 8 billion debates I signed up for.
I was like, wow, man. Well, congratulations on that. I'm glad you're finally getting at least some people to actually engage, because I know for like there was like a dry spell for like almost 2 months where it was just like nobody was like taking you up on anything.
There wasn't any Prots either. It was Roman Catholics and Aaron Gallagher, who was a restorationist, and I guess the other Paul, who like kind of counts as a Prot, the Anglicans
can't even agree with each other if they're Prot or not. So.
Yeah, that's right. So I guess we'll move on to the next caller here. We got Ruslan. What's up, Ruslan?
Yes, it is indeed Ruslan. I am the Emperor of Rap Church. Please listen up. Given that Orthodoxy rejects both papal supremacy and the Western cancer of evangelical individualism, its ecclesiology depends on conciliarity as the means of resolving disputes. Yet, since the schism between Moscow
honestly,
and
this was
Constantinople,
already too wordy for me.
the non-recognition of the OCA's autocephaly, the calendar schism, and the disagreements over the 2016 Council of Crete, it appears that Orthodoxy lacks a universally recognized authority capable of convening, validating, or enforcing a binding council. In the absence of such a mechanism, how does Orthodoxy practically adjudicate inter-Orthodox conflicts or determine which synod's position represents the mind of the Church? I'm accepting your premise for the sake of argument that Christ founded one
honestly, I'm not going to debate an AI, but
yeah.
Thank you for calling in, Ruslan. I appreciate it, man. I got to go through these super chats, actually. John Mondragon, $20. Thank you, man. Taxes and back taxes. I don't know what that was in reference to, but thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Righteousness is but filthy rags before God, Daddy. That's going to send you straight to hell, amen.
Amen.
$20 from Steve Stein. It's okay to touch the grass as long as you don't smoke it. I agree.
They also divided over what's called a FiLoWekEi, the issue of Jesus having, did he proceed from the Father?
I can't believe, first of all, he pronounced FiLoWekEi. He mispronounced it, and then he was talking about it being the son proceeding from the Father. It's like two mistakes in one. It's like, I don't know.
I used to have, Ruslan actually, believe it or not, he actually commented on one of my very first videos and said, "Oh, this is a really good video." I really like your stuff. Yeah, like almost a year ago. And it's just funny to me because I was always like, "Oh, he seems like a nice guy." But man, the crash out the last few weeks has been crazy.
It
And it
was
hasn't
such a bad
stopped.
decision from his part too. Like, yeah, I went out. He was like complaining in his chat, talking about how like, that all these ortho bros were like talking about his wife and kids or something. So I was like, fine, I will go make an announcement. Stop talking about, like, without even really having any evidence, just giving him the benefit of the doubt. And then after that, he goes and he says that I'm bad faith after I went out of my way to go and like try to back him up.
They don't care. Well, it's the same with David Wood. He keeps on going out David Wood keeps on going out of both sides of his mouth. He in one moment he says, "I don't know anything about Orthodoxy." In the next moment, he'll have a guy on that like just completely butchers. And you saw this probably with you were on. I saw you chatting in Cleve's chat with Father Stephen. They were absolutely butchering it with a Costa, and then Wood is part of a panel addressing Eastern Orthodoxy.
That's the best they got, man.
It's like David Wood, the guy who didn't even know whether he fully believed in the 5 solas or not, the guy who's been doing apologetics for 20 years and still doesn't know. Like that's a problem, man. Like I just like,
He didn't know that he could affirm the 5 solas. I was like, what? You don't know what your position is at all. Like, really, they don't really stand for anything. They're just anti-Islam. They're not pro.
They're not pro-Christian. They're not pro-Christianity because they're sending people to a
friggin' synagogue.
A synagogue.
Yeah, business synagogue.
Oh, and the more and more stuff come up from that.
Business church.
Yeah, did you see that thing that Jay posted where that same synagogue is actually promoting LGBTQ marriage and like LGBTQ people adopting children? He actually advocated for that. And that's a place that Ruslan has spoken at, JP Uncut has spoken at, and God Logic has spoken at. So by de facto, because they don't have a church ecclesiology, they have no understanding of this stuff, no one's going to hold those guys accountable. That would be unacceptable for any clergy to do.
Oh, yeah.
Could you imagine that? Could you imagine Father Stephen getting invited to a synagogue, speaking at it, and then it later comes out that that same synagogue was promoting LGBTQ adoption?
It's a big problem.
They every single one of these Protestants would be calling out Father Stephen for that, right?
Oh, 100%. You wouldn't hear the end of it.
No, never. It's ridiculous. So I have no patience for these people. It's like they're complete hypocrites. They're completely inconsistent. So I have no patience for it.
Yeah. Got 3 months from Emilia. Thank you. This guy needs some Lord of Spirits. To FP, listen to some Lord of Spirits, dude. Thank you. Jesus said, no marriage. Humans like angels. Yeah. Like angels, but not totally the same, right? Like angels. I already read this one from Kevin Roos. Thanks for the $5. Another $5 from Kevin Roos. Passages serve more than one meaning, and the gospel is the physical fulfilled. I think, yeah, it is. Yes, filled full. $5 from John Mondragon. Now that we see Nikolai more, I see you aging faster than me. This, well, yeah, Nikolai had that surgery recently too, right? So, $10 from Kermit King. Sowing a seed. Pastor Alex, when will I get my blessing from God? Well, you haven't sown enough seeds. You got to sow more seeds, and then you get 70 times 7 in return, right? It's the more seeds that you sow. Also, and as soon as I get past 7 figures, as soon as I get 8 figures, that's when the harvest is plenty to ripe. Thanks for the donation, man. I appreciate it.
I need to monetize you jokers.
How do I monetize these people?
Listen, I got 20K. I got 30K here. How do I monetize them?
Yeah.
He's never gonna live that down, by the way. He's never going to.
No. And this is the thing. Like in this video he posted recently talking about how ortho bros are so bad. He was saying that like these are videos that came up when I was like talking to Christian artists about how they could, actually support themselves. Then why is he talking about pussyfooting around and like pretending like you have a ministry? So I'm gonna pussyfoot around and pretend like we have a ministry. Like the question is, how do I build a business off of this stuff? And it's like, dude, that's pretty explicit. I see you're trying to like go back on it now, but Volpa is $2. Says, be good to see you debate CC, Alex. Who's CC? Capturing Christianity? Jim Bob, what's up, man? Good to see you. What type of lawyer are you, Alex? Unless you don't want to say civil litigation. I did like labor law and personal injury, and then like the last year or two dabbling in like criminal defense stuff.
I thought I saw you one time chasing after an ambulance. Is that true?
Not me. We have there are proxies for that.
By the way, is that true? Is there actually lawyers that just sit there and wait for ambulances and then like?
I think historically it was. Now there are rules against that. Like you're not allowed to do that. But I mean, there are people that still do that. When you're first getting started, it's hard sometimes to. But yeah. Thanks for the $2, Volpes. Squirrel and Oz. I was very happy you entertained that discussion. Oh, good. Appreciate that. Thanks for the $5. Business Temple. Didn't Cleve cover that one guy actually circumcised himself because the synagogue business synagogue told him to?
I can't. Are they Messianic Jews?
I assume so. I think so.
Because if it's just like, just go to a Jewish synagogue, that works too. That's even worse. Like at least with Messianic Jews, it's like, okay, they might have some weird form of an argument and still believe in Jesus in some super abstract sense, but
yeah.
I'm BIPOC too. I identify as black.
Thank you for the super chats. That way I can continue down my BIPOC identity following Ortho Pope J. Dyer. Right. That's what we do, Nikolai. We follow his every command.
Every command. I guys, in fact, I'm in a group chat. Jay is telling me in an earpiece right now on this left earpiece. He's telling me exactly
what to say. It's just so crazy. Jay's literally never asked me for anything. He's only ever done things for me. He's never asked me for anything ever. All right, we got Spencer, and then we're gonna react to this 33 minutes of nonsense that Ruslan.
Oh Lord, I saw a couple minutes of it floating around. It's not pretty.
Just lies. What's up, Spencer?
Hey Alex, how you doing?
I'm well. How are you?
Good, thank you. So I needed some help with a question I have. So
I thought you were gonna say you need 7 figures.
I do. I'm working on that. I need that. I need that actually. But that's the side project. So a couple days ago, I got baited into a debate of one of these prots, and they were talking about infant baptism, and I joined in just because I wanted to point out I've been listening to you and Father Stephen DeYoung, like, oh, there's a typological connection to circumcision, and Christ was circumcised at 8 days. That was not the point, but what happened later was there was a true Orthodox in there, and then he started pressing me, blah 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 blah. Essentially, I was saying, Augustine taught Massa Damnata. He said no, and then started trying to get me to say that the council in Jerusalem, the later one in the 1600s, dogmatically taught limbo. And I was like, what type of next level Latinizing is this? I just wanted you to maybe clear this up. And I'm pretty sure Augustine taught Massa Damnata. Is that true?
He did teach Massa Damnata, absolutely. Like almost
it's not even debatable.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I thought.
It's not a matter of opinion, really. That said, I do think I've been reading through this is a short one, actually. I think everybody should read this because it's short and it's late. This is like 3 years before Augustine died when he wrote On Grace and Free Will. If you just read through this, you can see that he's just describing synergism like with different words. Like I'm pretty convinced he was a synergist. He's also a monk. So like although he like I I think Saint Seraphim Rose honestly has like the best assessment of the
Absolutely.
blessed Saint Augustine, that like he was right. He just took a few things too far. And when it comes to De Trinitate, he said at the end that he's open to correction on it, right? So
Yeah.
I know there are
And
some
then
people that dispute exactly what he says in De Trinitate, but
and
what
so
was your
for his
second question?
later point on the
Yeah.
Council of Jerusalem, I did look at Callistos Ware, his interpretation of the council, but this guy was trying to say the Orthodox teach dogmatically limbo. And I
I
was like,
I read over it recently. I did not see anything about limbo in there. It does not appear to me that they committed really to a position. That they say almost exactly the same thing that Saint Gregory the theologian says, which is that baptized infants get in, unbaptized infants. This is the first death, not the second death.
yeah,
Unbaptized infants are not worthy of glorification nor punishment. So it's not limbo, but you can see that like before the final judgment, it seems that unbaptized babies would go to Hades, baptized babies would go to heaven. However, we see even within the tradition, there are different areas of Hades, like in the Book of Enoch, which it is on the list of Saint Nikephoros in the 800s of like books that are good to read privately. He describes like I think 6 different areas of Hades, and that like the righteous that are in Hades, they still like they have a fountain and it's like a nice place to be. So like
mm,
obviously heaven is better, but like there is some comfort there. So I think it's kind of speculative, but there's like nothing wrong with thinking the unbaptized infants go there. But
Yeah,
Nikolai,
and the one thing that I want to add is that Enoch and Elijah, who are in they're not in Hades, right? They're in paradise, but
yeah,
they're not glorified either. So it's possible to be in paradise and not glorified before the second the final judgment and the
so
second
then
resurrection.
follow-up question to that. At the final judgment, is there a distinction between glorified and, you know, not in heaven, but not baptized, like not in hell, but not baptized?
So from what my readings are, this again, and I've talked to Father Stephen DeYoung, I've talked to many clergy about this, and my own clergy as well, is that the way in which everybody participates in theosis. Everybody. It's
Okay.
eternal. It goes eternal into heaven. Now, does everyone experience heaven in the same way? No.
Yeah.
Like we know this isn't the case because know some people will be experiencing even greater glories because of what they experienced on earth, right? They'll have
Mhm.
different crowns. They even talk about different crowns. People have different crowns, and they talk about different mansions in heaven and different places in the heavenly places. Um, I always say this: like you can be in the same location but have vastly different experiences. And this is how that was explained to me by my church, by my church, my priest.
there's
Um,
also when I was
Go
talking
ahead.
to FDA, he said that the final judgment, you're judged. It says in Revelation, and in the beginning of Romans, I think Romans 2, that you're judged based off of what you did. You're judged based off your works.
Yeah.
Unbaptized infants didn't do anything wrong. In fact, the only thing they experienced was like pain and death. So if anything,
Mhm.
it's like expiatory and it works for them. So
Which
under that criteria, it makes sense
suffering
to me
does
that
count.
unbaptized infants in the eschaton would be in paradise.
Yeah. I guess my only last thing is I I fell into debating church fathers that I have not read. So I gotta go take care of that. I gotta get to confession. Thank you guys.
Word, thanks for calling, man.
God bless you.
We're gonna go to Timothy C, and then after that we're gonna react to Ruslan's thing. What's
Ruslan,
up, Timothy?
I have a question for you. As a Romanian, how does it feel to be told that you team up with Muslims all of a sudden?
That's pretty crazy, honestly. We kebabbed them, and like you're telling us that we're on the same team as Muslims, apparently. Like,
I made this point to Jay. I was like, dude, it's kind of bizarre because if you go back in history, I'm like, the Orthodox, it's the Crimean War, the entire world dogpiled Russia for the terrible crime of Czech's notes. Oh, they were going to liberate Constantinople and the entire planet. And I mean, like, everywhere from two Sicilies to kingdoms that you all have no idea where they are. Sardinia, Piedmont, all sorts of people were showing
yeah.
up. It's like, Russia's like, what the fuck? Russia was so like backblasted. They're like, whoa, dude, can I get any friends here? Austria-Hungary's
Yeah.
like, not from me, big dog.
Not just once, by the way. It happened like 2 or 3 times that they dogpiled Russia every time it seemed Russia was getting the edge and about to take over and things like that. And then magically, all those magical Western allies, all those magical Western Christians just said, oh, I don't know what to do about helping the Tsar against these godless, atheist, communist Bolsheviks. We're just going to turn a blind eye to the fact that they need help. Our ally who helped us defeat Germans, right, and the Ottomans and others. Oh, we're just going to turn a blind eye. It's just the most ludicrous accusation I've ever heard in my life.
And I will say this because I actually touched on a debate I was going to bring up to you that you with your debate with the other Paul. I was actually curious. I don't really see a lot of people take the historical angle with the iconoclasm stuff. I think that's a pretty strong angle because when people bring up when they bring up the council post where they're like, hey, icons are good and that's rectified. It's important to note that this is like, these are crazy people who are like, the only reason we're losing to Muslims is because God hates us. So the church kind of putting their foot down and be like, no, y'all are stupid. Get out. Like, if you want to be a wackadoodle, doomsday cultist, get out of here. It makes sense. And again, councils are, of course, important, but you need to understand, what are they talking about? Oh, iconoclasm just was a bunch of people who just didn't like images. I'm like, oh, there's nothing going on at the time that would bring this up. And no, it's like, yeah, and what's strange about it is when I got like my redneck stepdad that I love to death, a smart guy, but he's not educated. And the first response he has when people bring up iconoclasm is, isn't a church an icon? Isn't a cross an icon? Isn't a picture an icon? I'm like, it would be, but I don't know how much you've kind of been keeping track of everything, but it was rather bizarre. And I just say, like, especially for those of us who are the Eastern Orthodox people, the Romanians, right? Serbians, Bulgarians. I mean, the list goes on and on. Luther famously said, I'd rather serve the Sultan than the Pope. You know what I mean? Like, I'm sorry, guys, but you never fought Muslims. As a matter of fact, it's like I told Jay, and Jay started laughing. I was like, look, you believe in an undying book for all eternity. You know, you are a Muslim.
The eternal book.
You're already a Muslim. You're halfway there, man.
This recent episode that Cleve did with Father Stephen, where they were going through Canon and Creed and his sola scriptura arguments, like it dawned on me more and more, and Father Stephen was making this point too, that really sola scriptura, like saying that it's self-authenticating and that the text has all of these like qualities of a person, they're really saying the same thing that the IFB guy was saying, just in a slightly more nuanced way. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and I mean, again, the IFB guys are pretty open about that. They're like, no, it's in King James English. I'm like, specifically King James English? Why? I'm just curious.
Some IFBs that are a little bit more nuanced on that than others, but again, there's no consistency amongst them. But and I think Father Stephen hit the nail on the head with that. Is that again, and Father Stephen's been hammering this point home for a long time. A book, and Jim Bob has a hilarious meme. I don't know if you guys saw it. He recently posted it. Has a hilarious meme going around saying, "I found this ancient manuscript. Now I have to take it back home."
Yeah. Jim Bob posted that one. Yeah, it was funny. I have to bring this manuscript back to the lab for testing to see what it says about itself. Make sure it's self-authenticating. Like,
yeah, it's a bizarre position, and again, like I think Father Stephen Young did touch on that, where he says, well, they have to make the language important, or else it doesn't make any sense. And then I'm kind of stuck in this weird spot. Well, like, then how come half the liturgical language words in the Bible are still in Greek? Because there's no English word for it. I don't know. What are we gonna do, guys? It's over. We're cooked.
Yeah.
So yeah, I would just say too, like reaching out and just say, I know all over the U.S. people are boo-hooing, but it's like, I'll be honest, like every church, every parish I've ever gone to, and I have to travel a lot for work, almost all of them know this is all malarkey. And I think that them attacking us is just another Crimean War, guys. It means we're winning. We're winning, and they're mad. They're like,
honestly,
we should just love each other and hate them. So thanks,
guys.
I
think that's why. Yeah, thanks for calling in, Timothy. I think that's why, like Nikolai, I think you saw what Father Tom Soroka was saying on Cleve's podcast or Cleve's show, that now is the time for unity. Now is not the time to be nitpicking each other over things.
No.
Like the
Which is why Father Stephen went off. Did you see that when he said these allegedly Orthodox people that go on to David Wood's show and stuff, they're like, I'm not like those other Orthodox. you guys would watch your brothers and sisters stand for the faith and get shot and martyred, and you would say, well, I'm not like them, I promise I'm not like them.
Yeah,
You would
it is
watch your
very
bishop.
cowardly. Yeah,
It's absolute cowardly behavior, and I have no time for it. So
yeah.
so like those types of people, when they disavow me, they're like, oh, you're an ortho bro. I don't care.
Honestly, thanks, right?
Yeah.
Bridge City Marketing. Bridge City Marketing says, Alex, start selling Holy Smokes pipes. Lord have mercy on this bowl of Cavendish. You gotta monetize, bro. I gotta monetize these people, Nikolai.
You gotta get, you gotta get the flavored bubble version for those, so that you could get, you get them, and then.
There you go, guys. Yeah. All right, we're gonna do one more Incense Addict, because he said he has something specific in the chat. It's got to be succinct. What's up, Incense Addict?
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, what's up?
Hey, so I was kind of I wanted to get your thoughts on this. Maybe I should probably start by saying I'd consider myself a quote-unquote ortho bro, but I'm mostly just lurk on Twitter. We had a visiting priest this past Sunday, and he brought it up in his homily. He's like, hey, if you guys have like ortho bros in your life, just love on them. Like, they'll come out of it. And I was like, that's really strange to bring up, So he's just kind of, I asked him about it later, though, at coffee hour. I said, hey, like, I'm kind of curious, like, what are your perceptions of those people? And he goes, oh, they just like to debate Catholics. In so many words, I'm condensing, right? They like to debate Catholics, which is just not fruitful ultimately, because their church makes saints. He went on to say,
What?
like,
What did he say?
He said it's basically not fruitful to debate Catholics because their church makes saints. And at that point, like, his conception of the ortho bros, I think, is just people who are like out there who are zealous new converts who want to like debate clergy on things. So I'm like, well, if I bring this up, I'm kind of the person he's criticizing for the most part. But also, I mean, I don't know. I'm curious as to your thoughts about that. What do you think?
That's chalk. The Catholic Church does not produce saints at this
Histrionic
time.
woman, maybe.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I can think of a couple off
There's
the
also
dome, but-
like there's a big problem with what exactly an ortho bro is. So maybe we can react to Chase Haggard, who I had on my last stream. Absolutely like mogged these guys, JP Mahler and this schismatic priest. But was there anything else you want to add, Incense?
I think for the most part that was kind of it, but yeah, he did go on to say, like, back in the day he was probably what people would consider an ortho bro. I think he converted like 40 some years ago, and he said like I think you said his bishop like delayed his baptism because he was basically going out there and critiquing clergy, and so he's like, no, I'm like an ex ortho bro of 40 years ago, and so I think that's his perception. But like you said, I don't know. The ortho bro is not necessarily the definitive term for some people. It's for some people it's casting a net over everybody who's Orthodox online, and for some people it's like an actually narrow strip of people. But that's pretty much it. Thanks for your time. I appreciate it.
Yeah, but thanks for calling. I feel like this video is so instructive on the ortho bro thing, because they literally they don't even know what it is, guys. Like, this is so, when I watched this, I was shocked at like how badly Chase obliterated them with like one question.
If he has a question or something to say, I can bring him in just with the audio, because I don't want to see anybody.
Sure. Like, by the way, I'm going to be debating JP soon. James from Modern Day Debates said that he's got some like overlaps in the scheduling, so he's gonna get back to us with a date certain. But we're gonna be debating whether invocation of the saints in prayer is apostolic in origin and established in the pre-Nicene Church.
So we'll bring him in with the audio.
Okay.
All right. So got it. All right, Chase, you're backstage. You can speak your audio only. We have the father here on the air. How's it going?
Yeah, it's going good. I'm curious. I have a couple like questions, but have you defined ortho bro yet? Or what is that? What does that mean?
An ortho bro is anybody that doesn't show the fruit of the.
This is like the most basic question, right? You're gonna be talking about ortho bros. You're gonna say ortho bros this, ortho bros that. They're so bad. You have to be able to say, who are these people?
Yeah.
Who are they?
You have to point to them. You have to actually like show who they are. Like give some examples. Give some names. Who is the ortho bro? So like, for example, is it Alex Soren? You know,
I would say I've called myself an ortho bro in the past. Maybe I'm LARPing. I don't know. I was on the Orthodox Avengers with Jay, and I did the Orthodox Gaming podcast with Cleve. Does that count? I don't know.
Yeah, JP, by the way, offered a debate with me, and then he very quickly backed out because someone said, "Yeah, JP wants to debate you." I'm like, "Okay, what does he want to debate?" And then crickets. So it's like the guy is he talks a very big game, and then backs out almost every time. His answer is like, "Oh, you could just jump in on my 5v1, panel," and it's like, come on, we all know how those devolve. So, anyways,
yeah,
true orthodoxy.
And do you believe orthodoxy is true?
Oh yeah. By the way, he is not an actual priest.
No,
he's not. His patriarch was cut off, deposed from the church, and then he followed him, which makes him also cut off.
And an ortho bro is also somebody who's afraid to join up the panel to debate me on doctrine. That's
yeah, I'm here in the panel right now, so apparently I'm not an ortho bro.
Unfortunately,
real quick, you said true orthodoxy. Wait, can I ask? You said true orthodoxy. What is true orthodoxy?
Chase, you can ask when I finish. Now, since this is not a panel on doctrine itself, we're speaking on another topic, right? We're interviewing Father John. You showing up here doesn't count. Now, if you want, I can go live tomorrow, and I would be more than happy to host you on my channel to debate me on a topic such as intercession of the saints, the sinlessness of Mary.
Dude, this is just yap yap. But this is just yap over here. It's like he's not even saying anything.
But he's just filling space to make it seem like he's dominating the conversation. This is a tactic that I've noticed that some people will do, is like, if I overspeak these people and I emphasize my words and I overly complicate what I'm trying to say, yap, as someone said in the background, if I can do that, it's going to make the perception that I'm actually winning. It's a usual tactic. It's kind of with Canon and Creed, right? Canon and Creed could have summarized that 2-hour video, and by my goodness, I went over it with people. He could have summarized that 2-hour video in like 50% of the time. But it's when you get into these overly flowing, like ridiculous, like lengthy spiels and reiterating the same point 6 different times. It's like, at some point, dude, brevity is king.
They're trying to show off how smart they are. It's like, look at all these words and look at all these analogies. Look how smart I am, right?
Well, it's very Protestant, by the way. That's very common with if you read the Puritans and some of the First Great Awakening preachers and things like that, like you read some of their homily styles, it's like, even St. John Chrysostom, who was known to be a very long speaker, probably would be like, get to the point.
Yeah.
So, anyways.
Yeah. We cannot use orthosis because it can also be read as orthosis, which is like a back brace or an ankle brace or a leg brace. I'm a fan of theosis. I like that one. Not orthosis. Like yeah, orthosis is a medical device. So,
but this is not this live stream. So if you have a question for Father John, you can go ahead.
Well, real quick, I do, but you said someone who doesn't show the fruits of true orthodoxy. So you just listed things. Sure. You don't believe orthodoxy. Can I finish? You don't believe orthodoxy is true. You believe we're incorrect and we're heretical. Is that correct?
I would say that when it comes to what biblical Christianity is, orthodoxy would showcase that. So, for example, when it comes to love, Bible tells us what love is, and if you're a true Christian and you're Orthodox, you would display those things.
But does a true Christian believe in the sinlessness of Mary, the intercession of the saints?
I would say that there could be differences, and I would say you're still a true Christian. Yes, but ultimately that's up to.
Well, real quick, why don't you ask the father here what he thinks an ortho bro is? He's mixed up with them, maybe meaning on.
I think that was Chase's objective in the first place, to go in and like ask what an ortho bro is. But like JP kind of gave a non-definition there. He just said ortho bros are people that don't believe the Bible. He believes every single Orthodox person doesn't believe the Bible. So, but doesn't move the ball down the court at all.
Yeah. Yep. And again, his definition could literally be applied to any group that makes exclusivist claims. Right? What's funny is that there's people on that upcoming anti-Orthodox panel, the Council of Protestants.
The Churchless Council. Yes.
The Churchless Council.
Did you see Jordan Cooper was criticizing, sorry to interrupt, but he was like, put a pin in what you're going to say. He's criticizing Joshua Shuping for being on there. He's like, you're a Lutheran. You don't have anything in common with needgod.net. Like Need God does
Absolutely not.
Need God probably doesn't even think you're a Christian with Lutheran beliefs.
No. Need God would absolutely say that Lutherans, if they go to their logical extreme of their views, are not Christian. And so that's the thing that's like crazy is that and we've had criticisms of Jordan Cooper, but I even said, yeah, Jordan, I mean,
He's right
hello,
on this
this is
one.
what rank ecumenism does to you guys when you guys pretend you don't have differences. That's like the same criticism I had of Jordan Cooper when he allies with Gavin Orland. Gavin Orland is a Calvinist.
And Mike
He doesn't agree
Horton,
with you.
yes. And Michael
Yes.
Horton, that little tri-panel they have.
Yeah. And so, with respect to Jordan, I hope this wakes him up a little bit to saying, hey, maybe you Protestants need to work out like your actual differences and actually like address those instead of just this blanket ecumenism that you guys keep on trying to have. Because Gavin Ortland is a Calvinist.
Yeah. Oh, dude,
When are you going to hold him to his Calvinism?
I'm behind on super chats. Alter Void, $5. Lawyer ambulance chasing no more. They just pay people to jump in front of cars now. Dude, I've seen some crazy footage, honestly. Like, especially I spent about a year working on the insurance company side, and that's like, oh my goodness.
I'm
crazy people out there, dude. King Dre, $2. God Logic uses EO theology, but platforms anti-EO people. I thought so. But he had a big blunder against what's his face, Hansen, recently. He said that Christ had one will. He said that. I remember the clip and being like, that's kind of a blunder, dude. Like,
church, like, it's okay to blunder. It is. But you should be willing to come out and post a video or something like that issuing a correction.
My bad,
right?
I blundered.
Yeah.
Right?
But the thing is because he doesn't have any sort of accountability. What church? What's his pastor? Where's his church? What's his ecclesiology? There's no accountability for
Synagogue church.
Synagogue church. Yeah. If anything, it's the if anything, it's that guy. And by the way, this is something that JP Uncut needs to answer for. Why are you sending people to a synagogue? You're willing to call out us, Orthodox, and say that our theology is bad, incoherent, all this stuff, but you're speaking at a synagogue?
Oh, he did admit that he blundered in the debate review? Oh, good. Well, then he did what he was supposed to do.
Okay.
Good. Now he just needs to get the right church, because otherwise, you're just sending people to synagogue church. And he does great work. Like, I'm not saying he does bad work, but like, unless you have some place to, like, what is he fighting for, right? Some sectarian Protestantism, right?
Sure,
it's not
but
the church that Christ founded.
I'm quickly coming to the conclusion that David Wood and all those anti-Islaminity guys, all of those guys, I'm not actually that impressed with their good work. Because here's my problem. And anti-Trinitarians and Islam, but more specifically Islam, is one of the easiest things to dunk on in the world. You just need like 7 or 8 bullet points that you can hit, or you just need to master like 5 core arguments and then just preempt all of their arguments. And it's not
that's
that
like
difficult.
and then that's like 99% of Muslims, right? So like, unless it's like the top guys, I think you're right. It's just like a few talking points and familiarity with the texts.
Exactly. So the random call-in shows where, oh, this Muslim gets owned by a Christian. Dude, I've seen Protestants owning Muslims for years. That doesn't mean the Protestants' theology is coherent. Right?
Yeah.
Like, so
4 months from Kaiser Collins, Father Ivanov. So did Father Ivanov. It was awesome. We won't be dimmies. Never again. Yeah. I think Father Ivanov, there's a great clip circulating, I think on YouTube and on X as well, where he's like, honestly, the Ortho Bros are not that bad. They're pretty good. And, if there's a young man in your parish displaying this like bad behavior, like online or in person, that's kind of on the priest. That's not Jay Dyer's job to make sure that everybody out there is doing good behavior. Like, Jay Dyer is bringing a lot of people into the church.
Yeah.
And that's like, he's not tasked with, being a spiritual father to these young men. He said that about 1 billion times, that he's nobody's spiritual father. But yeah, that's a great clip from Father Ivanov.
And by the way, I do want to say that the Father Tom Soroka thing that, you mentioned earlier, everyone knew that Father Tom and some of the other priests of Ancient Faith had kind of I would say a spat or falling out with Jay years ago. This was years ago. And I think that's Father Tom basically holding out the
little olive branch.
little olive branch.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong. I have major criticisms of Ancient Faith and how it's run, because there are overt feminists that they platform on there. Their CEO himself, John Maddox, follows
We're
all
naming
sorts of like
names.
very, yeah. I mean, I'm naming names. John Maddox.
Do it, dude.
He follows LGBTQ plus stuff. He is very ecumenist, and I think this is the reason why Ancient Faith has been improving over the last year or two, has mostly been because Metropolitan Saba has taken a much more hands-on approach in running it. That's my
That's
opinion.
awesome.
But anyways,
They do have some people, like obviously Father Stephen is like among the most based there are. It's like amongst the like liberal sensibilities that are there. It's good to like. It is heartwarming to know that, and assuring that he also is there too, right?
yes, correct.
$5 from Kaiser Collins. If he is unironically, this is referring to Incense Addict who called in earlier. If he is unironically saying the Catholic Church is making saints, I would go to the bishop dead ass. Yeah, I didn't want to say it, but that's like, I think he said that was like a visiting priest. I would at least like mention that to, the parish priest at least, right? $5 from FiLoWekEi. On the note of the West of jumping on Imperial Russia, David Lloyd George said that the fall of the Tsar was an accomplishment of the Great War. Really? It's all connected. I wouldn't be surprised. If that's the case, I could see it. John Mondragon, $5. Let's be honest, JP post cut. Just the tip. It's pretty much all of us blocked by now. He just doesn't have me blocked. I'm surprised. I think he did block like everybody who's not a YouTuber. Did he block you yet, Nikolai?
Who? JP?
Yeah.
Yeah, he blocked me. He blocked me. He blocked me after I basically told him. I told him off when he called into my stream for trying to do cancel culture on me. So I'm like, dude, are you a liberal?
Word.
So
thanks for the 1 month, Jacqueline. She says grok equals orthobro slang, or this is what grok says. Orthobro is slang for a young zealous convert to orthodoxy, online heavy, trad leaning, into icons, beards, fasting, polemical against other Christians. Sounds
So
like a good Orthodox Christian.
it's like basic orthodoxy 101. That's like 90% of our priests, by the way.
Yeah,
Most of our
that's
priests
a good
are not.
point.
Actually, that literally is word for word what a priest should be. Or not young, I guess, but
Yeah.
maybe not online heavy, but I do think priests should be more
Trad
online
leaning,
heavy.
into icons, beards, and fasting.
Polemical against other
contending for the
Christians.
faith. Yeah.
Yeah.
$20 from Alexander Kane for the Bubble Fund. All right, we made it through. Thank you guys for the super chats. I appreciate it. I'll give you guys a FiLoWekEi.
They also divided over what's called a FiLoWekEi, the issue of Jesus having, did he proceed from the Father?
Did he proceed from the
FiLoWekEi.
Father?
Don't get me wrong, I mispronounce things all the time, but that's pretty funny. FiLoWekEi.
Hey, Deacon Seraphim Rollin, what's up? How are you, Father Deacon? Cassian's new show on Ancient Faith should be great. Is Cassian's gonna be on Ancient Faith?
Yes.
Shout
Yeah,
out
you didn't see that?
Cassian. Dude, I was literally texting him today and he didn't tell me.
Shame on him.
Dude, that's
No,
awesome.
he's-
That's like
yeah.
that's one of the guys that I think like he deserves it. He's like so substance heavy in his content. He's great. And he was one of the first guys that reached out to me too when he saw that I was making videos.
He's trending in. I think again, like I said, I'm not super critical of Ancient Faith, but I do think they're trending in the right direction. So
I mean, they got Cassian, like Lord of Spirits is great. Like,
yeah.
So yeah, this is good. Good to see you, Father Deacon Seraphim and Father Timothy also. It's about apologetics. Cassian selling out to Ancient Faith. He is a man of integrity, dude. I've known him for like a year now. And we've talked a lot, and he's an honest guy for sure. But let's go back to Chase Haggard obliterating these guys
online and stuff. He's gone at it with them. Why don't you ask him what he thinks?
Yeah, JP was making the claims. Yeah. What does ortho bro mean to you?
Yeah, I don't. I mean, you want to answer that, Father? I thought they were going to come in here.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. That's what I'm asking John.
So this is what you came up here to ask Father John
That's
about.
one. Yeah, that's one question. I have a couple. But
All right,
yes,
so once he
John, what is
defines it, once he defines it, we'll go to your next one. Go ahead, Father John.
All right, so this is 4 times now. Chase Haggard asked for them to define it. He said, yes, what is an ortho bro? Yes, that's what I'm asking him. Yes, I want him to define it. And then he asked JP once. So we're like, what, 3 minutes in, he's asked 4 times, what is an ortho bro?
What do you define as an
Because
ortho
you
bro?
have two different moderators.
That is really hard.
Sorry, go ahead.
You have 2 different moderators. You have 2 people trying to get their 2 pieces in. Mahler and JP are trying to get it in.
Yeah.
And then they're just like, how do we organize this? It's very disorganized. It's very difficult.
Yeah. Samurai Phoenix says Ancient Faith. I don't think Ancient Faith is bad. I like Ancient Faith. There was just some beef, I think, with some people at Ancient Faith and Jay like a few years ago, like Nikolai said. But I think Father Tom Soroka has been a blessing, especially on the PSA stuff and you know, just apologetics in general. Like recently he did a podcast on the once saved, always saved stuff. He had me on very briefly for one of his segments. I like Father Tom Soroka a lot. So
he's great.
Yeah.
Hard to understand with Jay Dyer and the Ortho Bros is the it's not the title of Ortho Bros. That has nothing to do with it. It is the Jay Dyer's audience.
So he asks him, what is an ortho bro? And he starts talking about Jay Dyer. That's
what it comes down to.
Dyer derangement syndrome, like for real.
Well, the fact that they call us Dyerites, and here's the thing that every time someone says that, just say, can you define a Dyerite? They can't define it any better than they can define ortho bro. And you can say, what is a distinct theological position that Jay Dyer holds to and advocates for that the Orthodox Church rejects? Like, where is this unique theology Jay is advocating for? Please, I'm waiting. They can never do it, ever. So
that he has are a lot of them are people that come in from Alex Jones, and a lot of these guys that have started moving toward the Orthodox Church are people that are not interested in Christ per se. What they're interested in is a place to have a home for their prejudice, the things that they want in their life. And this is what I have a problem with. A lot of these guys that I see on X that are talking to other people. First of all, it's actually just so unchristian the way they speak.
Well, can you define ortho bro before you get into that? Can you
Okay, so this is
define it, please? I just
okay. So 6 times he's asked now. What is an ortho bro?
For people who like Alex Jones, I have a cradle Romanian priest who baptized me 7 years ago who likes Alex Jones.
So brother, ortho bro is up to interpretation. Now, can you?
But you're using
what? I forgot that JP actually said that. It's up to interpretation. So, hey, we're going to talk smack and like disparage the character of all these guys, but we don't even know who they are. It's up to interpretation.
It's just them.
Smear.
They want to attack orthodoxy as a whole without looking like they're attacking orthodoxy as a whole.
That's a good point. I agree.
It's that simple.
Yeah.
So the terms,
it's up to interpretation, brother.
So what does it mean?
I told you what it means to me.
No, John, what does it mean? I'm asking John what it means.
I told you what it means to him.
No, he didn't. He just started saying Alex Jones.
I'm telling you now. This is what I'm saying. Ortho bro is sort of like a. Well, first of all, it's a stolen name. This was used years and years and years ago.
But he won't say what it is or who are they. Like, it's crazy.
By Greek people in Greece that were a young couple, a husband and wife, that were angry with the church and also a lot of times with the Greek government. And Ortho Bro was the title of these guys that were very serious and were sort of scary people that actually defended the church and also would attack the church sometimes when bishops did the wrong thing. They would call them out in public.
Okay,
anyway,
so what does it mean when you use it now? What does it mean?
At least 8 times Chase has asked what an ortho bro is, and they still haven't said it.
Somehow
crazy,
it got moved to to being part of Jay Dyer's thing, which the name is fine. I don't have a problem with that. What the problem is what ortho bro represents. They represent a very extreme part of I don't know what you call it, like a cult-like atmosphere that is people who are anti-Semites. They're a lot of times they're misogynists, they're racist, and I hear it in their voices. I can see it in the things they print. You guys forget that while you're writing stuff down all the time, you're leaving a trail that lasts forever.
Okay, so the definition is anti-Semitic and racist. Is that what the definition is?
That's no. Okay, here's what I'm saying.
No. Then why is he talking about anti-Semitic and racist? The question is, what is an ortho bro? This guy is saying, well, there are so many anti-Semitic and racist people out there that watch Alex Jones and they watch Jay Dyer. Is that what an ortho bro is? Well, no. Then why are you saying these things? That's
I
not the
don't know. How
question.
can Jay be how can Jay be a racist when he's a BIPOC queen? I don't
That's
understand.
true. He's the E-diva.
Just like I don't understand. Like, and again, this goes nowhere. By the way, this video, because I've seen it. It goes nowhere. It just goes in a circle, and
Yeah.
Chase just dog walks them by just asking one question. It's
Yeah.
one question, and they can't answer it.
It's
the
pretty
most insane.
shocking.
It's like the what is a woman for liberals, but for Protestants.
Yeah. Is he an Orthodox priest? No, he's schismatic.
Yes.
He's schismatic. He's not an Orthodox priest.
I don't know any bishop that would approve a priest going there and just like randomly disparaging Orthodoxy in a general sense like that guy does and says, oh, there's this huge problem in Orthodoxy with all these racists.
Yeah. Okay, we're gonna take a few more callers, and then we're gonna go to that Ruslan video where he just lies for 33 minutes straight. Leon, what's up? After Leon, we're gonna go to Fool of the Cross.
Hey, how's it going, Alex?
I'm well. How are you?
I'm all right.
Remember, guys, this is not just to you, Leon. All the other callers, please keep it succinct. We are trying to, be expedient tonight. So, yeah, go ahead.
So I just had a question on.
Yeah.
I don't know if this is related to this topic. Is that okay if it's a little off topic?
Sure. What is it?
It's about Prosper of Aquitaine.
Okay.
I just wanted to ask, like, I know you and Father Stephen, he's talking about semi-Pelagianism, how it's not really a thing. You guys say it's like a man-made thing. So like, a lot of his work when it's is attributed against the semi-Pelagians, and it's even in those semi-Pelagian works where it says he's going against them, it's even attributing him like against Saint John Cassian.
He uses the term semi-Pelagian.
I don't specifically think he uses that term, but how it is.
You think the concept is in his stuff?
Yeah, how he attributes his opponent's position as.
Okay, I'm not familiar with Prosper of Aquitaine, so I'll have to look into that one.
Because he is an Orthodox saint.
Like I've heard of him before. I haven't read his stuff. So
because they were saying like he did a work against Saint John Cassian, so that's why I was like two saints going against each other on that. That's what I was confused about.
They can disagree, yes.
Well, okay, all right. That's all I had. Thank you.
Bet. Nikolai, thoughts on that one?
I mean, again, the reason Father Stephen says semi-Pelagianism is a man-bear pig is because nobody holds to that position. So it's kind of like ortho bro. It's a meaningless term that they use to slap around, just label your opponent. So that
I think they try to use that. They try to use that to label synergists, and it's like I literally just shared this. Like this, it's like 100 pages from Saint Augustine, late work. He sounds exactly like a synergist in this one. It's not one that's redacted.
Precisely.
So Fool of the Cross, what's up, man?
What's up, Alex?
How are you?
Good. How are you? So I had a question.
Sure.
What is the basis for like the head coverings in like the Orthodox Church, like specifically on the monasteries and stuff? Would that be 1 Corinthians?
That's a great question. You specifically in monasteries, you mean like monastics with head coverings?
Well, like I know for the woman, they have to be like their heads have to be covered in the monasteries. And the parishes, it got like kind of more lenient. But I know in the monasteries for sure, it's like more required.
I think it's so my reading of 1 Corinthians, was it 12?
I think it's 11.
Is the head coverings 12?
11.
11.
Yeah.
I think that the head covering itself is time bound, but the principle is not. So then it depends on like, well, who tells you whether you need to wear a head covering or not? That would be whoever your priest or spiritual father is. So
Okay.
like 99.99% of them will say that women ought to wear a head covering.
Yeah.
But there's there's a modesty and chastity principle in head coverings, which is timeless. Like that's men and women, the chastity principle. There's also the liturgical concept of like everything that is important and precious in the church has a form of covering. The altar has a covering. At the great entrance with the body and blood of Christ, they are covered. They have a veil, right? So we love our women. They too are veiled, right? It shows that like they are holy and chaste and that we love them.
Yeah. So based on that principle, it also says like for the men, it's a disgrace like to have their heads covered. How would that be explained? Because I know they have like the liturgical like vestments and all of that
That's
that
a good
do include that.
question. So there's a famous statue of Caesar as pontific. What's the term? The Latin term as high priest is the English translation. Pontifex Rex, Pontifex Maximus, or something. Caesar as high priest. In that statue, you'll see that he has a shawl over his head, right? And it's almost in the same way that like a Middle Eastern woman would wear a shawl over her head. So the idea is that in that time in Corinth and in like the general Greco-Roman speaking world, men high priests would wear a form of head covering like a woman would like in the Middle East. What Paul is doing there in 1 Corinthians 11 is he's differentiating pagan and Christian worship. So pagan worship has like a high priest with a shawl in the same way that a woman would, and they have these temple prostitutes, you know, that were there for specific rituals. He's differentiating Christian worship in that he's saying like men do not cover your heads like the pagans do, right? So the Corinthians are used to this pagan way of worship of you know, these very overtly sexual parties that they have. You know, I'm kind of holding back in the language here, but it's just differentiating Christian worship, because you see even in the Old Testament that the high priest had a hat on his head, like a turban of sorts. So it's not like it's a time-bound dispensational rule. It's the principle that is timeless.
And principally, you got to remember also there you'll still get your head. Like if you wear a hat into a church, they're going to tell you to remove it, right? Like they're going to tell you to get it off. But that's because the principle is extrapolated out. Like for example, men wear hats for status, right? So my priest explained this: men wear hats for status, and so when we're entering into the church and we're wearing a hat, it's meant to like explain or exposit something about ourselves, and we're not going to church to do that. We're supposed to lower ourselves. In the same way, women's hair is beautiful and God-given and glorious, and so by covering, that's showing humility, right? So for men, removing our status symbol is humility. For women, covering their status symbol, which is, you know, their beautiful locks of flowing hair, something that me and Alex wouldn't know about, right?
Well, that's even like girls when they try to flirt with a guy, they twirl their hair, right? They're like showing them their hair.
Exactly.
Yeah, that clears it up a lot, because I mean there can't be like sort of this like this continuation of the Old Testament and the New Testament. Like, okay, so all of a sudden Jesus comes and now head coverings are bad for like anyone in the building or whatever. Like, I guess that wouldn't really make sense, you know?
Yeah, well, St. Paul also says that it's a shame for a man to have long hair, yet in like literally every single icon of Christ and John the Forerunner and Elijah, all of them have long hair. Like, how are we gonna, is that one also timeless? Right?
Yeah,
like,
what's the context of that one?
Well, in Corinth and the Greco-Roman world, it was usually male prostitutes that would have that kind of like long hair, right? So who is Paul writing the letter to?
The pagans.
Corinth and the Greco-Roman world. In Judea, it's a totally different social context, right? So like, where is Corinth? Do you know? Like, it's in Greece.
Yeah, Greece.
Greece is a long way away from Israel or like Galilee or Judea. Like in Judea, it's a totally different context. You have people that have taken Nazarene vows to never cut their hair, right? They also in Judea do not have the problem of overt sexuality in like temple worship, at least not at the time that St. Paul was writing the letter to the Corinthians, right? So it's just a time-bound like cultural thing. St. Paul is trying to separate Christian worship from pagan worship, to say everything that you've done before in worshiping demons, forget that, because you're a Christian now.
Okay.
Also, the IFBs take that to an extreme now because then they'll accuse Orthodox priests of they have long hair. They're like the pagans.
Yeah,
We
I've heard
shave
that.
our head, you know. So
hmm
Yeah.
And also, one more question, really quick. In like First Kings 15, I believe it's like that prophet lied to like the other prophet, the man of God, and then God didn't allow him to be buried with his fathers. What is like the significance of that?
Who are you talking about? Micaiah?
I'm not sure the names, but it's like that one prophet was told, do not eat or drink or sleep with another person or like with anyone like on the way, and then the prophet lied to him.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. I
But
forgot who has a good breakdown. I think it's Father Stephen at one point talks
probably.
about that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh,
But is there
I
like any significance to like him not being allowed to be buried with his fathers than just like, I guess, tradition?
well, it's the disobedience to
Yeah.
God, right? So he took the word of, he had a direct command from God and he listened to some other prophet, right? So
Mhm.
it was because of the disobedience. That
But
said,
like,
it is kind of a strange story in the Old Testament.
yeah, but like specifically about the part where it's like he was forbidden from being like buried with his fathers. Like, what's the significance of being buried or not buried with them?
I think just like
Tradition,
well,
or
it's
like
probably,
family.
I would say it's having to do with the resurrection, right? So like you don't
Yeah.
really see this recorded in the Torah and like I think maybe in the prophets and like maybe in the historical books you start getting hints at it, but I think it's all just like looking towards the resurrection, right? So
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. But all right, Alex, thank you so much.
yeah,
Have a good night.
thanks, I appreciate it. Good questions. Father Deacon Seraphim says that Father Stephen talks about the head coverings. There is a pun having to do with male sexuality. You should listen to his Bible study on 1 Corinthians. I agree. Everybody should listen to his Bible study on 1 Corinthians. Yeah. Any thoughts on that one, Nikolai?
nope. It's pretty much I agree. You should.
Bet. Cool. We're gonna take one more because it's just John Kanye in the filth. What's up, John Kanye?
Yo,
How you doing, man?
are you going to be reacting to Ruslan's video from like a day ago?
Was it a day
This
ago?
one.
Because he just uploaded another video.
Did he actually?
With
Let me see.
David Wood.
Oh yeah, that's the one I thought you were going to be reacting to. That one.
So I
was
think you
real
should.
bad.
I mean, I don't want to ruin your plans, but that might be a better, more recent and maybe
Oh,
lively
yes.
reaction.
Oh yes, yes, I agree. All right, we're gonna do that one. Thank you for bringing
Yeah,
that.
that's my request or
I didn't
suggest
realize.
that.
Yeah. Also, I see your super chat here. You said, please use their proper name, Protestants. I've been seeing you on X. I think that's so funny, dude. We have got to start saying that, at least for like the anti-Islamianity crowd. That's so freaking
Yeah,
funny, dude.
I seen it in I think it was Jay's chat. I'm like, I'm stealing that. So every time I reference him, I use that.
Yeah.
All right, have a good night.
All right.
I'll be watching.
Thank you, man, and thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. As we'll go through some super chats here, and then we'll react to that video. So that's the $2 from In the Filth. Also, guys, don't go around calling like your neighbor down the street who has no idea and like doesn't know anything about apologetics. Don't call them a Proteman. This is like a polemic term. Like, use it with some discernment, you know. $5 Giovanni Garcia. Hey yo, it's that guy JP uncircumcised. It's kind of puts him in an awkward situation when he's gonna have like Ruslan and these like rabbis on, and then he's like only half signing on to what they're talking about, right? Or does he full sign on? I don't know.
Well, I mean, when you take a speaker gig, you kind of are de facto, unless you come out later and say, well, I was only there to speak to them about Jesus and I wasn't necessarily agreeing with them, blah, 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 blah. Evangelizing
That's
them.
evangelizing.
Yeah, but taking a speaking gig, and that's kind of an endorsement, right? Like
I agree, man.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how you get around that. So
$10 from Ascension by Dissension. The criticism about Orthobros has some merit. It is someone who doesn't have enough lived experience in the church or read enough to realize how little they actually understand. So I don't see though how that would be any different than like a cage stage Calvinist, who is like the archetypal cage stage person, right? So like somebody that's very eager to like. You have to also keep in mind that for a lot of young men, that's kind of how they come to truth. Is like, okay, let's spar in some verbal combat and see if my ideas can withstand some scrutiny, right? That's not always mean spirited or bad.
No.
It can actually be good intentioned and useful.
Well, it's actually in the nature of young boys to kind of establish a hierarchy on some level, right? By wrestling. So if you have two young boys or and they meet, a lot of times they'll end up kind of wrestling, chasing each other, being very physical because they're doing that. And so I think that goes even into the verbal sphere and intellectual sphere for men as they get older and mature. So yeah, I agree.
$5 from Kaiser Collins. Thank God I keep saying they have dire derangement syndrome. Is he in the room with us right now? They have dire derangement syndrome, dude. They are obsessed. It's like, it's pretty shocking how obsessed they are. $5 from Giovanni Garcia. Alex, you look very intellectual with that pipe. Thank you. Oh no, I have to re-bubblify the, yeah. Thank you. That's why I have it, so that I look, so it adds to my bona fides, right? It's like the blazer and the bubble pipe. All I need are my I misplaced my glasses, dude, but my Harry Potter glasses. Incense addict. Oh, okay, you're gonna test my Dionysios. My Greek is like really bad, guys. Tom Pakes. That's, you're gonna laugh at me. That was horrible. I know. Mea culpa. All right. I'm not a theologian. I'm a lawyer. Off topic, but this account is a Greek priest who shreds on electric guitar. My Calvinist brother-in-law shared him with me. LOL. All right. Well, you see it now, chat. Greek priest who shreds on the electric guitar. Check him out. Why would Greeks use an English phrase? It's a good question. I don't know.
It wouldn't.
I don't think they would. $5 from Giovanni. I know an ortho bro. When I see one, man, it's just a vibe. It's just a vibe, fam. It's just a vibe. Alice. Who's Alice? Would you ever hop on a stream to do a lawyer's reaction on police body cam footage? Some funny ones. Would you guys be interested in that? I'd do that if you guys are interested. And then I'd be like, now, according to the canons, he has to go like do this penance or something. Right? Then $5 from It's Aaron Adams. If we were in a gym, Eastern Orthodox conventional deadlifts, Protamans, sumo deadlifts. Oh, sumo deadlifts are a dead giveaway. One is true and based. The other one is fake and effeminate. Death skulls to ecumenism. Yeah, I'm not a fan of ecumenism. In fact, I think it's a heresy. Had Father Peter on to talk about it a few streams ago. If you guys are interested in that, it's ended up being like a 6-hour stream, but the first 2.5 hours are it's me asking Father Peter about his doctoral dissertation, which is on Vatican II. But is Father Ron here?
Yes.
Love you, Father Ron. We have Leb in X. Thanks for watching on X, man. Appreciate it. Got some activity there in the chat. Are they talking about me? Father Ron shreds on the bass. Absolutely. Leningrad for $5 says that Ortho Bro is just an Orthodox guy whose arguments I can't refute. That might be how they are using the term.
I also think, I mean, honestly, I just think a lot of these people, I just say this, that these guys wouldn't even, if you took all these same people that are complaining about Ortho Bros and the fact that we're always trying to debate and we're always trying to do these things, if you transplanted them even 100 years ago into the Protestant world of that time, they would be complaining about how all these preachers and pastors are just these horrible ecumenists and these horrible people, and they're so insufferable, and they're the Theo Bros. They just use a different term. They call them Theo Bros.
Nikolai, we have to stop calling them Protestant. This is something I've been thinking about recently. We have to stop calling them Protestants because, like, Redeemed Zoomer would not own these people. He would say, yeah, we don't think they're Protestants. They're like Neo-Protestant, like whatever, Anabaptist descended, like kind of Neo-Protestant Baptist-y thing. Like and Protestant doesn't actually, like, we say Protestant church, that doesn't really specify what anybody believes.
Yeah, I mean,
It's an umbrella term.
But
We
like,
should
what do we
I think we
use
should
then,
be
right?
I think we should be more specific and press them and be like, what church are you from? Like where? Which one? Tell me which one. And they're gonna be like Christ Church. I'm gonna be like, no, that's me. I'm in Christ Church. Which church are you from? Right. And just keep on pressing them until they're like, well, it's non-denom. And it's like, okay, you made up your own church, right? Or okay, I'm at a Baptist church. Okay, so you made up your own church in 1689 or whatever.
Let's be clear, guys. 90% of non-denominational churches are just Baptists who don't want to hold to every single thing the Baptists hold to, or they're a Reformed church that don't want to be a 5-point or 7-point Calvinist, so they'll just be like, well, I want to pick and choose. So that's what a non-denom is. It's just coping, and they don't want to be held or bound to like certain like presuppositions about what a church should be. So that's what they do.
I agree. Is Father Stephen here? Who wants me to roast Nikolai?
Oh,
no.
He might roast me.
I have been the
probably deserve
victim
it.
of like a 1% power roast of Father Stephen. And that
I
was
probably deserve it.
I'm still recovering to this day.
I probably deserve it. I'm not gonna lie. I probably did something wrong, and I deserve it. And I'll humbly accept any roasting that Father Stephen Dion wants to.
Well,
give me.
let's do some penance by reacting to this thing. Finally, this David Wood calls in to address the drama. Let's see what crazy things they have to say. I suspect it's going to be something pretty crazy.
But it's insane to me that these guys are telling me that since I'm not, or so you're saying, missable. These guys' atmosphere of ignorance.
No spoilers. We're going right into the Ruslan. I need 7 figures.
Ruslan. All right, David Wood is here with us. I wanted to have this conversation with you because there was a conversation you had where you were particularly asked about PSA, about 5 solas, and your position was, hey, I am open to different views on this, and I go off of probabilities. You want to kind of recap that, and then I want to go over something, because I think this is a teachable moment in terms of folks just don't understand how we come to certain conclusions, why we don't hold to hardcore dogmas on everything under the sun, and also when you're actually doing apologetics or building something, or building an online YouTube channel, whatever, you're not in the weeds on every single doctrine under the sun because you're actually doing the thing. So you want to recap kind of where we are, and then we'll jump into a few slides that I actually think will be really helpful for people if they want to understand how we arrive at some of these things.
Yeah, so as I think I said there, I became a Christian in a jail cell in 1996, I believe. Hey, that'd be 30. That makes it 30 years. Anyway, yeah, became a Christian in a jail cell in 1996, and just had a Bible and some Bible studies. And I've been talking to a Christian, and I was only even studying any of it because he annoyed me and I wanted to refute him. So I started studying it for that reason, and ended up concluding that Jesus rose from the dead. Probably because I understood there were things that I didn't know, but it really looked like, all right, this looks like, if anything looks like a miracle that I can investigate, this does. And I couldn't think of a serious alternative to it. And it was basically at the end, it was like, okay, what have I got to lose here if I pray? It looks like, it's starting to look like that God exists and that he did something here, and therefore that this guy is special. This guy has God's stamp of approval on him, and I should probably listen to him. So, okay, that's the way things are going. I could turn out to be wrong. Nothing happens if I pray. And so I'll go ahead and try. And so I prayed, and then like entire life changed really, really quickly. And so I've been convinced that the gospel is true. And then, so Andrew calls into a live stream where we were talking about,
I do not doubt that David Wood had like a genuine experience. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt on that. But the thing is, like with St. Cornelius, and this is like an analogy that I bring up frequently, is that, okay, so he prayed, an angel appeared to him. He wasn't even in the church yet. But when that happens, you have to go seek out like Christ's church, right? There is a church still out there. And the gates of Hades will not prevail against it. And all the prophecies, as you guys saw, like in my debate with Aaron Gallagher, there are all these prophecies about the church and how it will not fail. It will last forever, that Christ will set up an everlasting kingdom and the government will be established upon his shoulders. Right. Nikolai, I think you just came back. I don't know if you were able to hear that, but basically David Wood gave his testimony about how like he started reading the Bible in a prison cell, and that's kind of how he came to Jesus.
Yeah, and no one. By the way, I don't know any Orthodox person that would say, "Oh, you didn't experience something," right? We wouldn't say that the Holy Spirit doesn't operate in somebody's life, even if they are divorced necessarily from the church established by Christ. But uh, like, I don't understand what that testimony has to do with the truth or falsity of your theology, right? Like, what does that have to do with your theology, other than to say that I had an experience with Jesus, I really love him? It's like, okay, but anybody can say that. What do you mean about Jesus matters? Like, who Jesus is matters. And I think that's the problem. By the way, I was just looking. Father Stephen is roasting me for looking 21.
Guys, Father Stephen says, we should all congratulate Nikolai. He spent a decade battling Will Wheaton's disease and now almost looks 21.
I've looked the same age for a very long time. Though I will say it's because of my camera quality, but if you guys look closely, I am getting crow's feet. So
That's cap. Did you stop aging when you moved to Korea? Is that
no,
suddenly like something in the Asian water just like kicked in and you stopped aging?
no. See, actually, what's funny is my dad. Other than the fact that he's completely white hair, and I'm graying too really badly. Actually, you just can't see it on camera. My dad went completely white by the time he was 40. And so
I'm
he's
like,
still,
I'm
like,
on track for
facially,
that, man.
yeah,
Like,
my dad's facially, like, he was getting, like, when he was in his early 50s, he was still getting said, "Oh, are you like 30? Are you like," you know what I mean? So my dad aged gracefully as well, and same with my grandfather. My grandfather on my dad's side as well. My grandfather's almost 80, and people be like, "Oh, are you 60?" So we've always aged very well in my family. I think it's to do with the fact that none of us smoke, none of us do, like, none of us have ever done any hard drugs. We don't drink a lot. You know what I
stay
mean?
away from the bubble pipes, guys. It'll age you up, you know.
It'll age you, yeah. So
Deacon
that's
Seraphim says,
my theory.
yeah. Deacon Seraphim says, my Baptists did not consider themselves Protestant. Yeah. I think we
No,
need
they
to
don't.
stop calling, like, stop using, we kind of do them a favor by using this broad brush term and saying like the Protestant church. Like, I think we do need to be like, what do you mean? That if somebody says, well, I'm Protestant, that really, what does that communicate to you about their beliefs? Like, not much. There's still like a pretty wide range of things they could believe. They could be Anglican, they could be Baptist, they could be IFB, they could be Presbyterian. Like, those groups believe very different things.
Yes. Well, I did a tier list video of my Protestant denominations. I got roasted a little bit for putting Pentecostals above Presbyterians, but it's
They know how
about
to keep it
vibes.
simple, man.
It's about vibes. I have family members that are like Pentecostal oriented, charismatic Pentecostal types.
Wait, did you hear it? Like, oneness Pentecostal music?
No, I've never.
Dude, it bobs. They have really good music, the oneness Pentecostals. Like,
You know,
it's pretty dangerous, dude, because like you're gonna hear a bopping song and you're gonna be like, oh, is this
just be
like
like
some
a heresy in it.
is this some Southern Baptist choir? And it's like, oh, it's actually a bunch of modalists. Like, what?
Well, my grandparents, so on my mom's side, my grandparents are heavy charismatic Pentecostal types, and they're the types that, like, they go on like like they're heavy Zionists, like a lot of Pentecostals are, you know, dispensationalists and stuff like that. So, but their love for scripture and their love for Jesus rubbed off on me. So I have a fondness for them. I won't say say they're correct, but I have a fondness for them. And you want to know what? Of all the people that didn't judge me the most about becoming Orthodox, my grandparents, they had small criticisms, but they were just like, as long as you love Jesus. So at the end of the day, I have to appreciate that my grandparents are at least consistent with themselves on that. And so they weren't too harsh on me compared to other people in my family who were like very, very much against me becoming Orthodox. Like, you're gonna be damned to hell, amen, kind of stuff. So
Word. Yeah, $5 from Let's Talk God. I take 1,000 Ortho bros over one heretic / heterodox. Better to be in the church than outside of it. Yeah, and I think like Father Jonathan said, it's important that they get integrated into the church and that they have, you know, a strong relationship from their spiritual father. We should pray for our priests too, because like, I mean, we can't have this entire burden fall on them, right? The idea is that we have like Eucharistic communities and that the community can, like, under the leadership and guidance of the bishop, of the priests, like kind of police itself in a way, right? But
yeah,
thank you for the donation, man. Yeah,
I do
go
want
ahead.
to say this also. a lot of the criticisms that we've been talking about today are the criticisms in my latest video. And you know Charles the Lesser? He's the guy. He's that like Reformed Lutheran guy that has the big beard, and he does a lot of like videos like
Okay.
contrasting the various
The
you
name
know,
is familiar, but
denominations.
I don't have a face matching the name in my mind.
He's got the big
Yeah.
beard, and he talks with like a super thick accent, so that kind of sounds European almost. But he messaged me, right? And he said, hey, because we got in a back and forth on the timeline, and he says, you know what, let's start over. Here are my issues with orthodoxy. And so all of 17 of my points in my latest video were me responding to his arguments. And almost all of his things were just kind of incredulity. And it's just like, well, I just personally find Reformed theology more better or more comforting. It's like, yeah, but that's not an argument for why it's true. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah.
like, you have to actually give me a reason for why orthodoxy is deficient. Saying you're not thoroughly convinced, and atheists can say, I'm not thoroughly convinced.
Right.
And we mock atheists all the time for just using that stupid argument. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
So
Dirt Poor Robbins. Yeah, Neil in the chat. Thank you, man. Guys, Neil and I are making a movie. So stay tuned.
you guys have and you have all the big hitters today in your chat, man.
Oh, you know why? Jay's not streaming.
You know, I have to find times when Jay is not streaming, because whenever I stream, whenever he's not streaming, I'm hitting like 100, 200 people coming into my chat and chilling, and it's a lot of fun. But whenever
Yeah.
Jay's streaming, it drops to like 30, and I'm like, oh man.
Yeah.
It's like I know, I get it.
$2 from Orthodox Tony. Protestantism is artificial flavored Christianity. Yeah. And some people like grew up in it and they don't know about Orthodox. Like they don't know any better, right? So they don't even know that there's like this deeper sacramental, like ancient Christianity, right? So I think we have to be patient with them. But like a lot of these Protestant apologists online, like they do know better. And a lot of them are just like being dishonest or speaking out of both sides of their mouths. So I don't really have a lot of patience with them, to be honest. But Jake Smith, $5 says, in response to the prots on X, when I was baptized into a Methodist church in my early 20s, I had to pay $250 to get water dripped on my head and a candle. Good, my head was in the gutter. Dripped on my head and a candle. Yes, thank you for Jake Smith. That's the thing. That whole thing is such a nothing burger, right? Like, okay, my parish also has like a list of prices on the door. You know who asked me to whether I paid or not at my baptism? Nobody cared. Like, if you want to have a donation, great, go to the cashier's office, fine. If you don't, nobody will bat an eye. Literally no one will bat an eye.
And you notice a lot of them were just like, oh, these are baptisms for non-members. So what you're saying is that somebody who wants to have a big fancy baptism at a really big cathedral with all their friends and family invited on an off Sunday can pay money to book a time for that use of that facility, right? And the use of the time of that priest, non-member. I guarantee you, if a member of that church who is in good standing went through the catechumenate and went to the priest and said, I can't afford to donate, am I still going to be getting baptized? The priest will say, yeah, of course. Why? It's like, of course.
Father Stephen says, at least we give you 3 immersions for your money. That's true.
So
you get your best bang for your buck.
Exactly. By the way, did you see the IFB band pastor guy? Did you see?
The thing about lining up
No.
homosexuals.
He said no. He put up a chart. You didn't see this on X. He put up a chart about the early church and Baptists check all of the early church like practices and scriptural practices, and then it shows Orthodoxy, and we only get 3.
Well,
right?
Samuel Farag will be thrilled to.
Yeah, and you know what's funny is that one of the things that they said that we don't do is that we actually dunk people in baptism, and I'm like,
yeah, that's ridiculous.
We literally dunked them 3 times full immersion.
That is the MO. Like,
it's the exception to the rule any other way. So
yeah. Father Stephen says, I may have roasted Nikolai too hard. Nikolai has hid his face in shame.
Oh, that was earlier. You should have seen the second roast he did. He did at least 2 good roasts. That was pretty good. He said, I think something. Oh, there it is.
He's doing a Benjamin Button. He's going to delay baptism to his deathbed and still have an infant baptism.
It's pretty good.
Deacon Seraphim says, my Baptists, which were normative for Baptists prior to the 80s or 90s, did not consider non-Baptists to be Christians, or at least not part of the bride of Christ as they understood it.
Yes.
I should have Father Deacon Seraphim on to talk about Baptists.
And
'Cause,
statistics, because he likes that.
Well, I saw he did that Jonathan Pajot talk on like Kabbalah and the formation of the United States. That was very interesting. That was some good research. Mossad Agent, thank you for the 1 month. On Jim Bob stream, someone said Protestants should be called trans Christian. This all you have to do is believe and feel like a Christian to be one. Yeah, there's like no objective markers there. Just have to think the right things and like truly believe in your heart that you are one, and you are.
I every time someone says that, I say, okay, how do you make sense of the verse, the demons believe and tremble?
It's true.
They clearly believe in all the right axioms.
They
just
believe.
don't
They don't
apply
trust.
them. Yes. And
They don't
what
have
does
a special
trusting require?
belief.
I always say this, what is trusting required? Does trusting just be like
It is still
affirming
just
something?
it is still just an idea. It's just a feeling. Like
Yeah,
I
but
feel
also,
like I trust this person, right? It is still just like a state of mind at the end of the day.
my wife just got home. If I trust my wife, it comes out in action, right? I like just saying I trust my wife, but then my actions don't reflect that. I don't really trust my wife. Right?
Indeed, you disqualify your trust by your actions.
Yeah. So for example, if my wife leaves the house and she says, I'm gonna go hang out with the girls or something like that, and I go, I don't trust her. I'm gonna go like I trust you, babe, and then I go and follow her to make sure she's really hanging out with the girls.
That's a
Am I
good point.
really trusting her? You know?
It's Aaron Adams, $5 says new name suggestion for prots. Autodox. Greek word autos meaning self and doxa meaning opinion belief. Autodoxy, autodox. They are self-believing.
It's too wordy.
Self-opinion.
They're gonna get, because then you have to explain it every time you use it. What do you mean by that? And then you have to explain it. If you say like trans Christian works, because people will be like, what? Because it's intuitive to the nomenclature.
Yeah, I think there's something here in this one, but it needs a little more thinking. There's something there. You're onto something. Deck Pro 103, $5. I mentioned I was converting to people, and now I have a couple of friends and family inquiring. Thanks, mean ortho bros. Well, glory to God. I'm glad to hear that. That's awesome.
Amen.
Okay. David Wood gave his testimony. Now we'll see what else he has to say. I think he's talking about like Andrew came on his stream, and honestly, Andrew like slapped him around for like 4 hours, whatever it was.
Well, I liked it when Andrew called in and was trolling JP and all those guys, but just being like, I just want to ask questions. And they said, what do you believe, Andrew? He's like, I don't believe anything. And it's like, what do you mean? Because it's clearly he's mocking these people that never hold any.
They didn't even get it, dude. They didn't even get it.
Yeah. Andrew's like 3 tiers of irony above what they could think.
That's right.
Anyways,
about Eastern Orthodoxy a bit, and wanted to quiz me on my various positions. And my response was, I don't have firm positions on various issues. Like I'm firmly convinced that Jesus died on the cross for sins. When you say, oh, do you affirm penal substitutionary atonement? I said, I lean in that direction. But I also know historically there have been other positions. There's the Christus Victor position and the satisfaction view, and so but you have different models. So when I'm thinking, I'm like, okay, if I haven't like examined those other positions, then you got a couple possibilities. Like maybe one of, I mean, penal substitutionary atonement sounds like a bunch of Bible passages. That sounds like a bunch of Bible
sounds
passages.
like Book of Romans for sure.
Yeah, but
sounds like the Book of Romans for sure. Just gonna cite an entire book while squinting as hard as possible at the camera. Sounds like the entire Book of Romans for sure.
Well, it's all about the confidence. That's how you monetize things. If you're confident, people believe you, and if they believe you, they'll pay you money to monetize you and get you your 7 figures.
I don't know, Nikolai. How can you be a Christian apologist and not have an like atonement model or theory that you would argue for?
Well, one day, like, I'm sorry, you don't lean towards an atonement model. You either hold to it or you don't, especially in the West, because they're mutually exclusive. You can't lean PSA but still hold to some satisfaction. They're mutually exclusive because there's mutually exclusive assumptions and presuppositions that you have to make in order to even hold to those positions, right? It would be kind of like me saying, well, I hold to economic atonement like Craig Truglia expressed. Kind of. There's pick and choose it, but I really hold to satisfaction. No, they're mutually exclusive.
It's like there's this attitude that like Christianity is this ancient thing, and we have to like archaeologically reconstruct Christianity from this document, because otherwise we have like no idea what it means or what they're saying. And it's like, hey, we have been being Christian for 2,000 years. We kind of know, we know what these texts have been exegeted already. You don't have to start from scratch.
It's worse than that. Every generation of Protestants have had to re-reform the church in some way.
Yeah.
They're in a
they did.
constant state of reformation, because the faith that the Protestants hold, that most Protestants hold to today, and we know this because we just discussed it, is not the same as the ones even 100 years ago, not even 200 years ago. So, you know, it's massively inconsistent. Like, none of the Protestant reformers would have been as ecumenist as the Protestants today are, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's a constant reformation. So even saying that is just this amorphous blob of nothingness. It doesn't mean anything. So,
but you got other, you have other things like with the ransom view. It's like, okay, Jesus said he was, he's going to be a ransom. So maybe there's something to that would cause me to modify or think that that's a stronger position, or that.
Dang, it kind of sounds like it's the entire economy of the incarnation, Nikolai. Like, shocker. Like, hello. I don't know.
It always sounds to me like these guys get they get informed. It's like, did he take away anything from his conversation with Ben or Fearless Truth, or Nick from Fearless Truth? Did he take
Probably
away a
not.
single thing? Because for me, it's like, we explained they explained the problems, and also David had an opportunity to ask them, what's the problem with PSA? He didn't do that.
Yeah,
So, well, what's the Orthodox position?
I don't
Why
see the
didn't he do that?
problem. I don't see the problem with. You don't have to commit to a view wholesale. Just be like, I believe in penal substitutionary atonement. I'm going to try to defend that, but I'm open to being persuaded otherwise. Like, why can't he just say that? Like, that's a very respectable answer. That's like not just like a wet towel.
Yeah, actually, Volpez, he's called into my stream, I think the last 2 streams that I had. And both times when he's on, we've broken down a lot of these problems with kind of this Calvinist assumptions that these people make. And we talk about the issues of PSA and original sin, all these things. And I think it was quite good. So if anyone's interested in watching those, but Volpez does a really good job in breaking down the issue at its core. And he's everyone keeps on laughing because whenever he calls them, they think it's Need God. He's Australian, so everyone's like, "Oh, is it Need God?" But yeah, I don't know what to say. It's like, if David Wood is willing to sit on a panel with NeedGod.net, but then also sit on a panel with Scooping,
Pooping.
all you're doing is proving our point that you have no like grounding for any of your criticisms or any of your beliefs.
Yeah,
Like,
you gotta
those are
fight
two
for.
people
Like, what
that
is he
could not
fighting
agree.
for? Like, hey, you believe in PSA? I don't know. Do you believe in Christus Victor? I don't know. Do you believe in the whole economy? I don't know. Well, then what are you fighting for?
Just
I don't
people love
know.
Jesus.
Like,
Just
the
people
answer
love
is
Jesus.
I don't know. So
Just love Jesus. I don't know what you're talking about, Alex. You're ridiculous. How dare you? Just love Jesus.
Multiple, if they're not mutually exclusive, multiple positions can be true, or that beyond all of that, there's some like Uber view that takes all of them into account or something like that. So I'm just like, I'm not going to just say, yeah, that's my position and other things are wrong and so on. But I'm kind of like that with everything. There are certain issues where when I examine them, when I examine the evidence, if you're weighing the evidence for and against, like one side drops to the floor. Like, did Jesus die by crucifixion? Okay, one side just drops to the floor. Did Jesus rise from the dead? You can be a naturalist and just not accept miracles. As far as the actual evidence,
it just seems like he's been stuck on the basics for like 30 years. He's been arguing for like the evidence of the resurrection and the crucifixion for like this whole Christian life.
And if I'm being as charitable as I possibly can be with David, it's possible that he's been so hyper focused on one issue that he's only answered these questions because he's attacking Islam all the time.
Yeah.
And like we said at the beginning of the stream, and I don't know, not everyone was here for it, but like, Islam is not that difficult to dunk on. It really isn't. And so he probably never had to think about these things. So if I'm being charitable about that But also, if you love Jesus as much as you claim, why wouldn't you want to learn about the theology of the church to the best of your ability at the very minimum? Like, why wouldn't you study these things? I don't get it. Like, if you love Jesus, you would study these things that every Christian in all of history, even Protestants, thought these issues were important to debate and discuss. So why aren't you?
Yeah, sounds like the church I grew up in, says Monovan. Christianity 101 every Sunday for an audience of people who had been Christians for decades. Yeah, just always the basics.
That's my
The
parents
lowest,
complained about that.
lowest common denominator type of message.
Yep.
Yeah.
When I was growing up, my parents complained about that all the time. They said, we're not being spiritually fed. Like, my parents would always tell me, it's like, we're going to a new church because this church is just, it's always basics every day. It's TED Talk. How does this verse apply to your life, rather than actually getting deeper in the actual meat of the theology? Now, for them, the deeper meat is Reformed distinctives and things like that, and Reformed theology. But it still points out that issue with most Protestant churches nowadays.
Father Deacon Seraphim says that Father Patrick Henry Reardon, in his book on the atonement, says you can't make apologetics the standard of theology because apologetics are always trying to answer the unregenerate mind. That's a good question. Think about the implications of that, right? If we're always trying to bring things down to like a logical lowest common denominator type of level, that's just going to water down all the theology. I love that. That's like, one of the most powerful things I think about Orthodoxy is that like the theology is done by those who are experiencing God, right? The monks in the monastery, Saint Demetrius Daniloi, the Experience of God, 6 volumes of dogmatics entitled The Experience of God. Right. So that's I think that's a great quote. Isn't that Planks and Pieces is parish priest? Father Patrick Henry Root. I think it is. Yeah.
One thing that I will say to add to that, Father Deacon Seraphim, I think that you're 100%. I think that's a really, really insightful thing. But one thing that I would even add on top of that is that I've had multiple clergy, including my own, say that you can't even do theology until your mind is regenerated, until you're illuminated by the Holy Spirit. Like, you have to. So technically, all the theologians outside of Orthodoxy, we couldn't even within the Orthodox paradigm. I'm not gonna be like super like pedantic and be like, oh, you can't call yourself theologian. But from our paradigm, there is no theologian outside of the Orthodox Church. None. At best, they're Christ philosophers.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Father Deacon Seraphim says, I'm not saying apologetics are bad or a waste of time, but it's offense at most. The faith itself is the garden. I agree. Yeah, that's how I took the initial comment.
Yeah,
I agree.
That's how I took it.
Like I am very well aware of like my lay apologist status. Like really, I'm like Jay, just trying to stir up interest in the Orthodox Church so that I can get people to the place where I say, come and see. And then I send them to church. And then that's where, really this is in the hands of the clergy, is like people's spiritual development. Like I have nothing to do with people's spiritual development. I'm just trying to show, like, at the very least, I think that is the role of a lay apologist too, right? That's like Saint Justin Martyr, I think, is the archetype of that. Like he wasn't clergy. He was a lay apologist, a philosopher, and it was really like answering objections and like kind of getting rid of whatever obstacles are between people and the church.
Yeah, and I think that's a good standard.
Yeah. $5 from Savant Primo Coterie. What frustrates me the most is, why does Orthodoxy always have to make a positive case, but they don't? I think that's why they get so frustrated when we say, okay, here's our view, but no, you have to answer for your view, right? Like, be like, why do you worship Mary? We don't worship Mary.
They guess. Like,
why don't you have a divine council theology, right? And they'd be like, what's that? You're like,
well,
really?
They do gaslight us so hard, because I can't tell you how many times I've seen you, Jay, David Erhan, etc., like every single apologist you can think of, clergy, etc. We make positive cases all the time, and then you have someone like Ruslan who will like tweets or comment.
You know what?
Like, they never make a positive.
They
case.
actually they get mad when we make a positive case. Like, remember my debate with Aaron, and it was like my when I was trying to get him to be like, okay, I showed you apostolic succession. Why do you think that you guys are the ancient church? Like, how on earth does that make sense? You guys think you're the successors of the apostles with children voting on things? Like, show me the New Testament church where you have children voting on like how the budget is allocated, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, but to be fair, I would say again, I once again want to praise the Aaron Gallagher
Oh,
because
he's
he's
a
actually
class act.
engaged.
Yeah, he's a class
He's
act. I love
actually
that guy.
engaged with us, and and you notice he's not going around joining all these groups of saying the Ortho Bros are insufferable. Why? Because when you treat us and our arguments with respect that is due, we're going to treat your arguments with the respect that it's due, and as a result, we can have a helpful and good exchange. What these
Yeah.
guys are doing, Ruslan, David Wood, and all these guys that are piling in, is they're chasing trends. And the trend is, let's be attacking the Ortho Bros because that brings clicks.
Yeah, they're
JP
the worst.
Uncut, JP Uncut, HHS, all those guys that are on in that little sphere over there, they've had a record viewership. Record.
That's a good
because they're
point.
being pumped up by each other.
Yeah. Danny Town, thanks for the 2 months. David Wood had 20 years of a head start, by the way. I know, right? It's pretty crazy. David Wood has spent so much time on being the antithesis to Islam that he has forgotten the need to have his own thesis. If Islam is wrong, then his version of Christianity must be right, no matter how reductionist it is. Yeah, I think that's the major weakness that like Jay has been pointing out, and he's spot on. And Cleve has been doing research on this too. And like, there's a bunch of things that are concerning to me about like David Wood and apostate prophet. In particular, their Zionist inclinations, right? Like that is very worrisome for me. Paul Harper, $50, dude. I had to pull out the soundboard. I've kind of been not using it as much as I should.
That's amazing.
Thank you. That's amazing. What about
Do you cry over Mother Mary on Friday nights?
do you guys?
Absolutely.
Thanks for all you do. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Avoid the positive case so they can say, I'm just a normal Protestant, which, as we covered, that doesn't actually tell you anything. It like doesn't really convey any information to you. Then they start to lay out arguments against specific beliefs. They can squirm away. Yeah, I think that's really important to like pin them and like get some commitments out of them, because it's not fair for us as Orthodox Christians to like subject ourselves to scrutiny and interrogation while they insulate themselves by not having any commitments. It's inconsistent on their part, and it's just not fair.
Yeah,
$10.
100%.
Yeah, maybe Mr. Woods needs to step back for a moment from what the crucifixion and resurrection mean and maybe focus on what they accomplished. Maybe. I would say that he just needs to get his doctrine of God sorted out and his ecclesiology. Because like that's in the Orthodox view, it's kind of like all things kind of flow from our doctrine of God, right? The essence energies distinction, the monarchical trinity, the incarnation, and then you like every other doctrine kind of flows from that. So okay, let's get I am running low on time here. Let's get back to this video.
If you're not like dogmatic about your naturalism, the evidence drops to the floor that Jesus is divine according to the scriptures. All right, if you examine it, or he's just a regular important guy. Okay, one side drops to the floor. So those positions like that, where the evidence massively favors one view over the alternative, and where I don't see an alternative that I can even take seriously, okay, that's my position. I'm taking that position. You have other issues where, if I haven't investigated, maybe one side does drop to the floor and there's such good evidence, but if I haven't investigated it, I'm not going to make a call until I've seen that case. And sometimes I'm just not that, I'm not more interested in that than I'm interested in other things, because I think
this is just like the typical critique that Jay has of Protestantism. That's this foundationalist view where it's like you just pile up evidences for one thing and you pile up evidences for another thing. So which one has more evidences? It's like, well, you can kind of construe the evidences whatever way. You need to look at whatever system you have and see how it fits into the system, right? This is something Father Stephen says frequently. Running low on time, so you want me to come on for 5 hours? I have like a midnight cutoff tonight. But Father Stephen, you're always welcome, of course, absolutely. But But like Father Stephen always says, like Calvinism is, as a system, like independently of the Bible, of tradition, is like very coherent as a system, right? So when you start looking at the Bible and tradition and like how to actually interpret these texts, that is like a very incoherent system.
Yeah, well, again, and there are all sorts of systems that can make logical sense, right? But that doesn't make them true. Like I could think of a word, like for example, someone could say, I could think of a world where God makes us all automatons, right? And yeah, that's a possible world that's logically consistent. It doesn't mean that it's true, right? I think that's where people get this is where Western forensic legal categories and their rationalism and scholasticism has really done so much harm on their ability to actually like do theology.
Yeah, absolutely.
There are things I'm trying to accomplish for the kingdom in my life. And so if I see a really smart person that I respect and is very knowledgeable about the Bible, and he's a diehard Calvinist, but I see this other guy that I also respect, and he's really smart and knows things way better than I do, and he's an Arminian, I'm always thinking, okay, what are the odds that I'm going to read a couple of books on this, study it, and I'm going to like come up with a decisive answer on this issue? Right. I'm thinking, probably not. I would probably examine it, and I'd probably still be in doubt as to what the correct position is.
So there's just like this constant state of doubt. They don't actually ever have any conclusions on anything.
Where's your assurance of salvation?
Yeah, Jim Bob says so arbitrary. Yes, exactly. That's what I'm trying to say with like much fewer words. It just ends up being arbitrary at the end of the day. Like, hey, well, this side has evidences, the other side has evidences. This is why that like system level thinking is so important. Like people don't get that. That's something that like stuck out to me right away in the way like Jay approaches apologetics. And then I read Father Deacon Ananias's paper on the Sophia paper on like epistemology and the church fathers. And I was like, this is how the church fathers actually looked at everything as well. Was this like very holistic, systemic approach, taking the entire worldview into account?
Yeah, I mean, you have to. I mean, again, the order of theology and how you address your theology, where your foundation point and where it starts, I think is really important. And I think if a lot of these Protestants, who I think are genuinely people that actually care,
yeah,
I think people that actually care are going to they're going to work out their theology the same way the church councils did and the church fathers did, which they started, with their doctrine of God, then Christology, then, and they went down, like those things were addressed over time. And made more clear and definitive. I shouldn't say they were like they came up out of nowhere, but the point is that these things get addressed over time. And I think if people just systematically went along that route, they would quickly realize that they need to find a church that is actually coherent and in continuity with those things.
So do I want to dedicate my time to that when other people are dedicating their time to that? No, I want to dedicate my time to things where I think, okay, this really needs to be covered, and not nearly enough people are covering this. So I want to go and do those kinds of things. But now we've got the doctrine place, and it's seriously amazing to me, because then he's going out, do you affirm the 5 solas? And I'm not affirming some list of things. I said, so
the doctrine police. This is like basic entry level, Nikolai. This is. We're not asking you to, go through Aristotle's categories and explain, the use of each term. Like, do you agree with Protestant doctrines?
It's
like that's kind of what the question is.
The 5 solas are not difficult. Like, do we really need to break down each sola and just ask if okay, do you believe in sola fide, faith alone? That's not difficult for someone to answer. I'm sorry.
And it's so general that like really any Protestant they would say, yeah, but like my version of it. It's like, okay.
Yeah. So at the very minimum, we can get a yes or no out of you, right?
Yes.
So say sola de gloria, right? Like, you just go through the 5 solas in your head.
Yeah, we don't have a problem with all of them, right? Like, yeah.
It's like go through them in your head and say, yeah, I can affirm the 5 solas. Okay, well, then we have an issue with these solas. So that's where we can maybe get some conversation going. But the thing is, he won't commit to anything.
Yeah.
How are you supposed to, like,
he's saying that we're using Dawa tactics, right? he doesn't want to commit to anything and have his worldview actually be questioned or examined or scrutinized in any way. Doesn't that sound a lot more cowardly, actually, than like putting your views out there to be like scrutinized and interrogated, subjecting them to criticism?
Yeah.
Sounds like he's using the Dawa tactics that he's been fighting against. Maybe by osmosis, he's consumed some of them and he's applying them himself.
You've become what you hate. You were the chosen one.
He's become what he hated.
You're supposed to destroy the Islamists, not to join them.
Not become them. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh gosh, I just gave away my nerdiness there for the whole chat.
Take something like Sola Scriptura. Well, I pretty much go by the Bible. I'm open if you could show me that there's some authority later on that the church is an authority or something like that. I'm totally open to it. But I'm just, as a default position, I'm going with the Bible. So I'm not dogmatically affirming the Bible alone is the only source of authority. Why? I'm not familiar with your arguments. I'm not.
Honestly, a good start. All right, maybe he'll become Orthodox. Who knows? He's open to hearing the arguments, Nikolai. He said.
But here's again, my frustration with David is he literally just had Ben Luigi, who's really great. He's a really solid, like, baseline guy, right? And he just had Nick from Fearless Truth on.
Also, pretty smart guy. Yeah, I like Nick. Yeah.
Yeah, and so how do you, like? I'm still learning about them. They gave you a pretty basic overview, like a pretty good foundational overview of Orthodoxy. How do you not have at least chewed on this a little bit and like thought about it and reanalyzed their answers, gone back over the video, especially for something as important as this? Why haven't you done that and then come to at least some conclusions, or maybe said, well, here's a few things that I had issues with what they were saying, and maybe we could have some substantive responses to you as a result? But instead, you go immediately onto Ruslan's channel, or you go immediately and invite Tony Acosta to come on your channel.
Like Acosta, like the Clinton assistant or whatever.
Yeah,
Nikolai, I have to stop you right there because I have the Orthodox Gandalf here in the queue. Father Dr. Stephen DeYoung, how are you, Father Stephen?
I am well. So, Nikolai,
glad to hear that.
Now that you're done playing Huey and the boys, what's your next project?
That's a good question. I heard they were doing a remake of Benjamin Button, so I might be doing that.
Okay.
Not sure.
Typecast. You're getting typecast.
I will be typecast. No, I you know, it's funny because you think that you'll be the first person to make those jokes. I've been hearing that since I was like after 21. It's been endless. They're like, like, I have a 10-year-old daughter.
And that was
people just look at me
35
like I'm
years ago
crazy.
that you were 21.
I have a 10-year-old daughter. People just look at me and go, when you had her at like 11? Like, that's what people like to ask me, and I'm like, I give up at this point. So I don't. It doesn't bother me at all. I've been roasted my entire life over it. So.
Well, I only roast people I love and Alex. So.
Oh, thank you. At least I know I'm in a higher tier of category than Alex then, right?
Checks out, yes.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Father Stephen, what's your take on this whole
Just
situation?
I have to answer something in the chat. Nikolai is 67 years young.
Yes, that's true.
Yes.
People don't know that. He's in his 60s.
I have been told that I am a boomer in mind. Because
That's
I don't
why
know
he
anything
moved-
about memes.
That's why he moved to Korea, because they respect the elderly there. And then it kind of backfired because they can't tell.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, actually, you know what's funny? I love saying this about Korea. One thing I absolutely love about Korea is that when you're born 1 year old. No joke. You're born 1 year old. They affirm the time that you're in the womb and they just round it up.
Yeah.
So it implicitly affirms that life in the womb starts at conception. I like that. That's one thing I love about Korean culture that we'll never not like about it. So, but
all right.
So
let's go back. Ruslan
So
is squinting so hard. Yes.
I didn't see the beginning part of the stream because I was liturgizing. Did you give props to Jordan Cooper?
I did, yes, for actually
good.
pointing out that
Good.
Shuping and Need God have no business being on the same panel together.
Yes. Good.
Makes no sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and also we've been critical of him.
Yes,
So
he is right on this. He is
yes,
correct.
he is
on this.
absolutely right on this. And this is
Yes.
specifically the point I've been critical of him of in the past. Was him going on panels and stuff and pretending like, oh, we all get along, and you know.
Yeah, with Ortland and Horton.
Yeah. So now it's good. Now he's doing the right thing, drawing lines, and that's
It's progress. He even said
good.
that I agree. We Lutherans agree with the Orthodox more than we agree with Ryan and
Yeah.
Shuping.
Yeah.
He's like, there's not Shuping, I should say, with Ryan and the Free Gracers. So it's like,
yeah.
I even mentioned that I commented under his tweet. I said, hey, yeah, that's what we're trying to tell you, dude. like at least be consistent with your position, you know?
Yeah. Last week I did a Palestinian wedding, and there were like 13 guys there who all looked like Ruslan. It was a whole.
They all had the broccoli hair.
The whole thing. Yeah, the hair.
Yeah, I think that's like the general Gen Z like uniform. It's like an archetype going around. They all have the same haircut, this like lined up beard.
Yeah.
Hey, that might be slightly offensive to our friend of the channel, Val Orthodox. So I mean, we got to be careful with that. We're treading on dangerous water there.
Okay, Val Orthodox has like the funniest Instagram reels I've like seen ever in my life.
They're hilarious.
Yes, I have given it props before, and I don't care who catches strays, man. I'm just.
It's true.
Okay, let's see what other drama David has to address here.
Familiar with the argument, so but it's insane to me that these guys are telling me that since I'm not Catholic or Orthodox and I'm Protestant by default, that I have to dogmatically affirm these things. And I'm just thinking like, wait, if I say I'm just going with the Bible, you say I have to go with the five solas? I have to dogmatically affirm them?
So he's a non-denom.
Yeah, why is Protestant the default?
Yeah,
it's a good question. I don't think it ought to be.
I don't know that Ruslan is Protestant. Actually,
I think Rhythm Church. Oh, I wouldn't say they're Protestant. Actually, this is
They're
kind of what
evangelical.
I was mentioning. Yeah, I was mentioning this earlier in the stream that like we should stop saying that they're Protestants because that doesn't really communicate any information and it gives them like too much leeway in terms of like what they believe. I think that in apologetics we really should push like, okay, what Protestant are you? Like that's just an umbrella term for people protesting Rome, because like a Presbyterian and an Anglican will have like very different beliefs than need God or any other like typical non-denom, right? Or like Lutherans, like I think you mentioned recently I think it was on maybe Cleve's stream, he said they do see themselves as the ancient Western Church.
Yes.
And like that's a position I can respect, right? But that's like that is totally different than a non-denom.
If you look at debates between real confessional Lutheran scholars and Roman Catholic scholars, their debates are a lot like debates you see between Orthodox and Roman Catholic scholars. Right? Like which one of us is the true inheritor of the tradition? Right? That's how they argue, which is very different than how an evangelical debates a Roman Catholic. Right.
Yeah.
Like night and day. Yeah. So there's a whole different self-understanding. I mean, if you're a Lutheran or a Presbyterian or an Anglican, and like, especially if you're confessionally so, then you are a Protestant, right? In fact, like the Amish have a better claim to being Protestants.
Yes,
as
that's a good point. Yes,
than Ruslan does,
and Mennonites as
or
well.
Need God, or any of these people, right? Like,
are the Amish related to the Anabaptists?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I thought.
The Amish, the Mennonites, the Hutterites are all, Anabaptist groups. The Quakers.
Yeah, I heard that there were some evangelistic efforts for certain Amish communities from the Orthodox Church recently, or from certain Orthodox parishes and things like that. I heard rumors about that, but I didn't know if there was any fruit yet.
So the evangelism is very different, because you can't, as an outsider, like come into their community and start
They're
preaching.
A little culty.
But the thing is, most of those groups, I was just having a discussion on Sunday with one of my fellow priests who's doing some of that. evangelism, as a matter of fact. But so they aren't like a Hutterite meeting, a Quaker meeting. It's not like a church service the way we think of it. I mean, like they sit together and take turns sharing, like what the divine light within them has revealed to them over that week, or like they'll have from week to week different people, different men, right, who are the heads of different families preach and stuff. So it's a lot more like the way they did synagogues, frankly, in the Second Temple period, right, where they didn't have like a rabbi who was
direct continuation.
You know, that's why St. Paul could just walk into a synagogue and preach, right, on a Sunday, right. But so their meetings are like that, and the emphasis is not on theology. The whole emphasis is on their shared way of life. So they have that in common with us in a certain sense, right? That likewise, Orthodox Christianity is really not about theology. It's really about a way of life, right? And the theology in the terms of like, dogmatic principles, right, is the fences and the guardrails and the prerequisites and the presuppositions of that way of life.
Yeah.
Just being articulated, right? But so the evangelism that goes on with them is much more about, right, you come to our community, come see liturgy, come eat with us, right? And then they invite us to come eat with them and to go into their community. And it's much more like that and not about like, well, here we're going to tell you the gospel and here's where your theological ideas are incorrect. And here's
That's
where...
probably why that makes sense. Probably why evangelists, when I was growing up, we never made any ground with the Amish ever. In Minnesota, where I grew up, I grew up in like between the edge of the city and the rural area of Minnesota. So I was like right on the edge, kind of semi-rural. And my town was very small, and I just remember we had Amish communities not far away from us, and we had evangelists that come from the cities, like their local Baptist church, IFB stuff, and they would go outside on the dirt path where they'd have their horses, they'd be preaching the gospel at them. It's like they were very weirded out. It was totally like culturally divorced from them, and they never made any headway ever.
Right.
With these people. So
yeah.
It also reminds me of like different evangelistic approaches to different communities. Like I was reading some of St. Daniel Sisayev's stuff on like evangelizing the Muslims, and he's like, you have to really emphasize the oneness of God, that God is one, and then God is his son. So like, he comes from God, and really emphasizing the oneness instead of the threeness of the Trinity. And it's just like approaching some like communities, like not necessarily on their own terms, but emphasizing something that they would understand or relate to. Like it seems to just be like a kind of a through line. Like you see that
foot in the door theology. Foot in the door.
Yeah.
Theology. Yeah.
It's like the same principle with the Amish. Polo says, so what do we call them? He's talking about the Protestants. I would just say push for specifics and ask for a church.
I would just call them evangelicals.
Call them all evangelicals.
They're American evangelicals. They're not Protestants.
It's a good point.
I think that's actually fair. I think that's fair because the only ones that you can say, okay, if someone's willing to say I'm a Lutheran, then it's like, okay, great, we have a starting point.
That's a Protestant. That's a Lutheran. Yeah.
If someone says I'm Reformed Calvinist, it's like, okay, that's a starting point. Anglican, etc. But like with your average churchgoer in America, I think I agree, they're evangelical of some flavor.
Yeah, right. And that's what Jordan Cooper was basically saying.
Yeah.
In not so many words, right? Is like, what are you talking about, right? Like, why are you with these weird evangelicals? Right? Like they're not historic Christians like Lutherans or Orthodox are. Like, why would you? I mean, we all know why, right? It's the same reason why they put out that picture with the people on it, and then all of a sudden a revised one comes out with Farag on the edge.
Yeah, they said we added one.
Like tacked in. Like he got all upset. He's like, wait, that's my grift. Why'd you leave me out? Like,
yeah, that's right.
Tony, can you imagine a more insufferably bad panel than just Tony Costa and Farag alone? Like just having those two in the same room in the same panel,
yes,
like is gonna be like content heaven, let alone you add need God. Dude, that panel might actually devolve. It might. It could completely devolve into just infighting.
From where I'm sitting, it's like, thanks for the reaction content. You know, thanks for all the new converts we're gonna get. You know,
well, and especially if somebody decides to start calling somebody else on their stuff.
Oh, that would get interesting.
Because like Farag is far from an expert, but he knows more than Shooping somehow.
Yes, yes, that's true.
And
like,
like
kind of shocking.
I think Costa actually knows more than Farag, maybe. So like, if they start actually saying like Shooping says something crazy, like we have 5 popes or something, and Costa's like, well, no, that's not how they understand. Right? Like, will they actually start arguing about what Orthodoxy teaches?
I think they're gonna have a host who's going to reel them in whenever that happens to keep it from devolving, because they don't want they want this to be explicitly an apologetic against Orthodoxy. Period. So I think that's what they're going to end up doing. That being said, I do think that this is kind of like I'm going to be honest. I think this is kind of the final death throw of their attempt to try and rally let's rally all the Protestants, quote unquote Protestants, together to try and get these guys right.
I disagree. I think it's now it's beginning.
Really?
I think now we've got like some of their attention, and it's not even the tippy top guys yet, right? Like we haven't had Michael Horton chime in on this, like really.
Yeah, but Mike Horton. I mean, I haven't talked to him in 25 years, but I knew Mike Horton. Yes. Mike Horton is not going to be on a panel with any of those people.
Yes. Yeah, I know. That's my point.
Okay.
Yeah, he's not.
Mike Horton is not going to be.
Yeah.
Because he would have to sit there. Like he has integrity.
Yes.
And he's studied Eastern Orthodoxy a little bit, some. And he knows enough that he would have to keep correcting Shooping these people.
Yeah.
Why would he sign up for that? Like, that's no fun. Right.
Well,
like
and he would be called out because what people would do is they would find clips of him calling out and actually correcting these things, and they'd just say, but why didn't you do that while you're on the panel? And then he has to answer to all that too.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. So that's not going to
optically bad. This is why Ortland would never ever in a million years join that panel.
No.
So I'm saying like the tippy top of what they have to offer is not on that panel.
Okay, fair enough. But what I'm saying is I'm talking more of the low tier apologetics. I'm not talking the upper tier. I think the upper tier are going to avoid it as like the plague until they really can't afford to anymore.
See,
I don't think
those guys, it's like I said on Cleve's channel last night, like I don't know what I'd have to do to tick Scott Clark off enough to get him to invest the time to do a good like in-depth critique of something in Orthodoxy. Like they don't really have time for that. I mean, like Horton, the reason Horton has done some stuff on Orthodoxy, like he actually did a 5 views book. He was representing the Reform view on Orthodoxy at one point. So he did some research then, but I mean, he's done stuff like Modern Reformation magazine that he used to publish. I assume it doesn't exist anymore because magazines, like what? But Modern Reformation magazine, they used to have a recurring segment called Exit Interviews, where they would do non-hostile interviews with people who were leaving Reformed churches to become Roman Catholic or Orthodox or whatever, and ask them why and stuff. Like there's not, I don't think there's an impetus with serious people like that to like try to attack, to try and do like anti-Orthodox polemics.
Yeah,
I think you would be able to find that today. I don't think that would exist today.
They know enough to know what they don't know. Yeah, they would realize like there's too much.
And they take that, like the reason they did those exit interviews was like Horton and staff people, a bunch of staff people on Modern Reformation and White Horse Inn related people, right? They would take that information and take it seriously, be like, okay, apparently we need to do a better job of catechizing our people about XYZ, right? That's how they were looking at it, right? Their thing wasn't like, oh, we need to go and do a public Zoom call and, rant about the Orthodox. right? It was like, oh, well, if people are leaving for Orthodoxy because they don't feel that their church is connected to the historic church, to a serious Reform person, they say, oh, we're not doing a good enough job of expressing the historical continuity that we see between our views and the church, right? Like they're serious people, right?
Yeah.
And that's why I said on Cleve's channel, if Scott Clark did do something like that, it would be something like he would write something really long and detailed and interesting, comparing and contrasting mystical union with Christ in the Reformed tradition and theosis in the Orthodox tradition.
Yeah.
Right? Like that would be the kind of thing they would put out. Not like 5 reasons you should not be Orthodox, right? Like,
yeah, that's a good point. That's right.
Yeah, you know,
They're more serious people.
Father Stephen, you have to feel a little bit bad because I always feel bad for Perry Robinson on Twitter because he will produce the most like in-depth analysis of the Protestant Reformation, break down the differences in the different views of atonement, and break down like where the Lutherans disagree with this, and then explain how the Orthodox view is actually correct. And he'll do these very exhaustive, long essays, and then give it to these guys, and they'll just be like,
the response is like, nuh-uh.
What icons, bro?
Yeah.
Nuh-uh.
Oh, no.
Like,
So, yeah. I've known Perry for years. I consider Perry a friend.
Yeah.
I hope he considers me a friend. Although with Perry, like the level of stoicism, if you've ever directly interacted with him,
I have.
I'm not totally sure, right? He impresses me as kind of one of those guys who, like, you know, I'd get a note from him from his deathbed, like, Father Stephen, you were always a great friend to me. And I'd be like, oh, good. I was hoping that. I was never sure. Right? But because I love the guy, but the dude is like Sisyphus with what you're describing, right?
Always pushing
like
the boulder uphill.
Like, and he is just accepted. I think that's part of the stoicism. Is I think Perry is just accepted. Like, I am not going to be appreciated. I am not going to be understood. But I must do this, right? I must explain this. I must set this forth, right? I must tell the truth. And so
I think he should write a book
explaining.
I think he needs to write a book. Like, that needs to be his magnum opus, is a book explaining to Protestants what Protestants actually believe, and then contrasting with Orthodoxy. That's what he needs to do.
Yes.
That needs to be his magnum opus before he proposes. Because I think that's what he does on X all day long. Like, if you read it, and he, by the way, he doesn't just do it with Protestants. He does it with like Eric Ybarra constantly, and he says, "I finally gave up." You know what's funny is that, as you said,
always
he is
teaching everyone their own positions.
It's funny because he actually does that. He constantly will just like grind with people, and he's slow to block. He'll grind and grind and grind with someone in the comment section. But with Ybarra, he finally just threw in the towel and said, "I give up." He says, I tried, I gave up. So he gave up with Ybarra. That just tells you how bad it is.
Yeah. That particular rock he let roll back down the hill. But.
Yeah, just want to acknowledge Warren, Idol Killer in the chat. The Huttites are the guys who hired Boba Fett, right?
Yes.
I think so, yes, from Jabba the Hutt. But let's get back to this video, guys. I do want to get through a little bit more of it. And
there is if we can't get too much more, if you can't do too much more, there is one clip you need to respond to that I linked in the private chat. That is a clip of this, and it's really, really good portion. So
this one?
This better be good now. This better be
I thought
you really
it was
talked
hilarious.
this up. You really talked it up?
I did. I'll take the beatings if it's not, okay?
All right.
Almost every single person I've ever met in person is amazing. It's the Orthobro communities, and now discovering, there's all kinds of issues within this. There's fragments, there's divisions, they're not in communion with the Russian Orthodox Church, and they are not allowing certain people to come in and do the sacraments if they're in a different, like, there's so many issues.
What is he even talking about?
Orthobros. He's saying Orthobros are not in communion with the Russians for some reason or something like that.
He also said at another point that
Russians, I guess.
He was trying to link Orthobros to the Russians at another point. So like,
what's funny is like 90% of, like, actually I would say this, 95 to 99% of the Orthodox that he engages with at any given time are not Russian Orthodox. I'm like literally the only one here who's under the Moscow Patriarchate directly. Like, I don't know anyone else who is directly under the Moscow Patriarchate.
Yeah, I know some Rokor folks, but they're not directly. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm just like, what is he even talking about? You know?
Yeah, like maybe he's
So,
talking about the tensions between Moscow and Constantinople, but
I
like
think so.
every Greek jurisdiction person can still go commune at like a Russian church. Like,
Yes.
Yeah. They don't understand taxes.
yeah,
Like order. Because
yeah,
they don't have any.
yeah.
Right?
That's
Evangelicals,
probably
they
the
all
reason,
practice
yeah.
open communion.
Yes.
Right? Like
Yeah.
there's that video of that kooky trans Jew synagogue, and Ruslan just comes in and preaches there.
Yeah.
Oh.
Right?
Yeah. That
So
would
there's-
never happen.
There's
Yeah.
no concept of order. There's no bishop. There's no oversight at all.
Yeah. Of who
This is
sent
mostly
you.
non-denom.
Yeah.
So there's not even a denominational board somewhere approving these things. Right? It's all self-appointed. It's all, and everybody goes where they want and does what they want. And they don't understand that from the very beginning of the actual church, right? Like in the New Testament, how much of St. John's epistles is about who you receive and who you don't receive into your community in terms of preachers and ministers and stuff. Right?
Yeah.
Like this is, and First, Second Peter, like this is, and then going into church history, then that takes the form of the canons we get at the councils.
Right.
Saying this is the territory of this bishop, and another bishop can't go into his church and start doing things.
Right.
Right. And he can't send his presbyters over here to cause trouble. And he can't, right? Like that everything is done in good order, the way St. Paul said it should be, because the Holy Spirit is a spirit of order.
Right.
Right. And they just have chaos and everybody riffing and doing whatever they want and preaching whatever they want. And there's no checks and no balances and no accountability to anyone except money.
It blew their minds.
Yeah.
The Father Peter Hearers situation, which thank glory to God was resolved, right? That blew their minds. They couldn't get, like, I can't tell you how many people would just be like, you guys have so many problems. Look at this. You have a rogue priest. It's like, no, that's not what's happening. Let me try and explain it to you. And then when you explain to them, they go, it's like a wire is not connected in their head. They're
Yeah.
like, what? Like, huh? They just can't, they don't understand it at all. So
Yes. And I was serious about the money being the only accountability. That's it. That's how you're held accountable. The money dries up. You do something too scandalous or too bad or too whatever, and the money dries up.
Yeah. Now you're out.
well, until you move to a new state and open a new church.
And if you're prosperous and your ministry is making money and growing and you're getting the money, then that's the imprimatur of God, as far as they're concerned. That means you're doing the Lord's work because the money's flowing in. Right?
Yeah.
So that is their version of accountability. You know, we're governed by bishops. They're governed by the almighty dollar.
I agree.
Issues within this entire world, and it was really brought on by the Orthobros, because this is my one final idea, and you could speak to this, Wood. I think
This is
so
his
much
first
of
and
this,
final idea.
Like the division was brought on by the Ortho Bros.
You heard it here. You heard it here first. We
When-
caused the schism between Constantinople and Moscow.
We're not
Jay
that
Dyer-
influential.
Jay Dyer delivered his writ of excommunication to the ecumenical patriarch.
Indeed.
And that
Yes.
set off this whole thing. That's why the
schism.
Russians invaded Ukraine.
So true.
Because
Jay Dyer said the writ of excommunication.
Jay Dyer gave them the okay by excommunicating.
Well,
Well,
Jay Dyer, he took the mask off of the CIA money flow, and that was what triggered it.
Like, I get that online we're pretty loud. We're not that influential. Like the bishops, if
Ruslan, Twitter isn't real.
Like the bishops be like, oh yes, there's some boys they're doing apologetics online. That's nice. It's good that they're talking about like biblical things. You know, like they have like real world things to worry about. Like
My bishop has to worry about figuring out the delicate balance between being able to go to North Korea and South Korea, which he can only do twice a year to North Korea, right? Like he's in a like an entirely different headspace than dealing with like a couple guys that are talking online about theology, you know. So
yeah,
Right. And so, but remember, what we're just saying about accountability. So the Ortho Bros have not actually disrupted his money machine. Right?
Yet.
But going after the Ortho Bros presents an opportunity for the money machine.
Ah, yes, that's true. revitalize the lagging views on, I've noticed on some of his videos.
Yeah. I mean, I think I suspect if we went to his channel right now, we would see a sharp increase since 3 or 4 weeks ago when this all kind of blew up.
Yeah,
he wouldn't be doing this otherwise.
Yeah, Zorch said that Jay should end the conflict in Ukraine. Yeah, Jay, what are you waiting for, man? What are you waiting for?
Why haven't you, Jay?
Why haven't you done that?
He is mean.
I guess so.
He's just letting all those people keep dying. And,
How dare he?
You know.
Well, actually, it's not completely Jay's fault. He has to conciliatorily unite all of the lay apologists on X. We have to come and form a synod.
That's what it is.
The synod of lay apologists.
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
We have to get the image of Jay Dyer and Ruckus exchanging the kiss of peace, and then we will once again be reunited, and world peace will break out.
Comes down to looking at the data, trying to be a reasonable, objective person, and people coming to conclusions on faith instead of trying to make this out to be a magic logic formula where it has to equal a specific number. And I think overplaying that logic card instead of saying, hey, you know,
there's too much logic, I guess. It's too much logic to say that, like, too much logic to say there was a church at Pentecost that was like fulfilled, like fully established.
You're just trying to do math, and I'm just over here like believing stuff, man.
It reminds me of Billy Graham. I mean, have you guys done a lot of jobs? I'm maybe Father Stephen, you're more familiar, but have you watched a lot of Billy Graham's old sermons? It's
just
like
here and there. I haven't gone out of my way to do it.
It's like Ruslan reminds me if you took Billy Graham and made him into a Gen Z guy. I don't know why.
I think that's giving him too much credit.
Yeah, I think
honest.
You're insulting Billy Graham a little more than, I mean,
but I never
the man's
found Billy
dead.
Graham.
Let the dead rest in peace. Don't.
Okay, fine. Okay, maybe I was a little bit too harsh, but
yeah. And I was thinking more Sideshow Bob, but you know, hey, if you want to Billy Graham, that's
Billy Graham is all about I feel the faith. You got to feel it. Come and do the altar call, right? Like that was his whole thing. These mass altar calls and like emotional speeches. Okay, I guess maybe Paul Washer is more close to Billy Graham.
Yeah. Let me be clear here, because I'm picking on people, and I don't mind picking on people, but I think Wood is much more of a serious person than Ruslan.
I agree.
Yes.
I haven't seen anything from Ruslan yet. If you have something you want to show me, great. Somebody can send me. I haven't seen anything with him being very serious about anything. Like theologically, or like really trying to address a problem, really trying to research and lay something out.
Yeah.
Like I haven't seen it.
He didn't even push back against the atheists that he invited to his Bless God summit and did an entire talk with.
Like he seems more like a host.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Like a show host, right? Like not like someone who has his own like serious ideas and position. Like when you're a show host, you deliberately don't have.
Yeah.
Today
like,
in evangelical news.
Because it's about the guests and it's about bringing people together and bringing stuff out of them, right? Like he's a host and he's probably getting that for being a Protestant pastor. Because as someone who's done both, because people have asked me how it's different being a priest and like celebrating the liturgy. And it's like, well, first of all, let me count the ways. But the other thing, one of the big things on the other side is that when you're a Protestant pastor, you're basically sort of an MC. Like not as opposed to a GJ, like MC at a
you're hosting
of a program,
the program,
like a variety show.
Yeah,
right. You go through the service and you okay, now we've got special ministry of music from
our sister church down the road.
Yeah. Now we're gonna sing hymn number 345. Turn to page 345. Bingo. Right. You're doing the right, but like you're doing the whole thing. You're kind of emceeing it, and then you give your monologue, right? And
Jim Bob says I've never seen Ruslan swing a hammer. I wonder if that's a reference to dark joke. Sorry. If you know, you know. I will leave it at that.
Yeah.
So One thing that I want to mention here too is I think something that we're not commenting on that I've noticed a trend of is fairly substantial major musicians in the that were previously like these bands and like singers that used to be in the evangelical Christian band space. I've seen a lot of them starting over the last 10 years quietly converting to Orthodoxy. You have like someone like Tommy Green, who used to be in that kind of space, charismatic space. You have Lacey Sturm from Flyleaf, who converted. You have Breaking Benjamin. It recently came out. The
Neil
lead
from
singer of
Dirt
Breaking
Poor
Benjamin.
Robbins.
Neil. Well, Neil, I think
And he's
probably
been
would
Orthodox
agree.
for a while now, but yeah.
But
Tom
yeah, but I
Hanks,
think
who was a roadie for Aerosmith for many years.
But I think you're seeing because Skillet even went to a Romanian cathedral recently and was asking questions there, and it was in the news and stuff like that. So I think a lot of these people that do take their faith seriously over time and notice the problems, the rot that exists in the underside of this this paint job that they put up, but really underneath the paint job is like 6 layers of paint that's starting to peel off, and it's only gonna last a couple of years. Because we see that with how many of these Christian bands apostatize, like just straight up the lead singer's like, I don't believe in Christianity anymore, I'm leaving the faith. Lots.
Well,
I
that's
remember
admitting
growing
it
up
because
and
they
hearing
got
about it.
caught sleeping with groupies.
Well, that's true too. But but the ones that actually take their faith seriously, I've noticed have moved more and more towards more traditional forms of Christianity, more
Yeah. Well,
liturgical.
evangelicalism isn't a religion, and it's not even religious anymore. It's a political movement in the United States.
It can't provide any spiritual depth. Yeah.
And I don't think so. I don't think David Wood, in his heart and his soul, I think he honestly loves Christ and wants to follow Christ and wants to bring Muslims to know Christ. Okay. But I think he doesn't realize how much his ministry has already been co-opted in a couple different ways.
Yeah.
Politically.
100%.
On the Zionism side and on the anti-Muslim side. And it's not co-opted in the sense that there are people giving him money from those interests, not because they care about spreading the gospel, even though that's what Wood cares about. But that's not what those donors care about. And on the flip side, a lot of the people supporting his ministry just in general are supporting it from that perspective, not from a perspective of the gospel. And that's that devaluation. And so I think once again, it's good that, it has to be the quote unquote ortho bros doing it good, but someone calling him to say, no, you need to firmly commit to the Christian religion, not just to being anti-Islam, right?
Yeah,
you're an adult man who's been in ministry for a long time. You need to start making even if he makes commitments that aren't Orthodox. Obviously, I think he should join the Orthodox Church and make those commitments.
Yeah.
But any commitment to any historic Christian anything would be better than none at all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially if you're trying to resist your ministry getting co-opted and turned into a political.
I said this in my stream the other day. I said this in my stream the other day, and I genuinely mean this from David. I agree with your assessment of David. I think he is genuine. My biggest problem is that when he complains about, why do you guys complain that I'm bringing people to Jesus? It's because it's like taking someone out of the fire and throwing them into the middle of the ocean without a life raft. They're going to drown.
Yeah.
Because they're, especially if they go to an evangelical church, it's going to be spiritual. It's a spiritual desert there. You're going to get Christianity 101 every day, every Sunday for the next 20 years, and you're not going to spiritually grow at all. And eventually something will happen in your life that you don't have the spiritual discipline for, or you don't have the framework to make sense of, and you're going to be disillusioned with the faith altogether, and you could apostatize. And that's even, in some ways, even worse than somebody who remains ignorant.
Yeah.
Of Christ.
Yeah.
In my opinion. So,
yeah, they're letting a sheep go and saying, go find a flock with a good shepherd.
Yes.
Watch out for wolves. And then waving,
Meanwhile, you see the red eyes glowing in the dark. Yeah, I mean that's exactly it, and I mean this genuinely. So I really hope that David, takes this seriously, because I do think he is serious about exploring, like learning about Orthodoxy, learning about these things. It's just there's a lot of people that are going to try and take advantage of his genuine pursuit of these things, right? So
Yes.
There are certain people that are drawn to this, and God bless them. Instead of constantly attacking.
Oh, dude. Wow. I accidentally closed it. Hold on, give me 1 second. The link is still here. I can't even get through 1 minute and 13 seconds.
2 minutes before midnight, he accidentally.
yeah. Yeah.
We're gonna make you break your one rule, Alex.
All right, hold on. I gotta share a screen all over again. I'm living life on the edge.
It's like that the bomb. It's ticking down to midnight, and if you don't do it, it's gonna blow up, and you'll have to end the stream without finishing it.
It's like
leaving everybody.
In the early days of the Xbox One, people would go on Call of Duty and put their screen name as Xbox off.
Oh yeah, so
when someone yelled it into the mic, Xbox off, the voice command would turn off their Xbox.
Yeah.
I remember that. That was a while ago.
Oh my God! Now I have the ring. What the heck?
Before you die, you see the ring.
Instead of saying, "Hey, there are certain people that are drawn to this, and God bless them." Instead of constantly attacking Protestants, now that same scrutiny is going to be applied to the Orthobros, and it's not going to go well when you actually get to the meat of all of the claims, the dogmas.
Interesting. We'll see if he can live up to that. I don't think he can.
Yeah, if you've been living your whole life on baby food, I'm not worried about you eating my steak.
They'll probably end up sitting on the toilet for quite a long time afterwards.
That's an awesome analogy. I guess, chat, are there any important parts in this video that you think? I think this mere Christianity looks interesting, because this is something I know Ruslan.
Oh, that's AI, by the way. 100% AI.
Yeah.
All of it has.
Are they really? Oh my gosh, dude! C.S. Lewis was just an Anglican dude, man.
Yeah.
His mere Christianity was in a polemic for British people who he presupposed were 90% Anglican.
Is Deacon Rollins still here? I mean, I'll still rag on C.S. Lewis in front of him, but like, I do not understand. Like, I don't have enough Anglophile in me, I guess. Like, my dad loved C.S. Lewis. I've never gotten it. I've never understood what the big deal is. He wrote some decent kids books, but like,
he's here.
Okay, well, deal with this. Okay, Roald Dahl was a better children's writer than C.S. Lewis. Okay, number one.
Oh my goodness.
To be fair,
as was Shel Silverstein. Well, there you go.
He says, yeah, mere Christianity
is
C.S. Lewis's weakest work in many respects.
Right. And it's just, I think this is, how everybody in America assumes that because a guy has a British accent, he's smart.
Well, to be fair, I'm
not being fair. I'm fighting back against it. This is what happened. Evangelicals saw that C.S. Lewis was British, and so they're just like, have this inferiority complex of like, oh, he must be really smart and better than us. There are American Protestant writers who are better and much deeper theologically than C.S. Lewis ever was.
I agree.
Okay.
What I will say is that I think where he shines, where Lewis shines, is not with mere Christianity. I agree with Seraphim Rollins on that, and I don't think it's even with Narnia, though I think Narnias are decent. Like, they're decent kids' book, right? But what I think where he shines is his book, like Four Loves, The Great Divorce, and the Screw Tape Letters, things like that, where he kind of does more introspective, like thinking about that stuff, not so much generic Christianity.
You realize the Four Loves thing is nonsense, right?
Which one?
Yeah, I know it is, but I think what he does is that he at least thinks harder about those things, right? Like, I think it is a work where he is thinking through those things. But I think The Great Divorce, is actually really good. I read that when I was younger, and it
I
really
love
had a
screw
lot of
tape
influence on
letters.
me.
I think that's a
Yeah.
great. That's
And
very
screw tape letters.
yeah.
But though that's
Very
where I would
smart
say
writing.
that you definitely, the more you read Lewis, the more you see the contradictions and the inconsistencies. And I think
Yeah.
early
I'm sure
Lewis
he was a
worse.
good person.
Yeah.
Shadowlands was a nice movie, right? Like, it's a nice story, right? Like, I don't like hate him, but like, super overrated. That's all I'm saying. Super overrated.
Yeah.
In the
Jim-
evangelical sphere, yes.
Yeah.
Jim Bob says this is why I'm practicing my British accent. It's so people think he has more bona fides.
But you got to be sure with the British accent, Jim Bob. You got to make sure you go for like BBC announcer, not Dick Van Dyke and Mary Poppins.
Gotta be the right one, right?
Because
Right
if you do Dick Van Dyke and Mary Poppins, no one will think you're smart.
Yeah. Okay, let's see what Wood has to and Ruslan have to say about mere Christianity, and then we'll do some super chats, and then we'll call it.
Lewis's concept of mere Christianity thus operates within this ancient patristic tradition of identifying and defending the irreducible core of.
Is that patristic?
Ancient patristic tradition. What?
Why does he care about that even, actually? Why is that a priority?
When did the church fathers say, let's just boil this down to the important stuff?
It's
never, not once ever did they say that.
And by the way, the stuff that's not important is stuff like baptism.
Yeah.
And the Eucharist.
Yes.
And the structure of the church.
From Ruslan's perspective, that's what he's talking about. Yeah.
Yes. What's important is Reformed soteriology that doesn't exist yet. As long as you have that, it doesn't matter what else you believe. Okay.
Yeah.
Sure.
No,
yeah.
Ruslan used, I know exactly what program he probably used for this too. He probably used either Claude or Manus, and he just asked it, produce something about C.S. Lewis Mere Christianity, because these icons are literally the same icons. If I asked it to produce a thing on Protestant Christianity, it would produce exactly that. 100%.
Final Witness says, I find it very humorous that their idea of an ancient church father is C.S. Lewis.
Yes. That's what I'm
ancient
saying.
Patristic witness, C.S. Lewis.
Like writers like Luther, Calvin, C.S. Lewis. Like even among Protestants, like one of these things is not like the other, right? Like
yeah. Lewis was not a theologian, and he even admitted that.
Yeah.
So
yeah, this would be like me talking about like William Faulkner, right? Ralph Waldo Emerson and Stephen King.
Or worse. I was gonna say it's like saying William Lane Craig, the legendary apologist, Christian apologist, just to drive Father Stephen up the wall.
Yeah,
he is Christian. He's a mere Christian. Because I guarantee you, these guys would. I guarantee you, Ruslan would defend William Lane Craig's Christianity. Guaranteed.
Yeah. Well, what do you have to boil it down to get William Lane Craig? His Christology is self-professedly heretical. His Trinitarian is heretical. His I guess he accepts penal substitutionary atonement. There you go. That's it. There you go.
He said
Christian.
one of the key terms out of 10, and that makes him a Christian.
Belief. And this is the thread that we're trying to connect people through. So when someone like IP says, hey, I'm not going to disclose my denomination publicly, even though privately we all know, right? Or someone like Avery, or they're saying, hey, I just want to focus on the essentials of the faith, and I'm actually doing stuff to evangelize the gospel, to practice apologetics.
Which page of the Bible do they list the essentials?
I was going to say the essentials of the faith. That's precisely what's in question.
And
they're just assuming it.
Yes.
Yeah, and they're just assuming it. So we have the essentials of the faith.
Luther and Calvin thought infant baptism was so essential that they would have killed these guys over not accepting it.
Indeed.
Literally.
That they did.
Yes. Okay. Now all of a sudden, oh, that's not important. Tony Costa doesn't have to baptize babies. And if you do baptize them, that's fine.
Yeah, they're not Protestants.
Because the essentials is on this slippery slope. Because we're all liberals here, right?
Saint Seraphim called it. I mean, he is so prophetic.
Each generation, more things get removed from the list of essentials until there's nothing left.
That's right.
It's ecumenism. It's just it's the religion of the future, just like Father Saint Seraphim Rose said.
That's right.
Need to have a disclosure on every single view I have under the sun.
And and there's a reason for doing that. So yeah, I just don't have firm positions on a lot of issues. I can lean in one direction or the other, and lean strongly in a direction of one position, but maybe just I haven't examined the alternative, so I'll retain an open mind. So there are people like that, and then there are people who do have firm positions, but they know there are people who would want to argue with them about that if they started saying everything, and they don't want to be distracted by arguing on things that aren't their focus. And so I don't want to put it out there, because then there's going to be a bunch of Christians who want to argue with me over that. And I don't want to be arguing with you over that. I want to be dealing with atheists or Muslims or something like that. I want to focus on that. And I don't want to be, distracted by these things. And yet, no matter what you do, you're just a grifter. And notice who's saying that. It's the people who think we need to be fighting over this stuff before we do anything else. We have to be fighting over all this stuff.
I mean, if you don't know what you're fighting for, how can you go out like trying to take down Islam?
Yeah. If a Muslim was actually smart enough, now you benefit from Muslims not knowing anything about Christianity. But if he actually ran into a Muslim smart enough to start challenging penal substitutionary atonement, what would he do?
Well, there's many theories that you can take if you like. There's ransom, satisfaction.
Have different views. That's going to be a satisfactory answer. How's that going to look at a debate?
Yeah.
You guys, what they're going to say is they're going to say, you guys don't have, like, this is completely incoherent. Which Christianity do you want me to join? A smart Muslim would do that. Yeah,
yes. So this is just, they've just been benefiting so long from Muslim ignorance of Christianity. Right, it would just take one smart Muslim, right, and it could just blow up any of these guys in one debate by asking pointed questions about points of disagreement.
It will happen eventually. I do think that's going to happen. There will be a Muslim that is smart enough to kind of my problem is that I think all the
there are Muslims that are smart enough to do that. That's the thing, is that like it's just a matter of time until they catch on.
Yeah, but I feel like a lot of the really smart Muslims end up converting anyways. Like because then they realize their own system's not that great either, right? Like, because if you're smart enough to rationalize how Christianity is weak, you would, if you're honest with yourself, you'd be analyzing your own religion as well. So, but I mean, anyways, that's neither here nor there.
Yeah. Well, I guess we're on the same side as the Muslims, right? That's what they say. We're basically just Dawa bros. Yes, that's what they say.
We want Wood to convert to Islam. That's what we want.
Yeah, it's like, no, come to Orthodox Christian. It is the most defensible position because it is true. Come to our side, please, David Wood.
Yes. No rest until Ruslan says the Shahada on screen.
I'm confused.
And have Father Stephen on, Dr. David Wood. Have Father Dr. Stephen on, please. Clear up some of these things.
I do want to say this. Weren't these guys all like being hypercritical of us, or weren't they like cheering us on when we were pointing out that the Roman Catholics thought that we worship the same God as Muslims? Wasn't David Wood saying like, "Oh yeah, the Orthodox are absolutely right on this," and like he was like actually praising us? Because I remember that was a whole thing.
Yeah.
When a couple months ago, but
yeah.
No one's asking for
before we go and do anything else. And it's like, where are you getting that from, man? Where are you getting that idea from?
Yeah, and I think that's the sad part, is it doesn't need to be infighting, in my opinion, right? Like a lot of this,
but they're not in, they're out. It's not infighting. And like, I think colloquially we can say that, of course, they're like Christians, but in the most proper sense of the term, they are not. Orthodox Christians are Christians. Right? I mean, they're not in, they are out.
Yes. Yeah. I don't claim to know what God's judgment of them is going to be on the day of judgment.
Right.
Yeah. Right. Like, I do not claim that at all.
Yeah.
Right. But are they on the right path right now? Only vaguely. Right. They're moving, if the correct direction to go is east, they're moving like northeast, and they're on the wrong street, right? To get to the destination we want to go to, right? It's sort of vaguely in that direction, but not.
Yeah.
My priest always said it this way. He says those who are heterodox are like, you know, the Orthodox Church is like, oh, they paved a road. They gave a cobblestone road. It's a nice walking path. It has beautiful lights. It even has like some mosquito traps to get those annoying pests out of your way while you're walking towards the mountain. You see this beautiful mountain that you're just trying to get to. There's a nice summer retreat there. And the Orthodox Church provides everything along the way, rest stops, medicine if you ever hurt yourself, water to drink while you're walking. It's like it's great, and there'll be challenges, but you know there's things that they provide to get you there, right? He says with the heterodox, he says it's like they're stumbling through the wilderness, through the trees just off the road, and they're fighting through the weeds and weed whacking. They're going the opposite direction sometimes. Sometimes they manage to go in the right direction. But they see through the trees. Occasionally they'll see this mountain that they're trying to get to, but there's no guarantee they'll find their way to that mountain because they refuse to get on the path. Someone sees them and says, "Hey, there's a path here. It takes you to the mountain." They go, "No, no, 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 no. I got to find the path myself." Right. And it's like me. It's all centered on the individual. So.
Well, and I don't think David Wood realizes that a lot of these people he's having on are way more exclusive than us. Because Tony Costa wouldn't agree with me. Tony Costa claims he knows
that
what the verdict for him is going to be on the day of judgment, and for me, and that mine's going to be negative because I don't believe in his version of the gospel.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Okay. Tony Costa believes I'm going to hell. He said so. He said so on David Wood's stream. He said, "I'm going to hell." Okay. I never said Tony Costa was going to hell. I don't believe he's going to hell. I said he's outside the church, meaning the Orthodox Church. But I never claimed to know God's verdict on his soul. He claims to know mine. And he said it. He said we were an apostate church. He said we were anathema, right? And he said that if you don't believe the gospel the way he framed it, you're not justified, meaning negative verdict, condemned to hell. Okay? That's exclusive, man.
Yeah.
Us saying, "Hey, you're not in the church and it would be better if you were, but we don't know what God's verdict on you is going to be." That's way less exclusive.
Yeah.
Than the guys David Wood is having on here. To tell the Orthodox they're all going to hell and don't have the gospel. Right?
Yeah. It's time to evangelize the evangelicals, guys. They need to hear the gospel.
Yeah.
It's just stuff that I personally don't give a lot of thought to because I'm actually out doing the thing. I'm actually out building the podcast, doing the live events, right?
Building a podcast and doing live events is doing the thing.
He's got to get those 7 figures.
Yes. Yes. Like everything he just said about doing the thing, Joe Rogan could say, Tim Dillon could say.
This is true.
Mark Maron could say. What does that have to do with the gospel?
He likes shoes.
Yeah. What does that have to do with the gospel? He's building a brand. Jesus is
I got the following. Yeah.
This is what I mean. Evangelicalism is a political movement.
Yeah.
It's a cultural and social movement in
it's
America.
A movement. Yeah.
It's not even a version of Christianity anymore.
Yeah. I attended a branded church, which are very popular here in Korea as well. But it was literally a branded church. It's called Harvest Bible Chapels. And I can't remember who started it now.
They have the same logo. Yeah, I remember that was
all the same logo.
A few years ago when they blew up.
Yeah, they imploded because something about a scandal or something
in
like
the leadership.
Do they have like weird flavors of Kit Kats in the lobby?
Because it's Korea.
Good question. No, but what's funny is that they have their own seminary, and so all these guys can say, I went to seminary, but really what they did is they attended an online course to become a pastor through Harvest Bible Chapel, not an actual seminary, right?
Yeah.
Not a rigorous one, not one that is actually rigorous. There are rigorous.
Well, no, it's a pyramid scheme. You train the salesmen who are going to work under you.
Precisely.
To train the salesmen who will work under them.
Yeah, Rich makes a good point here. He says that Benny Hinn actually has been on worldwide global crusades, and Ruslan needs to do better. This is correct.
Copeland's eating your lunch, Ruslan.
James McDonald. James McDonald started Harvest Bible Chapel.
Guy.
Yeah. In 1988, and since then they have over 100 churches. Or wait, no, I'm sorry.
Well, that's the first century church right there. You know, franchising opportunities.
Yes.
Oh, they had a split off. From a schism within their branded church. They have another person that started vertical church. There you go, guys. So
now you know.
Yeah. So yeah, it imploded in 2019. There was a bunch of
Yeah.
lawsuits and stuff like that. So yeah, you were right, Alex. But yeah.
Yeah.
I don't sit around and think, oh, I wonder what this specific theological view is on this thing, but
I never think about
okay,
theology.
cool. So now we're going to lay
hustle culture.
I don't really think about what the view is on this thing or that thing.
He just said he doesn't think about theology. He's too busy building his brand. That's what he just said out loud.
Yeah.
On the stream. He doesn't have time to sit around thinking about theology. Brand expansion.
Well, they're not confessing, they're bragging. That's what they're doing.
Yes.
That scene from The Great Short, or the Steve Carell characters. Like, it's just, I keep on seeing it more and more. I'm just thinking, like, if you're not sitting around thinking about theology, what business do you have challenging Jay Dyer 4 times to a debate on theology? Like, what is
coming on
this?
stream to talk about theology?
Yeah, just that. I agree.
What's his point?
Yeah.
David
Why
Wood,
are we talking about
David
theology?
Wood? Don't worry about theology. You don't have time to think about theology. Just keep building your brand.
Your podcast.
What is that, dude? Is this guy just a consultant? This is like George Clooney and Up in the Air. Like what?
He's got to get the 7 figures, Father Stephen. He likes shoes. He likes money.
I'm genuinely shocked he said that. Like talk about like mask. That's like straight up mask off. Like
Let's hear it again.
Hide it a bit.
Let's hear it again.
Doing the thing. I'm actually out building the podcast, doing the live events, right? Writing the books. I'm doing the thing. So I don't sit around and think, oh, I wonder what this specific theological view is on this thing. But now, okay, cool. So now we're going to lay out the.
Yeah, I'm not thinking about theology. I'm doing the podcast.
What the heck is in the books?
Well, godly ambition. Didn't you know? Didn't you know, Father Stephen?
Secrets for financial
prosperity. Prosperity, gospel.
I think Jay was right on the money. Like, the more I listen, I haven't listened to Ruslan much, but the more as I'm listening to and like reacting to stuff, it's just like a Gen Z version of like Kenneth Copeland.
Yeah,
really. Just like without the forced healing.
He doesn't have the weird, I don't think he's that heretical. He is the Gen Z Creflo Dollar.
Yeah, I think that's a better analogy. I agree. I agree. I take back the Kenneth Copeland analogy.
Yes.
I think yours is better, Father Stephen. Yeah.
I actually feel bad now that I compared Billy Graham to him now.
Yeah.
Now,
you know what we're saying? Speaking ill of the dead. I hope he haunts you.
Oh man.
Yeah.
The cases for this stuff and the cases against this stuff. And I think that's the miscalculation here is, oh gosh, so now we have to engage in this. And it's really from a defensive posture because I consistently have tried to interview Catholics and Orthodox in good.
Oh, real quick. Memento says he's a millennial, late Gen Xer. Yes, I meant for Gen Z. Not that he is Gen Z. I meant for Gen Z.
Yeah.
Yes.
Faith and say, hey, give me the positive case for your views. And I could see how one can come to those conclusions. I think they're permissible practices at times and maybe throughout church history. But there's a difference between permissible practices and this is a dogma. Shut up or you're cut off and anathematized.
Really? I mean, I don't know. Who is he to sit in judgment over these things? It's like, who is he to say, like,
decide what's
this is permissible, this is not? Like, it's just very weird.
He's the Pope.
That's
Oh yeah, they're all their own pope. This is well, if we say that, they say, well, there's no Protestant confession out there, Father Stephen, that says that we are each our own pope.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. Your brutally accurate characterization of us is not one we like to hear or would say about ourselves. So there.
Yeah, I never understood that like argument where it's like,
I think they're just playing dumb,
confession
honestly.
No, but I don't.
Do you think they actually don't know what an entail? I think maybe some of them don't
We
know
should
what
do
an
that with
entailment
them.
is.
We should do that with them. You guys
You're an
worship-
idolater. Yeah, you're an
Yeah,
idolater.
you guys
and a
worship
necromancer.
icons. No. Read the documents of the Seventh Ecumenical Council. It clearly says we venerate them. We don't worship them.
We don't say that.
That's what our confessional stands.
No Orthodox Christian has,
No Orthodox
has
Christian
said
we
that.
worship them.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I agree.
I doubt they find that argument acceptable when reversed on them.
Sometimes I like to take that angle. Like I remember on X, there's some guy that was like, at least we don't worship Mary. I was like, great, we don't either.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Well, I actually have started to be fair, I have started doing that because it's like, if you can't be bothered to even understand the difference between like Rome and us or anything else, I'll be just like, I'm not like, we don't. Okay, there you go. Like what more do you want to say? And then if they can say, well, what about all this? Then I can be like, oh, well, now I can explain. But I'm not gonna like engage with the like low tier stuff. So
yeah. My favorite example of one of those rebound arguments, though, was back in the day when I was still on social media. There was a Greek guy who was super incensed that the Holy Synod of Greece had forbidden Orthodox Christians to practice yoga.
oof, I remember that.
And so there was this whole thing about how horrible this was and how yoga has helped all these people. And I basically responded and said, that's cultural appropriation. You're a white colonizer for trying to take like the indigenous religious traditions of India for yourself just because you find them helpful and you pick and choose. And then, like, he didn't know what, like, it was a meltdown. It was like,
well, they can never explain to me. They can never explain to me why yoga is superior to just doing Pilates without all the spiritualism. Like, that's what I've always said. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, just go to a Pilates class.
Don't do yoga, do Pilates.
Yeah. But it's always fun. You're like, whenever you really want to get to somebody who's like a lib, you go further left, and then they don't know what to do. And the same thing the other way. If you've got like a boomer conservative, you just go further right, and then they don't know what to do.
Yeah, I mean, liberals. Yeah, we should just take everything away. Just take it all.
Yeah,
it all
go
to the
straight
government.
communist on them.
Yeah.
We just seize all of Nancy Pelosi's assets and distribute them to the poor. You know.
Indeed.
That's the clear distinction. Is from a Protestant view, I go, hey man, like if you like icons, bro, praise God. Like if those bring you in a sense of awe and you want to light candles to icons, I'm not mad at you for that. However, when you start saying unless you too venerate icons, you are now cut off, anathematized, which is not like, that's a very strong word. Then we get into, okay, so now you have to hold our view, or you're a grifter, or you're a fake Christian, you're a junior varsity Christian, or you're not Christian at all.
That's not why we're calling you a grifter, dude.
Yeah.
We're calling you a grifter because, according to you, you don't have time to think about theology because you're too busy building your brand.
That's his
That's
words.
why we call you a grifter.
They're his words. It's his own admission, right?
Yes.
We don't have to like draw some conclusion from this. Like, he told us, like, we're stupid to not see that he's a grifter, right? It's like it's dumb to not say it almost.
Yes. Like there's a pro wrestler I'm a fan of, right? Like, who went back to the big wrestling company after having been gone for a long time. And like the first night he was there, he looked into the camera and said, I'm not here to make friends, I'm here to make money. Okay? Like, once you've put that out there, right? That's it, right? Like, that's okay. We know where you're coming from, right? You can't go and call that guy a grifter. He's like, no, man, I'm here to make money. Like, that's
I'm not here to talk about theology. I'm here to put on my podcast, do live events. Like, he's confessing.
I'm not here for theology.
Then he gets mad when we say, Ruslan, you're not here to discuss theology. You're here for your podcast and live events. What? How dare you?
Yeah. And you mentioned a miscalculation. I think it's a serious miscalculation because, like, I mean, you know, my friend AP, he decides to go the Eastern Orthodox route. I never said one word to him to try to discourage him from going in that route. And even when I see icons, I'm like, okay, well, that looks kind of weird, but I don't know. Maybe.
I mean, Father Stephen, isn't everything that's different or new at least a little bit weird the first time you see it?
Yes.
Like,
yeah.
that has nothing to do with the truth or falsity or the
Yeah.
propriety of
Well,
a
this
certain
comes to
practice.
there's no actual argument. It's just heebie-jeebies.
Yeah.
Kissing things is weird.
That's really what the objection boils down to. Is like, I don't want to.
Yeah.
Right.
Seems
You're gonna
weird
say
to
that
me.
I'm
a germaphobe.
You're gonna say that I'm anathema for this? Like, well, it's not just that. There's a lot of theology that goes behind it. There's a bunch of reasons why this is a dogma, right?
But I had no idea that you're like doomed if you don't venerate these icons and have these saints.
You'll have
intercede for
misfortune
you.
in
So I had no
life.
idea.
You'll die alone.
Yeah, doomed. Like, I don't know. I don't even know how to, like, if you have a really good understanding of the Old Testament, it seems clear to me that, like, the conclusions you see in Saint Dionysius the Areopagite, that, like, the symbols are like a connection between the seen and the unseen. This doesn't seem like too far-fetched of a conclusion to draw just by, like, reading through the Psalms and just, like, kind of visualizing, understanding, like, what worship was like in the Old Testament. Like, that's where your content has helped me so much, Father Stephen. Just, like, being able to understand, like, exactly how did they worship, like, what was going on there. Like, all these images in the tabernacle are there for a reason. Like, they represent something. It's what Moses saw on the mountain. It's so that God has an abode among his people. Like, this theology of symbols just goes so deep, and it's right there in the text. You just need to, like, look at it, and maybe that's why you just need the Orthodox phronema, because without the guidance of the Holy Fathers, like, you're prone to miss these otherwise, like, in hindsight, blatantly obvious things.
Well, yeah, and they don't. I've yet to hear a Protestant or an evangelical right, say, okay, wait, they anathematize people for not being willing to kiss an icon. Why?
Yeah.
Why do they think that's so serious an issue? That seems like a small thing to me.
What are their reasons?
Yes, what is their reasoning behind that? They never even ask.
It's just one more. It's one more. Maybe order of magnitude. One more decimal point. Like one higher order question. That's it. It's like just a little bit more.
Yeah. Because then we could get into, well, this has to do with issues of Christology. This has to deal with, we could go through the whole thing and then say, so if you're not cool with kissing an icon because you think it's weird and gives you the heebie-jeebies, we're not talking to you. Right? If you say it's wrong to venerate an icon because God is not able to work through matter, you're a Gnostic, and now we have a problem.
Yeah.
Okay. So, but you have to at least be inquisitive. And I don't understand that lack of inquisitiveness. I don't understand hearing something that you don't understand and doesn't make sense to you, and so you just reject it.
They're not interested.
Rather than that inspiring me to, oh, hey, I kind of want to understand this.
Yeah.
I'm even doing this with random people. like last night, talking to Cleve about the other Paul.
Yeah.
Right? I could not figure out for the life of me. I'm like, the other Paul does not seem like a stupid person to me.
And you listen to the stream.
Yeah, this whole demons and icons thing doesn't make sense to me, and he doesn't seem dumb.
Yeah.
Right? So, like, why? How is... Right? And I listened to that stream, and I'm like, oh, okay. I mean, I still disagree with him, right? But I feel this is how he's thinking about it.
A reason, yes.
Yes, this is how he's thinking about it.
Yeah.
And from that perspective, what he said does make sense.
Yeah.
That he is indeed not dumb, right? From his perspective, right? He's coming from a very different perspective. And so we need to move the critique from the detail to the perspective level.
Yeah.
Right. Reframe the perspective level, right? Rather than continuing to argue about, the twig at the end of the branch, we got to argue about the branch, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, about that stuff. Now I do. And guess what? Lots of other Christians have no idea about, like, what these Eastern Orthodox views are on various things. And so I guess if you're Eastern Orthodox and you think there's a slam dunk case out there, then you would think that if I investigate this issue and I bring on critics and I bring up proponents of the position, maybe you think everyone's gonna, everyone's mind's gonna be blown away, and it might happen. It might happen. I'm gonna.
Father Stephen, whenever David talks about, hey, if there's a slam dunk case out there, my mind just keeps on going to your collab with Doc Branson. I just like, I can't wait to get my, my lawyer hands on that. Are there any updates on that or?
No, I haven't heard anything. I hope that comes out soon.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I am really happy. Yes. Have Orthodox people on your platform and let them present the case. Please.
Do you hear that, David Wood?
Please. It doesn't have to. I'm willing to do it, but it doesn't have to be me. Right? Like,
yeah, I know Father Peter Hears is going on. Well,
let them present these things, let them present these ideas. That's above and beyond what I wanted for you. The critique in my mind was that we just wanted David Wood to commit to a Christian perspective.
Yeah.
But if he wants to actually have Orthodox people on and let us share the Orthodox faith on his channel,
please.
Yes, wonderful. And you can have that whole crew from that Zoom call. You can have all of them on too, talking nonsense. I don't mind.
Father, by the way,
to both. People will
Father
be able to
Peter,
listen to both and tell the difference. Okay, so I have no concerns about that whatsoever.
Father Peter Hears would just. I mean, it's not. I don't think it's in his disposition to debate. I don't think Father Peter is really like a big into like informal debates or going back and forth with people necessarily, but he would. I firmly believe he would completely destroy those guys.
Well, it's just like a knowledge gap alone. Like there's just like at a certain point, they like a lot of these guys have like zero, like not a little bit, like no knowledge of church history. Like, I mean, maybe some like surface level stuff, like enough to be like, well, Constantine changed the church, this is when he took over.
Well, like,
am I not being charitable enough? Maybe.
Tony, well, no, it's different, right? I mean,
Yeah.
Shooping's, we've already covered. Shooping's dumb.
I
There
almost-
is no other
I almost-
explanation of the stuff he's saying. He is cognitively limited. Like,
I almost spit my water out all over.
I've said this before, right? Like reacting to his stuff. I've said this before publicly. He's not intellectually gifted. He's not able to understand these things. He's literally unable, right, to understand these things and these distinctions. Okay, it's not his fault. It's not his gift. Okay, like, I'm not just insulting him. I'm being on it, like, right? Like, I view this the same way as saying I can't sing. I'm virtually tone deaf. I can't carry a tune in a bucket. Okay, that's true about me. I'm not insulting myself. I'm telling the truth. Okay, Shooping does not have intellectual gifts. Okay, it's not malice. He's not deliberate. Because the other alternative, you could also view this as charity. Because the other alternative is he's just going out and blatantly lying,
and
not even telling believable lies.
Yeah.
Okay, so if it's not that, it's that he's cognitively limited and he really doesn't understand.
Yeah, well, I know,
Could it
like,
be both?
No, because to tell a lie, you have to understand the truth and say something else.
I know, like yourself, I think Father Stephen, I think you have spoken to him. I know Perry Robinson, like,
Perry
extensively.
Robinson, Father Joseph Lucas, a bunch of people.
Yeah.
Tried,
And
back when he was still a priest.
Yeah.
Right. So right. So like I'm accepting him out of that group. But like Tony Costa has the kind of understanding of church history that you get from going to a Reformed Baptist seminary, which is it's very much a talking heads view of history, church history, where you're just sort of hopping these individual figures. You just got to hop skip. You don't talk a lot about their context. A lot of times they'll put people into dialogue with each other who lived 1,000 years apart.
Yeah.
You know, it's a very talking heads view of history, and the talking heads are selected. It's sort of a good guy, bad guy thing based on how much they agreed with the version of Reformed Baptist that the
not on
seminary
purpose.
is
Yeah.
representing, right? So like St. Augustine is a very ambivalent figure for them because they like all of the quasi-Calvinist stuff. They don't like his ecclesiology, his sacramentology, his Platonism. They're deeply closeted Platonists. They hate Platonism, but they're very Platonist in their thinking.
So the dualism, yeah.
Yeah, and then you have other figures who are good guys and other figures who are bad guys. It's Tertullian, for some reason, including with Costa, is a good guy in this version.
Yeah, he is not.
But it's this good guy, bad guy thing, sort of weaving through history, not taking into account their context, not taking into account actual parallels, like Costa talking about how great Luther was, who would have had him killed, for his beliefs, right? Like, and so it's not, Tony Costa is not dumb, right? But that's the way history was taught to him,
right?
And that's the way he views it. He operates at it, and like the vast majority of people, even smart people, even people with PhDs, the vast majority of them never go to the meta level of thinking beyond the way it was taught to them.
Yeah.
And critically examining that.
Yeah. It's a shame, but it's true.
Well, the thing about Acosta, or I say Acosta,
did he
I'm not even would him and Ryan from Need God, would they even agree? I feel like Ryan wouldn't even agree with him. Like I feel like Ryan would be even.
Ryan's pretty
him.
extreme, honestly.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. When I said that he laid out that he thinks I'm going to hell, that was the one section of that stream that I actually respected. That was the one part of that stream where he just laid out his own view in some detail with Bible verses.
Yeah.
Right? I totally respect that and totally respect that honesty. Right? I respect that way more than anything Ruslan's doing with his hustle or whatever. Right? Like
I'm not thinking about theology. I got another soundboard, but
I'm an adult man. Okay. Yeah. The fact that another adult man thinks I'm wrong and going to hell doesn't hurt my feelings.
Yeah.
I mean, it helps that I'm Gen X and don't have them, but I'm not all hurt about it. If I was on Twitter and he blocked me, I wouldn't care. Right? I wouldn't cry. I wouldn't. Right? Like, it's who cares? Like, yes, that's your beliefs. And so, like, this is part of the thing with Protestants too. I went to Westminster Seminary. I'm used to sitting down with Presbyterian friends and stuff, and us both telling each other we're heretics and going to hell from our respective perspectives, and having a few beers and going home friends. Like, I don't understand this. Like, you said I'm anathema, but that's strong language because I won't kiss your icon. Like, you're an adult man.
Grow up.
Yes, you're an adult man. Muslims think you're going to hell. You think Muslims are going to hell. Okay? Like, I have all those conversations with my Orthodox Jewish friend.
Yeah.
Right? We're totally clear. He thinks I'm an idolater for believing in the Trinity. Okay? I have told him, I don't know how God's going to judge you on the day of judgment, but rejecting the Messiah isn't going to help. Okay? I have directly told him that multiple times.
Right.
I think you need to accept that Jesus is the Messiah. We can say that to each other and still be friends and still have a dialogue because we're adult men.
Now, you don't understand, like, in the culture you grew up in, Gen X, it's very much like that. And I think my father is the same age as you, Father Stephen. Very similar temperament. My dad will not get offended if somebody says any of those things about his Reformed beliefs. My dad grew up Reformed. My dad's not going to get offended. He'll debate it. He'll rationalize it. My dad is an extremely smart person.
Yeah.
He just thinks that the faith needs to be simple, and he says like you need to rationalize it through the scriptures. And I'm like, okay, Dad. And my dad doesn't condemn me to hell, though I think theologically, if he was consistent, which I've told him that he would have to, but he's not theologically consistent on that. But he's not going to do that. And in fact, I grew up getting ribbed by my dad and all of his Gen X friends at bowling because that's the only thing we could do in our town. So it's like, come with me, son, to go bowling. And I'll be like, okay, I'll go bowling with you. And then I just get ribbed by like 10 Gen X guys.
Yeah. And then I show up and roast you on stream. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. So when you roast me, it just brings back fond memories of my childhood.
Yeah, like that.
So-
Yeah, no, it is true. I mean, socially, like me and my friend would never publicly compliment each other. Like, what?
How dare you?
We're adult heterosexual men. Like, what? You know, you talk trash on each other, right? Like
That's how you show affection.
Yes.
It's like, yeah.
Like, unless somebody who's not your friend talks trash on you or your friend, and then there's a fight, right? Like,
yeah,
indeed. That's fist or thrown.
Yes, like so. Can we just toughen up a little here? Like, can we just? I think the first time I was on with you, Alex, somebody asked in a super chat, "How do you feel about?" And I said, "I don't have any feelings about it. I have thoughts and opinions. I don't feel any way about it." Right?
Yeah.
Like,
it's so ingrained in the culture too, where people won't say I think or I believe. It's always, well, what is your opinion on this issue? Well, I feel that. Why are we speaking this way? It's very weird. It betrays how people think.
Or don't.
They just feel. It's left-wing coded, as Flavius says. That's right. It's just a tiny bit left. I guess we can finish up this section, then we'll get to some super chats here.
To have people on and say, give me your best case for Eastern Orthodox Church being the best church. And, you know, it could happen. My mind could be blown. I go, whoa, I didn't even know that. Hey, sign me up. I'll join. That's possible. But like, if that doesn't happen, then what they ended up doing is they will popularize a bunch of criticisms and end up getting people like me to platform critics of the position. And unless you've got some really awesome case, now tons of other people are going to be like, whoa, I didn't know. They said, whoa, what? You're going to hell unless you kiss this icon? What? They said what? And so anyway, if you ask me right now, like if Andrew Wilson was on there or something like that, and he said, David, say that the Eastern Orthodox Church is a false church. Say if that's your position. I'd be like, no, I haven't heard your case yet. I'm gonna listen to your case first. But after I've listened to your case, if all I see are a bunch of problems and a weak case for why I should believe it in spite of the problems, all of a sudden now I might end up being hostile towards it and telling people not to that's just wrong. And
I don't know, Father Stephen. Is there like a church father? Let's say a Protestant has grown up Protestant their whole life. They've never heard about Orthodoxy, or an evangelical. They grew up evangelical their whole life, never heard about Orthodoxy, never kissed an icon. Well, I guess they're going to hell because they've never kissed an icon, right?
Oh yeah, yeah.
It's straight one-way ticket.
People on the Isle of Fiji, right? Like never kissed an icon, straight to hell.
Just one-way ticket. That's right.
Yeah, it's the same people. It's the same people that were going, like I feel like the people they're talking to and the people that they have in their head are actually like the Latinizers who actually hold that if these people weren't baptized, straight to hell. It's like that meme, done straight to hell.
Yeah,
you know.
Well, yeah, it's like we don't think anything's that mechanical.
Yeah,
but see, the higher tier guys wouldn't say that. You brought up Mike Gordon. Mike Gordon would not say that. Like, oh, that means you think that somebody on a desert island is going to go to hell. And he understands the idea of the ordinary means of grace, right? Like,
yeah,
this is basic theological stuff, even in Western theology.
Yeah.
Right. That if you're deep in Western theology, you understand. It's amazing to me. Like, that's why I glance at YouTube comment sections, but you're not going to catch the only YouTube comment I've replied to on my channel was somebody asking me what a good place to start with reading Batman comics was. Like, I have not responded to a single other one because you get this stuff like this clip that got posted from the stream last night today. You guys use private judgment too.
That is the worst one. That's
I hate that one.
We're not talking about thinking. We're talking about the doctrine of the right of private judgment.
But beyond that, they don't even understand Protestantism.
Yeah.
Okay. The reformers and their successors fought for the right to private judgment. They said we have to enshrine the right of private judgment. We need to limit the ability of ecclesiastical authorities to bind our consciences. right? This is a territory they felt they had to stake out, right? Now, the quote-unquote Protestants of today are like, private judgment is unavoidable. Everyone always does it. Like, what? How do you think Calvin would respond to that? Like, you probably have them burned at the stake, just like because
You're
you
right
wouldn't know
next
what
to
kind of heretic
Servetus.
they were, but like they got to go, right? Like, right? Like they don't understand their own, right? Like they should be defending the right of private judgment.
Yeah.
They should be
Not
saying,
short selling
yes,
it. Yes.
no one can bind my conscience because guess what? If I'm wrong, I'm the one who goes to hell. So you don't have the right to compel me to believe things against my conscience. That's what they should be saying.
Yeah.
Right?
Exactly. Yeah.
But
So,
they're just trying to overcome our argument.
Yeah, I agree. It's
They
like
don't
very
have any
reactionary.
positive understanding of their own beliefs and traditions.
Yeah, they're not arguing for it. Like I'm just thinking like the way I would try to present it would be like very different than the way that they're really defensive in the way that they're presenting it. It's like, yes, we have a right of private judgment. How do you do anything without a right of private judgment? Right? That would be like the strongest way to present that kind of principle, but they're not. You're right. They're like almost embarrassed about it.
Yeah, yeah. And it's purely you said this about Protestantism. I'm going to say you're wrong. That's a straw man. End of post.
So we're gonna get to
what's a straw man? What argument is a straw man? What?
It's a straw man. That's it. Well, which part? It just is. Like this is another thing. Thank you for reminding me of this, Father Stephen. People, an objection. The whole purpose of an objection is to cure the question, right? So if you say this is falsely premised, well, what is the false premise? Well, then you have to say what it is, and you say, "Oh, thank you. Let me fix the question and ask it properly now." Or this is a straw man. Where? Okay, show me where. Well, this line here is wrong. Okay, great. Now I can cure the question. I can ask it properly this time.
Yes.
Like this saying something is a straw man or objecting on some basis is not enough. You have to actually give that basis. You have to specify what it is.
So a straw man is a type of argument.
Yeah.
So if I say every Protestant is their own pope, that literally cannot be a straw man.
Yeah.
It literally cannot be. I made no argument.
Yeah.
Okay. Straw man is when I make an argument for your position and I deliberately make it weak.
Yeah.
Yes.
So number one, I have to make an argument. Number two, it has to be a weak argument. And number three, it has to be a weak argument for your position. If it is not all three of those things, it is not a straw man, no matter what I say. Okay? Maybe what I said was a misrepresentation. That's not a straw man. That's a misrepresentation.
Yeah, that's just a misrepresentation.
Maybe it was a lie. Maybe it was an argument that you never used. That's not a straw man either. Unless it's a deliberately weak argument.
Yeah.
Right. And that's why steel manning a position is the opposite. Steel manning a position is when I take your position and I make the best argument for it that I can think of.
And then you proceed to try
and then
dismantle
I respond to that. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. That said, I do want to move on to super chats, but I do have one of my friends, a good friend in the queue here. Metaphysics Mike is in the queue. What's going on, Mike? How you doing, man?
Hey, I'm doing well. Thanks for taking my call, Alex. Nice to see you.
Yeah, likewise. How have you
You're
been?
getting him in trouble with his wife.
Good. Yeah.
I'm already in trouble. So
is it the long streams late into the night?
Yeah, it was like the 3.5 hour mark or something, but we're in it now. So
right. Well, hey, I just wanted to come on and ask you guys your thoughts. So Orthodoxy rejects penal substitutionary atonement, right?
Yes.
I would love it if you guys told me more about why.
You mean, so when you say something like penal substitutionary atonement, I mean, I'll let Father Stephen take the lead. He did go to like the top Calvinist seminary. So, but like when you say penal substitutionary atonement, I'm already thinking like the proper noun, like penal substitutionary atonement. That's referring to a specific doctrine. This is like a Reformation doctrine, came out of like the Reformed tradition. Right, so this has like a specific meaning and a specific theological system already. Like it's downstream of a certain doctrine of God. It's downstream of a certain understanding of the Old Testament, like Calvin's seemingly arbitrary trifurcation of the law into like civil, ceremonial, and ritual. Right, so like it's like all of those things are kind of like built into the doctrine of penal substitutionary atonement. So since we reject all of those things in Calvinism, like there's no way that we can accept their atonement model either. But
and just one point to add is that like Perry Robinson talks about this. He says, you know, PSA, it built in the cake, just like what Alex was saying, it's built in the cake that you requires limited atonement, it requires sola fide, and it requires forensic justification. We reject those things. So Father Stephen can expound on it more than I can. So.
Well, yeah. And I will say also, too, you might want to watch, if you're interested in this. I think I saw you doing a stream about this the other day. So I get the impression you're interested in this topic in general. Tomorrow night, I think it is, on Cleve's channel, Cleve to Antiquities channel, he's having my friend Father Joseph Lucas on to talk about PSA of the Church Fathers.
Okay.
Cool. And he wrote his dissertation on atonement in St. Cyril of Alexandria. So like he's an expert on that.
Cool.
Right. I wrote my dissertation on atonement in the New Testament. So
wow. Sweet.
So, yeah.
So I mean, I reject it as well. And so I was just doing some reading on it, and I just wanted to learn more and figure I was watching Alex's stream. I thought, well, he's taking questions. Why not ask you guys yourself?
So the issue, so in terms of PSA and sort of, if you want the negative case, right? So the Orthodox Church kind of predates penal substitutionary atonement proper. It does lay at the end of a line of development. You have in the West, especially with Anselm and then running through Thomas Aquinas, the growth of satisfaction models of the atonement. And that kind of leads up to, right, that's sort of if you're following the tree, right, of ideas in history, right, that's sort of part of the prerequisite. So we sort of predate it. So there's a positive case to be made on how we do view atonement, which probably wouldn't work for you because it's based on our understanding of the incarnation, which I have the impression you very much do not share. But so in terms of the negative case, we have a couple problems with it. So it assumes a bunch of things. One of the really problematic ones biblically is that it assumes that keeping Torah, right? If you could keep Torah perfectly, you would earn salvation. But that the violation of any part of the Torah, in addition to the penalties actually described in the Torah, right? So, for example, if you steal, you have to pay back 5 times what you stole.
Yeah.
But in addition to that penalty, you're also liable to eternal torment. Right? Even though Torah, of course, never says that, right? The Torah seems to say if you steal something and you pay it back and you offer a sacrifice, resolved, right?
Right.
Right. And even if it's the death penalty, once you've lost your life on this earth, resolved, right? It doesn't say anything about what's going to happen to you afterwards in the Torah, right? As a result of having broken that, right? And it also assumes that not just the other means of dealing with sin in terms of like making restitution or whatever, don't actually fully forgive it in terms of the eternal consequences, but that the sacrificial system did not actually give you any forgiveness.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And all that's not actually in the text. Right. That's assumed. And it gets problematized by there are people who the text says kept the whole Torah.
Yeah.
Right. And so we wouldn't say as Orthodox Christians that they thereby earned their salvation, right, by doing it. Okay. So and the reason all that's required is part and parcel of the view of penal substitutionary atonement is this idea of double imputation. Right. So Christ, by his perfect obedience to Torah, earns salvation. His righteousness is imputed to us. Our sin and liability to punishment is imputed to him.
Yeah. Double imputation.
Right.
Yeah.
So so that becomes problematic when you understand that about the Torah. Right. And then the second problem, and this is the real breaker for us, right, is that then you have to say that penalty, which is eternal damnation, spiritual death, right, all the different terms the Bible uses to describe it, that happened to Christ.
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
And it really, for Calvin, comes out of his denial of the harrowing of Hades, his denial of the idea that Christ literally descended into the underworld to free people, as is talked about in 1 Peter, for example.
Yeah.
Which the church had uniformly taught, I mean, with variations, but I mean, that general idea that he had actually descended into the lower parts of the earth, right?
Calvin rejected that?
Calvin rejected that.
Oh, I didn't even know that.
Yeah. And so Calvin says, no, he experienced that on the cross in the outpouring of God's wrath.
Weird.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, it's weird.
Somehow, right? Like an eternity of, right, he somehow experienced. And so for us, with our Trinity, and as weird it is as it is for you, with our Trinitarian view, for example, we would say, well, so what are you saying? Are you saying like the Father and the Son within the Trinity, like one of them hated and was separated from the other? Like that doesn't make any sense from our Trinitarian view.
I could get that, how that's problematic.
Yeah. Right. And then, but so they realize, like Calvin and the immediate followers of Calvin, like Vermigli, Peter, a really important text on this is Peter Vermigli's on the two natures of Christ, because he's talking about his understanding of the two natures of Christ, which from our perspective is Nestorian, right? And how that relates specifically to the atonement. And so they don't want to separate the Father and the Son in the Trinity. So what they say is that the Father and the Son and the Holy Spirit in the Trinity all poured out their wrath on Christ's humanity. So they have Christ's divine nature participating in the punishment of his human nature.
It breaks the hypostatic
the cross.
Yeah.
Yeah, that
you can also see why, from our point of view, that's hugely problematic.
So funny.
Right.
Right.
So that's sort of high. I mean, there's a bunch of other things, but I think that's a pretty good highlight reel for you of
the
why
one
we
thing
would reject that idea. Right?
The one thing for me was there's one line in the Religion of the Apostles that when I read it a few years ago, it's like the scales fell from my eyes. It was like nowhere in the Old Testament are the sins of a person imputed onto an animal and then that animal is killed.
Sacrifice to God.
Sacrifice to God. For
the
this.
only time that's done is the goat for Azazel on the Day of Atonement. And that's the one that's not sacrificed.
Yeah, and that's the one that's let go.
Yeah,
right.
Because it's unclean. It's had sins put on it.
Yeah, there's no
So you
Old
can't
Testament
sacrifice
type.
it now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think something that I didn't realize until I became Orthodox is that a lot of the Trinitarian views from these other paradigms, whether it's satisfaction theory, whether it's penal substitution or atonement, they almost always cause issues within the Trinity. And so from me, it really resolved a lot of the issues that I had subconsciously. I was always kind of Trinitarian growing up, but I would just I knew there were like things that I couldn't make sense of. I'm like, God's a mystery, and that was just kind of how I rationalized it, but Orthodoxy actually makes sense to me because of the because of our view of the monarchy of the Father being the sole, the source, right?
Yeah.
Of divinity. So I think that really resolves a lot of the tension that a lot of people have with Trinitarian doctrine. And actually, I think it's a reason why there's a lot of Muslims that tend to actually not be able to respect. Muslims can critique very, very easily some of these views if they're smart enough. But a lot of them just don't. Like, this is what we were talking about earlier in the stream with Father Stephen, is that a smart Muslim will be able to eventually point out the issues of penal substitutionary atonement. Eventually, they will be able to point that out, and there will be one that does
And how
that.
that doesn't make sense. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And so this is why Orthodoxy is uniquely positioned to actually answer and respond to these concerns, because we've actually worked it out and we haven't adopted these heresies, right?
Mhm.
So now you may not view them to be heresies, but like from our view. So
Right. Yeah. So I definitely am open to hearing, how the Trinity plays into how you understand atonement. But first, I'm wondering, so what role do you think that Christ as new high priest then plays? Right. Hebrews also talks about, it's impossible for the blood of bulls and goats to forgive sins. And, I guess just the role of how the whole sacrificial system in general sort of points towards Christ and him as our new high priest. Like, we put our faith in his work, not to say that we don't have to repent, but I would love to hear more about that. Where does the book of Hebrews, how do you interpret that?
Yeah. So in the core idea behind atonement, I'm going to try and keep this relatively short. So Alex only has to sleep on the couch for a few hours.
I mean, it's an important issue. I think it should be, I'm not opposed to.
Right, but
Mike is my friend. Let's give Mike the
comes out.
Thank you, Alex.
In
the
terms
royal
of
treatment.
the text of the Torah, like Leviticus 16 and the Day of Atonement, right, is that it's about purification with the blood of the sacrifice. Right. So that's used to purify the sanctuary.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
To make atonement for the altar, to make atonement for these inanimate objects, right?
Mhm.
Which, if you have a penal substitutionary paradigm, like, what does that even mean, right? Like, what did the altar do?
Yeah, right.
It's all redundant. Yeah, it becomes redundant.
But if you understand it as being purification, right, that makes a lot of sense, right? Because the people are living in the camp, they're sinning, right? God wants to continue to dwell in their midst, in the tabernacle. How can a holy God dwell in the midst of a sinful people? Right. So there needs to be this constant cycle of sin offerings and the annual Day of Atonement, continual purification made so that God can remain there. Right. And eventually what you see in Ezekiel is that it gets so bad that God can't dwell with them anymore. And Ezekiel sees him leave the temple.
Mm.
And then the temple falls. Right. But the sort of ultimate inefficacy also gets shown there because they have to keep doing this over and over and over again, every year. Sin isn't really being dealt with definitively.
Right.
It's being sort of managed.
Yeah.
Right. Mm-hmm. And so that in the Torah is sort of this sin management system until the Messiah can come to deal with sin once and for all.
Mm.
And so that's what we would say Christ does as the great high priest. He takes care of sin once and for all, right? And so the purification that happens, and this language is all over the New Testament, us being purified by his blood, right? And
so
in his
do
blood
you
and purified from our sins. And it's not just us, as St. John says in 1 John 2:2, but the whole world. So it's not just this one tabernacle in the one camp, it's the whole world in Christ. And that's why the Holy Spirit can come into all the people of the world. That's why all the nations of the world can be called into the church. They're no longer unclean, right? Because, and there's key language, like when St. Peter has his vision in Acts, God doesn't say, don't call unclean what I have called clean. He says, don't call unclean what I have made clean.
Right. Yeah. Chapter
So those
10.
animals and Cornelius, it's not that they were never unclean. It's that God has made them clean now. Right. And so Christ brings it to this cosmic level. And he also purifies first. He enters the heavenly sanctuary and purifies the heavens. that has to do with his defeat of the demonic powers. Right. And the downfall of Satan.
Do you believe that he makes any type of continual intercession now?
Yes.
Yeah. Right. So you would, you would just say yes. Okay.
Yeah. He's the high priest, right? For us, that doesn't mean there are no other priests. Right.
Okay.
It means he's the high priest. He's the top.
Yeah.
And so any other priesthood of any kind, right? So we're not just talking about priests like I'm a priest, I celebrate the Eucharist, right? Like that's the altar that I am a priest at, where we celebrate the Eucharist. But the priesthood that a father has in his home, right? In a family, right? So all the different kinds of priesthood, those are all ultimately participating in Christ's high priesthood as the true priest.
Do you think that Melchizedek was like a pre-incarnate Christ?
I don't personally, but I think he was a type.
He was a type.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I think of that because he's called the high priest after the order of Melchizedek, right? So
right. After that pattern.
Wondering your view on that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think the pattern there is primarily about the fact that he is both king and priest, which in the Mosaic covenant was not allowed, right? Like those were two separate things.
Yeah.
Saul gets in trouble for offering sacrifices, right? Like that's.
Father Stephen, to add to what you were saying, and this is something that really just the scales fall off my eyes after I read this, is Malachi 1:11. I think demonstrates that that was always the plan to purify the altar and go to all the world. Is that what is it? Is from the rising of the sun to the going down of the same, my name will be made great amongst the Gentiles, and a pure offering will be offered up into my name, and incense, right? Incense being offered.
Yeah.
And the question I always ask Protestants, as a question I always ask Protestants is, are any of you offering up incense? Because the Jews would have only understood incense in a specific way, right? They wouldn't have understood it to be our prayers, because there would have been a distinction between the prayers of the people and incense. They already knew that distinction, so why wouldn't they just say the prayers are incense, right? But they don't. So
importantly, what the apostles saw was that it says among the Gentiles, among the nations, meaning they remain Gentiles. It's not everywhere in the world becomes a Jew, right? It's Jewish people, yes, but also all of the Gentiles are offering this worship and coming to God and worshiping God as Gentiles.
So, but hey, man, I'm really enjoying that. Was listen to your guys' answers. It's good. I appreciate you answering them. So the last one I guess I'd hit you with is, so I'm open to hearing. So how do you believe that Jesus being God ontologically plays into the atonement? And do you think that Jesus could fulfill his high priest role as like an exalted, resurrected man at like the right hand of God?
Yeah. Well, so the second question, I mean, this is a slippery thing. I think I hope you don't think I was mean to you if you watched me and Alex reviewing your debate.
I watched. No, it's all right.
Okay.
I have much respect for both of you. So it's all right.
I do not have any mean thoughts.
I took it personally, Father Stephen Young. I'm offended. Okay. I'm holding it against you.
You hurt his feelings.
Yeah. Well, we were just watching a video with a lot of people with a lot of feelings, right? So, but
it's all right.
Yeah. So, but one
this is a good example of what you were saying, Father Stephen. That we are men. We can disagree.
We're all men. We can all
still be friends.
Yeah. Yes.
We can disagree vehemently and still be friends.
Yeah. Well, and sweet. So, and this is something I've noticed with Unitarian argumentation. Right. And I don't know if you know that I know I'm quasi online friends with Sam Tiedemann. Right. So, I mean, like,
oh, yes, that's right. I've seen that
on his channel. Yeah.
Transfigured. Yeah. You've been on there. I've seen it.
Yeah. So, so that mode of argument, could Christ do it as an exalted man? Well, I mean, if God wanted to do it that way, I would say, yeah, he could. The question for me isn't could that have happened? It's is that what happened? Right?
Yeah, right,
Is that
right.
what,
Fair.
what actually happened? Yeah.
Yeah, it's fair.
So, but to the first question, in our view of atonement, and this is interesting because I actually talked about this at one point to Sam, because I had listened to an episode of Dale Tuggy's podcast where he was talking about Saint Athanasius on the Incarnation.
Okay.
And he said in the podcast, he said he didn't really understand what Saint Athanasius was doing with atonement there, because it doesn't match any of sort of the Western paradigms, the way he's talking about it, right? That Dale Tuggy was familiar with.
He was correct.
So, and the idea there is that, okay, so this is about the purification of the world, right? That's what we're talking about. We're talking about atonement, right? Purification from sin and its effects and the kind of taint or curse that's left behind by it, right, in the world. And so the idea is that when Christ, the divine person, second person of the Trinity, the Logos, becomes man, takes upon himself our human nature that we all share. He comes to share it with us. The union of the divine nature to our humanity purifies our shared humanity. So St. Irenaeus talks about this, and it's usually referred to in St. Irenaeus as recapitulation. The idea that Christ lived through childhood and young adulthood, and then into adulthood, and then into middle age. And he went through these sort of passages of human life, like all these different aspects and phases of human life, even to death, right? To human death, right? And by doing that, he sort of purified and perfected all of those phases. St. Athanasius' focus is more on all aspects of our humanity. So our human soul, our human mind, our human bodily powers, our human energies and activities and things that we're able to do, right? Christ did and experienced all of them and purified them. And then for us in the what we would call the dispensation, but that gets confusing because we're not dispensationalists, but in the economia, right, of Christ's earthly ministry, right? We also see this happening. So when we celebrate Christ's baptism on January 6th at Theophany, we talk about, well, why is Christ baptized? He doesn't need to be purified, right? He's sinless. Well, him going into the waters purifies and blesses the waters, so that now those waters are able to purify the other people St. John is baptizing, right?
Really?
He sort of purifies the creation, right, with his presence. So
didn't he say, like, I did it to fulfill all righteousness, or something like that?
Yeah, and that's how we understand that, right? To fulfill justice, to restore. So justice in the ancient conception, and the way we talk about theologically, justice is when everything is in its proper place in the created order, and everything is functioning properly. And when that created order of God gets broken, that's injustice. And then when you go and correct that, that is judging.
Okay.
Right. And so that's why the judges in the book of Judges are called judges. They're not hearing cases. Right. But things are out of line. Israel has sinned. Now there's a foreign oppressor. The judge comes and puts that right, puts things back in order. Okay. And so the righteousness, the justice that he's talking about there is talking about the creation itself and the created order, right? So water has this ambivalent symbolism in the ancient world. On one hand, you have the ocean, the sea, Yam, right? It's chaos, right? And destruction. On the other hand, water is the source of life. It's cleansing, it's purifying, right? And so Christ restores the water to cleansing and purifying, right, from the chaos of the destruction. And that's then paradigmatic for the way he is restoring and transfiguring the whole creation. But other examples of this, a normal person in Israel walks up and touches someone with leprosy. They're now unclean from having touched a leper. Christ walks up and touches a leper, and now the leper is made clean.
Yeah, right. Base.
Yes, right.
So cool.
A dead body is unclean, right? But when Christ touches a dead body, he doesn't become unclean. The person comes back to life.
Yeah, so good.
Right.
Mhm.
And so that's sort of our understanding of how atonement works vis-a-vis the incarnation. That it's about God coming into our humanity, and then through our humanity coming into our world, the created world, the created order, to purify it and cleanse it and restore it to what it was originally created to be.
And that relates to our icon theology as well. Like that's why icons
Yeah. St.
function
John
the
of
way they
Damascus
can.
will talk about the purification of matter.
Mhm.
Right. And that's why God can now work through bread and wine in the Eucharist, water in baptism, right? A male and a
Sacraments.
female human in marriage.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like I wasn't expecting that. I was expecting something, I don't know, different. I see your line of reasoning. So just in virtue of like becoming one with the human nature, all of us, or human nature becomes purified through the incarnation. It's essentially just very, very interesting. And so that's like on like a universal level. Like we mean like the universal human
Cosmic
nature. Like
level, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
And then through participation, we elevate ourselves through theosis. So that's where
Right.
theosis
That's
comes
the
in.
understanding of
So
theosis.
it starts. Our entire theology leads towards that. And then, Father Stephen, what is the term that's in the eschaton? Theosis is eternal, but it's like epikastis or
Apokatastasis.
Apokatastasis.
Yeah, I can never say that.
The restoration of all
There's
things.
a bunch of memes about that one.
Yeah,
I've
the
seen.
restoration of all things. Yeah, but so that's the idea about theosis. We become by grace what Christ is by nature. By us being united to Christ, our humanity is transformed the way his is. And that's why, like, we'll say what we will be has not yet been made known, but we know we will be like him because we will see him as he is.
Well, I'm going to have to, watch back your answers probably 2-3 times before I'll fully grasp it and ponder it more. There's some things, at face value, I could probably try and poke holes in or ask more questions. But I'm just inquiring, wanted to learn more. I appreciate your answers. And I'll think about it. I'll think more about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was good. It's good to hear your perspective. There's a lot of things that Eastern Orthodoxy believe, through my upbringing, I'm able to tell are just obviously true. And you guys have been defending it for so long and your voice is relevant. So I respect it on many counts.
Yeah.
Thank God.
Word.
You're
you.
welcome to hop on if you still want to chit chat about just anything generally. You're welcome to hop on to my stream afterwards.
Don't destroy Nikolai.
That's true.
Yeah, no, I'm not.
I roasted him pretty hard earlier, so he's still.
I deserve it.
He's red. He's red from the.
I always get beat red when I laugh. It's funny.
No, I come in peace. I'm here just to learn, to inquire more, be open-minded.
Yeah.
I'm probably going to go to a divine liturgy soon.
Glory to God.
Yeah, I think that's awesome.
Yeah,
Let's see what it's all about.
Yeah,
it's good to see it. Yeah.
I asked Jim Bob, I'm like, am I allowed in the building? Like, I don't, he's like, no, there's no qualification to come in. I'm like, well, that's good.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah, my
So
best
funny.
recommendation, the first time I went, the best recommendation I can make is, if someone approaches you, obviously you can interact with them, but just quietly kind of observe. Like that's one of the first things that I did. My first Sunday was just me observing and then asking the priest afterwards, some just questions and asking them how these things are and feeling it out. So
Well,
it does
awesome.
help.
It's there are things I struggle with with EO. Some I could point out some things. I don't know. I don't quite grasp the Marian dogmas, guys. Yeah, if I need revelation on that, there's some other things too that I find it hard. I find it hard to believe, but I'm not so foolish to think that I couldn't be wrong. I've been wrong before, and I'm definitely genuinely seeking the truth. And so, hey, I'm going to pursue, honestly. Even while defending a position I think I believe is right, I'm totally open, and pray for me.
Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah.
Word. Pray for Mike, guys.
That's more than we can be said from based on our interactions with seeing how Ruslan and some of these other guys have been interacting. So I mean, you're already on a better ground, in my opinion, than most of those guys, which we appreciate. It's the same thing with Aaron Gallagher. Like me and Alex talked about that. Yeah, me and Alex talked about that. Aaron Gallagher did the debate,
He's
and
he's been a class act. Yeah.
He's been a class act since. He hasn't come out and started bashing the ortho bros. How dare you guys defend your? You know what I mean?
It's just
So
like the
it's always
typical,
appreciated.
the typical response stream, and like everybody does that. But it's like you said, Nikolai. There's some people that just like they go on and on and on for like weeks and weeks, and they just they hate this thing. But yeah, Memento says we don't have Marian dogmas; we have Marian traditions.
Marian traditions.
Sure, but they're traditions that you have to believe.
And
Theotokos is a dogma. That's
well, and you said you might need revelation. I know people who have had revelation on it. I know people who have started with that in particular, right? Who started coming to an Orthodox church and they're like, I feel drawn to certain of this. I don't get this Theotokos thing. I don't get this, right? I don't get the Mary thing. And
intercession of the saints is a big one for me too. It's hard. It's really hard, guys, to see it. I feel like I try hard. I would love to just join your church and be accepted and not have to deal with so much. But like I genuinely struggle. I can't wrap my head around some of this.
But I know people who've had an experience at a certain point where they were visiting and they were open-minded about it and something sort of clicked.
Yeah.
Yeah,
you can also see if they have a copy of my book Religion of the Apostles there that you can borrow from the library. I'm not trying to get royalties from you, right? But
no, let me write it down. Let me write it down.
There are chapters in there about the Theotokos and the saints and the intercession of the saints.
What's
from
it called?
Biblical perspective.
Religion of the Apostles.
Religion of the Apostles.
I would also say this, that from a praxis perspective for a veneration, when I was coming in, I come from a Reformed Calvinist perspective, so you can imagine how difficult veneration of the saints was when I initially came in. I don't know if are you a father, Mike, or?
Yes.
Okay.
Mike is a father a few times over.
Yeah. So if you're a father, and I'm a father as well, the thing that really completely changed my perspective on it is when my wife had gone to visit my family and I was stuck here in Korea. Actually, I couldn't get off work for it. The military wasn't letting me off. It was when I was still in the Air Force as a contractor in the Air Force. And I remember a few years later, I was exploring Orthodoxy. My mother sent me a video. She's like, "Oh, I found this video and I never sent it to you." And it was a video of my daughter. She was barely standing, so she was just reaching up. You know that phase where they're like leaning on things to stand and like shimmy. You know what I mean? She was shimmying around and she grabs a photo of me from my mother's and I wasn't with them at the time. She grabs a photo of me with my mother's thing and she sees a picture of me. And she leans down and looks at it, touches my face, and then kisses it. My little toddler, at the time, my daughter. And I was like, for a moment, it all snapped together for me. I'm like, is my daughter in that moment worshiping me? No, of course not. She knows that's not really daddy physically there. She just intuitively knew that by kissing that picture, she was somehow in some way kissing me and honoring me. And I can tell you, I felt that love through that action. And so we view it in the similar way, that by honoring those images and memories of those people, that is in a similar way, they can, in a sense, feel that, right? That's honoring past to them. So in that way, it kind of disarmed me, and a lot of the theological issues I had were just resolved over time, but the praxis of it kind of dissolved, right? The praxis, the disgust, kind of that Western, kissing, you know what I mean? Like, I can't honor people, because like if you look even in history, Protestant nations would kiss the hand of the king. How is that not honoring matter?
Ew,
right?
True. No, for me it was more like I think that like those kinds of analogies help, or like people talking about like portraits at funerals. It was also just like having a higher view of worship, like what worship is. Like in Orthodoxy, like you can't really separate true worship of God from a sacrifice and offering, like the Eucharist. And how can you compare like a kiss to like your own of your own, right? It's the phrasing we use in the liturgy, right? It's like when you have a higher view of worship, you're like, oh well, I kiss everybody. Like in Romania, you kiss your friends, you kiss your mom, you kiss your uncle, depending on where you are in the world. In Japan, you bow to literally everybody.
Mhm.
So it's like for me, it was more like when I had a higher view of worship, I realized like, oh, well, yeah, of course, this is a beloved, Saint Paraskiva. Why would I not, go and thank her for her intercessions? Like she's on the divine council right now, interceding for all of us. And these brothers and sisters and mothers and fathers in the faith that have come before us, like we love them. They're our family,
Yeah, I think where it's hardest for me is less related to just maybe the practice itself. Like both those stories make sense to me. I get that. What's harder for me to get is like what we really mean by saints who are dead but yet really still alive in some place.
You believe in soul sleep?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
that would be a little disconnect there.
Well, I also wonder to what degree it would be necessary, even if soul sleep isn't true. Like, it's my understanding. I hope that this is not just some Protestant deception that I grew up in. I read the Bible, I read scholarship. It genuinely appears to me like Christ is enough. I'm not sure I recognize why I would need the intercession of anybody else if I'm praying for intercession for him to intercede for me. That's probably where it would start. Is somewhere around there where my concerns are.
I mean, the tired answer is, well, you just asked us to pray for you a few minutes ago, right? Like, is it Christ enough, right?
Is it really the same? You would view it just like that?
Yes,
we do.
That's literally it.
Yeah.
Well, it's just like me asking you guys to pray for
That's
me.
how we see it. Yeah.
Okay, so then maybe it does come down to soul sleep then, because I can follow that as well. Like, so I guess the bigger question is, can they hear our prayers?
To me, the big passage with that. So our understanding, this is part of how we interpret in Revelation. I don't know where you stand on the millennium. But we hold that the millennium is the messianic age. So that millennium is a figurative amount of time that began when Christ ascended and was enthroned, which we're celebrating today in the Orthodox Church. Actually, it's 40 days after our Pascha.
Okay.
Right. Starts when Christ ascends and is enthroned, right? Like Psalm 110, Lord said to my Lord, sit at my right hand until I make your enemies a footstool under your feet. So this is that period of time when Christ reigns in the midst of his enemies.
Psalm 110 verse 1.
Yeah. And so in Revelation, it says that during that time, what it calls the first resurrection will happen. The dead in Christ will rise, and they will rule and reign with Christ over the world, and they will serve as priests to Christ in the heavenly places during the period of that 1,000 years. And that serving as priests, right? Well, I mean, you don't believe they're offering like animal sacrifices, right? like in heaven. So what would that be? That would be prayers, right? That would be right. And the word priest brings with it the idea of intercessor, right? It's not just they're praying themselves, but they're serving as priests. That means they're leading, right? They're participating and shepherding prayers to God. So that would be a key passage for us in terms of our understanding.
So does that mean that is that this age then?
Yes,
that's right. So we're in it
until Christ returns.
Right, and so I'm familiar to some degree of this, and so ruling and reigning with Christ is defined as essentially like being a believer and in his true church, and
well, no, this is talking about the departed saints are ruling and reigning with him.
Okay, all right.
Heaven.
Okay, so but I'm thinking this age. I was thinking alive Christians here. You're saying that refers to
this age, right? Our perspective, but what's going on in heaven? Christ is reigning in heaven.
All right, yeah,
right? And they're ruling and reigning with him and serving as priests, right? Interceding right, for what's going on earth. And in Revelation, we see that, right? Like the martyrs see what's going on the earth. The spirits of the martyrs, they say, "How long, O Lord, until right you bring justice?"
Yeah,
right. And so, yeah, so that's our understanding of how that's working in terms of a biblical place, right? To kind of hang your hat on that understanding.
Well,
Yeah,
from a living person intercession, something that also helped me was, and I always go to this because like a lot of Protestants that oppose intercession of the saints or intercession in general, I always point out, well, if God is enough, if that's the answer that they always kind of default, God is enough, why can't I just go to Jesus? If that is the case, why does James 5 tell us to pray for turn somebody who has wandered from the path, and it covers a multitude of sins and saves a man, right? That's what the very end of James 5 says.
Yeah,
if you read
you'll
that.
save his soul and cover a multitude.
Yeah, save his soul and cover a multitude of sins. Now the question is, and I think Father Stephen was hitting on this too, is that how much greater and more, because James 5 also says the prayers of a righteous man availeth much. Well, how much more righteous is somebody who is in the presence of God, experiencing the direct energies of God and engaging in theosis? They're even, how much more righteous are they? Oh my gosh, me, a lowly sinner myself, right? And so if their prayers are even more efficacious, so why wouldn't I ask somebody who is already in the presence of God to intercede for me because of their experiences?
And we're not, it's not like, I mean, obviously, just like with asking other people, people living in this life, right, to pray for you, it's not like we're collecting Facebook likes, right? Like if we get 1,000 likes, God will heal this cat, right? Like, right? Like it's not like we're going to leverage God with numbers or something, but it's an expression of our unity as God's people, right, and as a church. And that's a unity, not just the bond we share with Christ, but the bond we share with each other is more powerful than death.
So, okay, this will be my last then question. I appreciate you taking me on, Alex. I know it's late. You probably want to close on out. I mean, it's late for me too, but
he's already the
last one.
Penny in for a pound.
This will be the last. Okay, so I guess what
it
I'm
might
wondering,
be the last one for you. It might not be the last one for us.
Oh, okay. Just, I respect your time. So then how are you understanding the second, or I guess it wouldn't matter, we'll stick, it'll be the first. So then the first resurrection, because in my mind, the way that I picture it is that once everybody dies, God will literally resurrect us and we'll live we would be resurrected unto life, be given new glorified bodies, right? Incorruptible, free without sin, and God will dwell, here, etc. So in my mind, if the saints are still alive, then why do they need to be resurrected? Nikolai, you just mentioned that they're in the process of theosis, and so I'm thinking, so they haven't been so then they don't have that yet then, right? Like what's the timeline?
Yeah.
How's that work?
You're never sort of fully theosed, right? The distance between God and finite humanity is an infinite distance. So we can continue to grow in the likeness of God for eternity, right? We're never going to have exhausted God,
okay?
Going into the future, right? Yeah. But so death is used in two senses in Scripture, okay? And lots of church fathers use this language. St. John of Damascus lays it out really cleanly. He says there's physical death and there's spiritual death. Okay? And physical death is when our soul is separated from our body, right? Our life leaves our body, right? And spiritual death is when our soul is separated from God. And so if you go back to the expulsion from paradise in Genesis, remember God says to Adam, on the day you eat of it, you will surely die. Well, he doesn't drop dead on that day, right? He lives another 950 years, right? But we would say on that day, he died spiritually. On that day, his soul was separated from God. Okay? And then as a result of that, eventually he dies physically because God is the source of life, right? So eventually he physically dies. We as modern people think physical death is the real death and spiritual death is some kind of metaphor, right? But
so then
we're saying it's the opposite. Yeah, spiritual death is the real death.
Last question, then I'll give you one more. No, like I'm joking. Like I just told you one more, so that's
I've
fine.
got a little
I'll
bit more
stop.
with this one, but yeah.
Yeah, I'm just it does it. I have questions. It makes me wonder.
Ask them.
All right, sorry. So I'm thinking just okay. So if Adam, so then would Adam have lived forever if he hadn't have died spiritually? Like even
Yeah,
without
he had
taking
not
of
sinned. If he had not sinned,
he would have lived
he would have
forever. Like
received immortality from God. Yes.
even apart from not eating the tree of immortality.
Well, he would have eventually.
Like he just would have eaten it and then lived
Right.
forever.
There would have been, yeah.
Okay.
Saint Athanasius talks about this even a little bit on the Incarnation, if I'm remembering the correct source. He talks about how there's two things he talks about which I thought were really interesting. The first one is that the Incarnation, Christ's incarnation, the second person of the Trinity incarnating, would have happened regardless of whether or not Adam and Eve had sinned or not. He says that. And then the second thing he says is that, it's going to slip my mind now. Hold on. Adam and Eve would have partaken in theosis as well. They would have continued to mature in their faith and in God as well. And I think I can't remember which saint says this, but I remember my priest mentioning this, that God could have forgiven them had they repented in that moment. Repentance was also on the table, right?
Yeah.
If Adam had
There are a lot of
confessed.
stories of Adam and Eve's repentance in like extra biblical literature. Yeah. But so when you get to St. John's Gospel, right, if you have those categories in mind, there's a bunch of really cryptic stuff that starts making more sense. Like when Christ says, "And this is life, that they know you, the only true God, and Jesus Christ whom you sent," right? That their soul be connected again to God as the source of life. That's what real life is. Right? And when Christ says, "He who lives and believes in me will never die, and he who believes in me, though he dies, will live," and you're like, well, right?
Yeah, right.
Right? He's talking about if you live and believe in him, right, then your soul is reconnected to God and you will never die spiritually. God will never cut you off. And so, even though you physically die, you will yet live. Right? And so, the first resurrection that the saints experience after their death is that their soul, though it leaves the body, is reunited, is reconnected to God. And so they continue to live. And then we get to the second resurrection at Christ's return, Christ's glorious appearing on the last day. Then we're raised physically. Our souls are reunited with our bodies. Right? And both spiritual and physical death are done away with, because sin that leads to spiritual death is done away with, and death itself, right? Physical death is done away with.
On the tree thing, though, there's like in Revelation, there's just a little point. It's something I've been thinking about. In Revelation, it says that the tree bears fruit like monthly.
Yeah.
Like every month there's a new harvest or batch of fruits. I guess there's like kind of an implication there that it's something that you are continually partaking of.
Yeah, we're never independently immortal. Right?
Okay.
God shares his immortality. God shares his eternal life with us. Right? We're always dependent on God as his creatures. Right?
Well, thank you guys so much for the answers and for my questions that just randomly came up. That was good. I think that's enough for me to think about. I just wanted to come on and learn, and yeah, it means a lot. I'll be thinking about these answers.
Yeah,
thinking about them for sure.
Thanks, Mike.
Awesome.
Yeah, thank you for having me on, Alex. Nice to talk, guys. And I hope that the missus isn't too upset, because I get it being up late myself.
I'll have some penance. That's all. Just a little bit of begging. That's all right.
It's all right.
Propitiation will have to be offered.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, hey, nice talking, guys. Thank you, Alex, Nikolai, Stephen Young. Thank you.
Yeah. Later. You know, I feel like Mike is like the opposite of whenever I talk to any other Protestants, because like Mike actually understands like a lot of concepts from the Old Testament. And like for Protestants, it
Mike
seems
clearly has a more solid knowledge of the Bible than
the
vast majority of people.
Yeah. And it's like for Protestants, like it
Yeah.
or you're like a run-of-the-mill evangelical, it's like the problem is the lack of Old Testament understanding. And sometimes I feel like that's in apologetics, like kind of the best weapon that we have is just lean into the Old Testament so much. Bosbashi says we love Mike. Yeah, we do. I love Mike. He's great.
He was very nice.
Yeah. It's better when he's not my debate opponent. All right, let's go through some super chats here, and then I'll send you guys to Nikolai's stream after this. Noah Schumacher, $10. Thank you, man. David Wood has been a Protestant for 20 years and does not have a strong stance on any of the solas, not even sola scriptura. Nonsense. He wants to muddy the waters so he doesn't have to defend any doctrines. He's kind of operating with those presuppositions anyway. I don't know if he's intentionally trying to muddy the waters.
I honestly
think he's too
think he's an
sociopathic.
evangelical, and I honestly don't think he knows all five. I think he would probably tell you. So you notice how he reacted when asked.
Yeah.
Like I think he knows sola fide.
Yeah,
and
I think
sola
he's being
scriptura
honest.
probably, but I don't think he knows all five.
I think he's being honest. Like,
yeah.
It's not good, but
yeah.
Believe it or not, it is not uncommon. I mean, I
Yeah.
had pastors who didn't know these things. That
Yeah.
they were pastors of entire churches. Their job was to know these things. And they didn't know these things when I was growing up.
Yeah. I would be shocked if more than 1 in 5 Protestant pastors in my town could answer that question if I just called them all one morning and asked them. Not even do you believe in them, like what are the 5 solas of the Reformation?
yeah.
So
Pat Arthurson says Costa says he's a Christian, but had a menorah in the background. Well, there's a menorah in Revelation. The 7 spirits of God are
I've
called.
kind of got one on my altar, sort of.
I was gonna say, but I think you're right. That was like that was very obviously a Jewish menorah. It's probably has to.
Didn't he have a little Ark of the Covenant too?
I don't
'Cause
remember.
I think those
that
came
one.
together as a
Probably
play set. I think you could like order those online. They came together.
did. Here you go. I suspect it's connected to some Zionist sympathies that he has.
like-
But
I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt and say it was Lego tabernacle accessory.
the Farney, $5. Thank you. They come help remove their foundation, then give them cement, wood, and nails, and say, "Have at it." Yeah, I think that's if you're like converting people from Islam to Christianity. Yeah, they're making them start from scratch instead of sending them to a church that can build them up. I think that's why having orthodoxy is so important. Or like Father Stephen said, like just take a position. Like then we'll address whether it's right or wrong. But like just like have some commitments.
Yeah.
Is Philly okay? I don't know. I don't think so. Is my
Have you been there recently?
My African brother, FiLoWekEi. I don't know. That's like the vibe I got when I heard Kelly Powers try to pronounce FiLoWekEi.
I've heard he's been struck by a smooth criminal.
$10 from Kyler Birch. My wife is ex-Mennonite. We were baptized into the church on Lazarus Saturday. Mennonites and Amish are ripe for the picking. Oh, glory to God in many years. There's a pretty big Mennonite community where I'm at. Maybe like 40 minutes away from town, but we've had a few converts.
They make good baked goods.
Yes. Yeah. They're low German dialects. And
Yeah.
I did not know. This is something I learned. I suspect Father Stephen is aware of this just because he knows
that they're not Dutch.
They're not Dutch. No, they're German. Yeah. But also there was a migration of like German Mennonites to Mexico for like a long time. And then they like moved back after a while, like out of Mexico. So like my wife's cousin married an ex-Mennonite. He's like Baptist now. Super German looking guy, blonde hair, blue eyes, pretty tall, German beard, whatever. His name is Carlos. Because his parents were raised in Mexico and they spoke Spanish, so they named him Carlos.
Well, yeah, Mitt
kinda like-
Romney was born in a Mormon polygamist compound in Mexico.
He was born in Mexico, so
Yes.
it's because of his parentage that he qualified to
parents
run
were
for
US citizens.
Yeah, interesting.
But he was born in Mexico in a Mormon compound where they were still practicing polygamy because Mexico didn't stop.
They didn't
Crack down on it, yeah.
Thanks for the super chat. Ace Koala, Father Bless, can you articulate why the Donatism charge leveled at us for reception of the heterodox by baptism is wrong? How are they saying that that we recognize
Donatism, amongst other things? There's actually a whole web of things to Donatism. But the main thing, and the thing that they're misapplying, is the Donatists believed that the validity and efficacy of a sacrament was based on the holiness, the personal holiness of the one administering the sacrament. Okay. And therefore, if you had a person who had been an apostate or who was living in unrepentant sin, a priest who was living in unrepentant sin, an apostate, secretly an atheist, right? Whatever, had committed some kind of sin. None of the people he baptized were really baptized. That's the teaching of Donatism that would be relevant. We aren't saying anything about the moral character of the, like, I've never had someone come to me to be received and I'm like, okay, who baptized you? Can I run a background check? Like that. So Donatism is irrelevant to this.
That's what I failed to see the relevance on Ace Koala. If you can make the connection for me, if you're still in the chat, like,
right. It's we don't like the reason I baptize a oneness Pentecostal is not because the person who baptized them was a bad person. Right? It's because they were baptized once in the name of Jesus by someone who doesn't believe in the Trinity. Right? That's why. Okay. But the core of this is any bishop has the right to decide how to receive converts, right? The default is baptism. The Orthodox Church receives anybody coming into the church, we receive them by baptism, chrismation, and the Eucharist. Okay. In particular circumstances, this has gone on. St. Basil the Great did this with the Arians at various times in history, in various situations in which the church has found herself living. Particular bishops for particular periods of time have extended economia, right, and received people by chrismation and the Eucharist, or received them by confession in some cases from certain groups. Receiving them by confession, by the way, is based on the idea that these are lapsed Christians. There is a formal service for receiving lapsed Christians back into the Orthodox Church. We really should use it more.
I was going to say, I didn't know that.
Yes, we almost never use it because people think it's embarrassing or something. But technically, if someone is away from the church for more than one calendar year without receiving the sacraments, they are no longer an Orthodox Christian, canonically. And they have to be received back into, they are lapsed. They are a lapsee. And they are to be received back into the church with a formal service where they come to confession. And then there's a service in the liturgy where they're received back into the church.
Wow.
Okay. And so there have been times when particular bishops have received people in certain situations back into the church in that way, because they're treating them as lapsed Christians, not as unbaptized people. Right? That's usually been done with like particular places where there was a unia, where a lot of these people had literally been Orthodox at one point in the past and then had become part of the Unia, and now we're coming back to the Orthodox Church. So it was just treated as a Christian who had left the church and come back, right?
I've seen it happen in the Moscow Patriarchate with old believers.
Right. So there are particular situations, particular groups. There were a few groups who, for about 50 years, the Antiochian Archdiocese of the U.S. received by confession. Metropolitan Saba recently stopped that. He said, no, we're not going to do that anymore. The time for that is done, right? So now if you were received into the Antiochian Archdiocese, it's either baptism, chrismation, Eucharist, or chrismation, Eucharist. And that is based on guidelines that the bishop sets of who, if anybody, he's going to accommodate. And people are free to have opinions on whether the bishop should be stricter, show more or less economia. We could all have opinions, right? We should also just be humble enough to realize no one really cares about our opinions, including mine. I'm a priest and nobody cares, right? So I'm doing what my bishop says. If Metropolitan Saba tells me tomorrow we're baptizing everybody, I'll be like, cool. I think that's great. I'll start baptizing everybody. If he tells me I want you to receive Roman Catholics by chrismation in the Eucharist and not baptize them, I will say, cool. That's what I'm doing. Saying, yes, sir. So, because that's
you
his
know how
authority.
they always, Father Stephen, the people that would naysay you on this. Now I'm not.
Yes.
I don't care. I kind of take your position on this, but the people that would naysay you. Well, what about this extreme niche position? What if the bishop tells you to baptize a Hindu, or not baptize a Hindu, or some ridiculous, or like some
Yes, the correct response to that is that's ridiculous.
Yeah, that's
right. This is like when we did the Lord of Spirits episode and we talked about obedience and obeying your spiritual father. Immediately you get, well, what if he tells you to murder someone? Right?
Exactly.
Like, yes, that happens all the time.
That's
right?
ridiculous.
Orthodox priests run assassin rings out of their churches.
Father, I watched John Wick. I
Yeah.
I think I'm I know
totally
a thing
how
or
it
two about this topic.
Right. And so I said, when people are saying that it was so ridiculous, I just started telling people, yes, you should go murder the person if your spiritual father tells you to. And somebody clipped that and put it online.
Yeah.
Father Stephen Young says you should murder someone if you're spiritual.
Father Stephen, did you see the lady that posted you probably didn't, but there's this lady that was reacting to your Lord of Spirits where you were laughing about telling people to, like, okay, then leave, right? Like the church or something like that. And she was just like, is this appropriate for Father Stephen to be laughing and mocking about
That
this?
woman has been sending these huge emails to like me
really?
and Father Andrew and all the other ancient faith hosts for years.
Oh, wow.
Oh, really?
Yes. This
That's
is like
funny.
her hobby.
So she's a hate listener is what you're saying.
Yeah, so like this
At least
is her
she's
fun.
listening.
Let her have it, right? This is
Okay.
her fun.
Yeah.
Oh, speaking of things taken out of context, let me do this real quick.
Mm.
So another person ran off with a thing where the last time, and I'm done talking about Samson. I don't care if you send Alex $500 in a super chat. I'm tired of it. I don't care. I'm not.
I would
talking about-
intercede for you if you sent $500 in a super chat, but I cannot guarantee.
But
any
I don't get the
response from Father
$500. So
Stephen. I would intercede. I would advocate for you quite fiercely.
yes, you might get Alex to talk about Samson, but you might get him to do an AI generated video of me talking about Samson.
Someone made a video about Samson.
But someone was saying that when I made a comment about why people were getting all worked up about it, and I didn't understand it, and I said they're upset that I was criticizing their favorite muscle man. Someone took this to mean I was saying everyone who disagrees with me about Samson is gay, which of course is not what I said. Right? That's at all. The idea I more had in mind was that, and if you take the context, I think it was clear if you were being fair-minded and took the whole context. I was saying that he's presented in Sunday school lessons as this childhood hero, like Hulk Hogan or Hercules or Superman or something.
Beloved
And so
figures.
people have this like affection for him as their childhood hero. And so when they hear someone saying bad things, even if those bad things are straight from the biblical text, right? Like about him, people get worked up and defensive, right? And like Hulk Hogan is a really good example. When I was a kid, like Hulk Hogan was everybody's hero. He was telling everybody to say their prayers and take their vitamins and work out and stuff. And it turns out the vitamins were steroids, and I'm not sure who he was praying to because he was committing a lot of adultery, saying just like virulently racist things, right? Like on hidden microphones about his daughter's sex life, which is just disturbing in general that a man would talk about his daughter's sex life that way and sleeping with other people's spouses. But recently, if you watch this documentary series on Netflix about Hulk Hogan that's talking about sort of both sides, right? He also like visited kids in the hospital and right, like did a lot of good things too, right? And him as this ambivalent character. But you will find people my age who are like, well, why are you acting like he's a fake Christian? David committed adultery, right? Defending him because he was their childhood hero. Right, like,
yeah.
Don't
The
say
one
those
I
things about
saw,
Hulk Hogan, the Hulkster. You know,
I thought you were going to talk about. I thought you were going to mention Sig, who did an entire like stream basically dedicated to defending that he is a saint, and it conveniently was right after you had
oh no,
said those.
no,
had that
I do not want to
conversation with
litigate
Jay.
that at all.
Yeah.
I do not want to litigate that at all anymore.
Yeah.
Okay, he's not. He doesn't have an entry in the Synaxarion. That's case closed for me.
There you
Okay,
go.
all the other stuff is why. Right, but if you really want to know more about that, Samsonite, that's the name of the episode of Lord of Spirits. It's from years ago. And after it came out, people photoshopped fake icons of Samson at Uncut Mountain Supply to try to prove us wrong. They had AI write a fake Akathis to Samson that's going around on the internet now. Like, it's impossible to do a good faith investigation of this on the internet now because of this crazy stuff people did. That's why I'm just tired of it. Okay. But if you want to hear about it, go listen to that Samsonite episode. I just wanted to make clear that I did not go on Alex's stream and say everyone who disagrees with me is gay. That is not true. On any topic.
Have been closed.
Maybe one topic. Anyone who disagrees with me about being gay is gay. Otherwise, that is not a yes.
All right. Hey, Alex, I'm gonna get going. I have a guy that's sitting in the caller queue of my stream, even though I'm not streaming. I'm not even speaking, so I'm gonna get going.
All right. See you later, Nikolai. Thanks for
God
hopping on, man.
I mean, Nikolai has all the time in the world, but that guy's getting older.
This is true.
It's true.
Well, Nikolai's getting younger.
Yes.
I am. Remember, Benjamin Button. That'll be the new thing. So, God bless you guys.
See you later, man. Steve K, thank you for the membership. By the way, dude, I'm so bad at like pushing support for the channel. Memberships are the best way to support the channel. I appreciate the super chats and every single like, but it's really the memberships that keep things going. So thank you very much, Steve K, and thank you everybody for the donations.
You need to give people a mug and a tote bag like PBS. Let's become a member.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea, actually. I wonder if I'd be able to do that. How I'd like what logistics that would entail. Steve K, $20. Is piety signaling and pretentious attempts at seeming more pious not a greater issue than being a little mean? I mean, if an Orthodox person is piety signaling, they both seem to be issues. You should not be improperly mean, nor should you be pretentiously piety signaling.
I think a lot of this mean is just not being fake.
Yeah, I agree. I think Jay, like this normally he's the one who this is levied against. Or he'd say something like, he says it all the time. Look, I'm not trying to be mean. I'm just being consistent with my position. Like, if you don't like that, if that hurts your feelings, like, I'm sorry. Like, not trying to be mean. This is what
Like,
consistency looks like.
I'm Dutch, so we're this way, right? We're considered to be very rude people, like, because we're blunt and just say things. You've been near Western Michigan. You've
Yes.
Right. And like my mom says this about my dad, right? A blessed memory, that he would, if my mom asked him if a dress made her look fat, he would sometimes say yes. And when they were first married, that horrified her, right? Like, what? Right? How dare you say? But then after a while, she started to really appreciate it.
Yeah.
Because she knew if she said to him, hey, does this dress look flattering on me? And he said, no, you look better in that one, that he was telling her the truth.
Yeah.
And that ultimately is better. It is ultimately better. It might hurt somebody's feelings in the short term, but in the long term, being honest with each other is better.
Yeah. That man would never lie to her ever. If he's not going to tell a white lie in that situation, there's also like that idea that, Christ says that, unless you are prepared to hate your father and mother, then you're not ready to follow me. Of course, he's not saying to hate your father and mother, but the idea is that if you're in a position where you're following Christ and that causes like son to turn against father and daughter against mother, then like some people are standing their ground. They're not being like soft on this. They're saying like, no, this is my belief, and then that might cause some family tension, and they're okay with that. Right. Yeah. So I think Father Stephen is right. There's just like a greater societal issue as well, where people are just very soft and very concerned with feelings over just telling people what's true.
Over substance, over reality.
Exactly. Yeah. 40 Crush, $5. I'd love to see John Fugelsang on a prot panel. Hardcore, I only need Jesus leftist who denies the epistles and says Constantine corrupted the Bible. Well, he agrees with our Protestant friends on some things.
Yeah, if he doesn't like Ortho Bros, they would have him on that panel.
Yes.
Guaranteed.
It seems like that's the bar these days. I mean, if you're gonna have shooping,
Ortho Bros are red pilled or whatever, like he'd go right on that panel and they'd accept him. They wouldn't care about any of the other disagreements.
Yeah. Shane Paisios, $5. No time to black pill on the Protestant attacks. Remember, Cleve was one of them not long ago. Many of us were, but we're in the church now. Well, people forget, like, I feel bad because sometimes people talk to Cleve like he doesn't know things, or like he's just because like he's a catechumen. Cleve was their top guy. Okay, Cleve was the top Protestant guy. Okay, Cleve is not a dummy. It really bugs me when people seem to talk to him that way just because he's a catechumen.
When he was made a catechumen, they did not lobotomize him.
Cleve is a smart person. Like, this is something I've been seeing him more and more, and it really bugs me.
He is honestly, like, I know a fair amount about the situation, actually. He is being very obedient to guidelines set for him in terms of online stuff from his spiritual father, which is the correct thing to do. He is being a good Orthodox Christian, even though he's still a catechumen about it. Right. And that's why he's not putting forward some of these things. That's why he's not doing some of these things. It's not because he doesn't know them.
Yeah.
Right. Or couldn't. It's that he's being obedient and being humble. Right. In terms of the process of coming into the Orthodox Church.
Yeah, exactly. I just want to emphasize again, we have their top guy. Like, their top guy is ours. Not like he has found Christ, so he's in Christ's church. Like, this is the most critical thinking Protestant apologist that was out there. Like the guy he was brought on Ruslan's podcast. He was brought on Gavin Ortland's show. Like, he was paraded around everywhere. And we have him. Like, I don't know.
Yes.
Thank you for the donation.
Just because this is getting a little gross, right? The mark of his humility, right, is how God has taken his hair.
Yes. Indeed. Yes. This is true. Kaiser Collins, $5. I'm sorry that happened to you, or I'm sorry for you. I don't know. I'm not reading all that. Sultan Ruslan of the Ottoman Empire. It's probably from something earlier. $2. Orthodox Piper. The ignorance is appalling. It's ridiculous. Oh, that was from the Ruslan clip, I think. Ruslan needs to do a rap battle against Eminem for the glory of the mighty Rhythm Church. That's true. Who's a better representative of Rhythm Church? Ruslan.
I know an Orthodox Christian rapper. We can try and make this happen. He's actually Justin Menard's godfather.
No way.
Yeah.
I think that's how we're going to settle this thing. We're going to have a rap battle between Justin Menard's godfather and Ruslan.
We can make it happen.
$10 from Ryan Finley. Word concept fallacies are the mental plague of our era. Yeah, especially because we're working with ancient texts and people just like read in, like, what was one recently? Remembrance was one I was talking about recently at our little parish Bible study. Or like today, remembrance means to think of someone with butterflies in your tummy. That's not what remembrance means in the New Testament.
In Numbers 10:10, which uses that Greek word to refer to the sin offerings. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like it has to do with either like prayer or some sort of offering. It's talking about like when St. Paul says, I praise you that you remember me in all things. He's saying thank you for praying for me. Like,
yes. Yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah, Numbers 10:10, it refers to their sacrifices and
remembrance offering. Yes.
Right. And so if you read what Christ says in that regard, he says, do this as my anamnesis, right? Do this as my offering.
Yeah, which is a great proof for that the Eucharist is a sacrifice.
Yes.
It's the same word.
Yes. That and that St. Paul just straight out says it. Yes.
He also says, the table of the Lord. And
yes, he sits there and he says the Eucharist. How does the Eucharist work, Corinthians? Well, you know how the altar in the temple works in Jerusalem? You know how the altars work in pagan temples? That's how the table of the Eucharist works. Like he literally just says that.
Yeah.
Like in so many words. Right?
But I think it's just a symbol because we're just remembering, I guess.
Yeah.
$5.
Yeah, but yeah, a lot of people in Protestant circles are taught to do exegesis by way of Strong's Concordance.
Yeah.
We're going to do a study on faith. Let's look up all the places where the word faith is used.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And that's no.
And that's where the word concept fallacies come.
Yes.
Like
You wouldn't do that studying anything else. Right.
Yes, I'm just thinking of like a document from 200 years ago.
Yes.
Well, even in law, like constitutional law, right? There's like these two competing ways of how ought we interpret the Constitution, like as some living document that changes and with the times, or is it like, do we have to go back and like try to infer the intent of the original intent of the drafters and the fathers, right?
But at no point do you say, let's look at all the times the word people occurs in the Constitution. This will give us some insight.
Yeah, you're looking at historical context and cultural, and you're looking at dictionaries from 1776.
Yes. Yes. Let's look at all the times in which, Stephen King uses the word donkey, right? Like, so this will give us some insight into what Stephen King is trying to communicate to us in his book.
Kaiser Collins, $5. He can't keep getting away with it. He can't keep getting away with it. Sultan Ruslan of the Ottoman Empire. It inspired the show Breaking Bad. Thanks for the $5. J Red the Griffin, $10. Too much logic, not enough $signs. Ruslan be like, money, please. Well, I mean, he's just confessing it. We saw it tonight, and we're not making things up.
He's not confessing. He's bragging.
I don't need to sit around and think about theology. I got my podcast. I got my shows. I got my live events. Oh my goodness. $5 ordered fitness. If I convert to Judaism and I get circumcised, but turn around and become trans, and am I gonna get in trouble for saying this?
I can read it. Yeah.
Does that undo my salvation, or am I a superior, or am I a super Jew? I think there are a few steps there that would compromise your salvation, surely.
Yeah, Orthodox Judaism does not accept the trans thing.
There you go.
So, yeah, the Orthodox Jewish view of the soul is very complicated. But they don't believe
is the Orthodox Jewish
the human soul is like, well, no, they don't believe the human soul is the same. They believe a soul is composed of parts. And there are some parts, like there's a part that men have that women don't. And there's a part that Jews have that Gentiles don't.
Oh, I didn't know that part.
Yeah. So
I was aware of the male, like the human is not a complete human until they're married.
Right. So they believe the souls are actually different. Right. So the whole trans thing does not work for them at all. The trans thing really requires Cartesian dualism. You have to have this idea that you have a body and a soul, or a body and a mind, or a body and a consciousness that are separate, independent things, so that your body can be one thing and your consciousness can be another for the trans narrative to work. If you're just a strict atheist materialist, then you are your body.
Yeah. There's nothing more, nothing less.
Yeah. And if you are your body, then you are whatever your body is. Right? Like the inner you, it doesn't exist.
This is like the Charlie Kirk type of argument against abortion. It's like, oh, well, it's just a pile of cells. Well, in your view, you're also just a pile of cells. Right? Like, formerly leather strap, $5 says Nikolai, I, like you, have looked exactly the same since I was 15. Everyone is always super surprised when I tell them I have 2 kids and 1 on the way.
Another sufferer of reverse progeria.
Nathaniel Hage, $10. Sorry to backtrack. What about Breaking Benjamin? Did not know about this. I think Nikolai said that like one of their band members, or maybe the lead singer, had converted to
I gotta say though, that's digging in the crates a little.
Is it?
Like, what's next? Better than Ezra? Like, I mean, this is not like anyway.
Ryan Finley, $4.99. I've been at church where the pastor struggled to strike a balance in expecting the congregants to grow in faith while also wanting full altar calls. Oh, well, you have to recommit your life to Jesus.
Yeah, you must be born again and again and again and again.
I think that's part of like the chasing experiences that you get in like the more charismatic groups, where like, as we need a revival, we need another Pentecost. So we had one Pentecost. We don't need another Pentecost. Like,
we already had one, but what about second Pentecost? There's also the doubt, right?
Yeah.
Did it really take? Was I really sincere?
Yeah.
Did I really mean it? My life hasn't changed that much. I'm still sinning.
And this is when Ryan comes in from Need God, and he's like, works-based doctrines just induce so much anxiety. Just trust in Jesus for your salvation. Your works can't do anything for you.
And he has to keep saying that over and over and over again.
Indeed.
Reassurance. Yeah, that's salvation.
Yeah. Blink 4444, $10. I only read the C.S. Lewis children's books, and I have to disagree with Father Stephen. You're treading dangerous territory, my friend.
There we go.
He's also right about the British accent. For example, Richard Dawkins. What a tard. Yeah, I think Richard Dawkins does get away with a lot just because of his British accent. Like, a lot of what he says are just like assertions.
He's
because of science.
Like, he's not a stupid guy. And
he's a scientist. Yeah,
he's an expert in a particular field.
Yeah.
But when an expert talks outside of their field of expertise, their opinion is no better than a layman.
This is in court as well with the Dober standard.
Yes.
That's why expert witnesses are circumscribed to speak only within their area of expertise, and you can object when they say things as an expert outside of their area of expertise.
Yes. So when he's talking about gene mutation, Richard Dawkins is an expert. When he's talking about philosophy, theology, politics, life in general,
not an expert.
Like physics, literature, like I could go on and on. He's a layperson, just like any guy walking down the street. Same validity to his opinion.
Yeah, I feel like I probably need to do a stream on like evidence and evidences, because this is an important thing, and I don't think a lot of people think about that. Like, yes, an expert witness, expert testimony, expert opinion is considered expert opinion only within his area of expertise.
Right.
Right.
This is also why people don't understand appeal to authority as a fallacy.
Yeah. It's not always a fallacy.
If we're arguing about some principle of genetics, and I say, well, in the selfish gene, Richard Dawkins said da-da-da-da-da, that's not an appeal to authority fallacy. Because he's actually an authority in that field.
Yeah.
Right? If I say, I think there's too much immigration from Muslim countries coming into England, right? And that's my point of argument. I say, well, Richard Dawkins agrees with me. That is an appeal to authority fallacy, because you're just saying,
it's wrong kind of authority.
He's a smart person, and he agrees. That's not right.
Yeah, it doesn't work. Yeah,
you would want to present studies about immigration or people who are experts on immigration.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, this is another thing too, because like I've been going back and forth. It's confirmed now. My debate with JP on this prompt. I have never gone back and forth so many times in an email about this prompt. It's invocation / intercession of deceased saints, whether that is apostolic in origin and established in the pre-Nicene church. And I'm just
well, I have one problem with it. It's pre-apostolic, but yeah.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. So, but like I could tell that going through this negotiation over the prompt, I was like, he doesn't realize that circumstantial evidence is also evidence. He's trying to limit things to only direct evidence. And it's like, you can build a cultural context that informs how to interpret the direct evidence. Like, it's all relevant, right? So he didn't understand different types. It seemed to me that
he doesn't understand burden of proof either, to use lawyer language.
Yes.
You don't have to prove it beyond a shadow of a doubt. You just have to prove it based on a preponderance.
More likely than not. Yes, a preponderance. Yeah, exactly. Lawyer listeners will enjoy that little conversation there. 7 String J gifted 1 Alex Soren membership. Thank you, man. Appreciate that. Leningrad, $5. Muslims are also resistant when it comes to being held to their school of jurisprudence. Yeah, because I think some of the things there are absurd. Like, I think Jay has exposed a lot of this stuff. I think it's like Salafis have some like pretty rough commitments that they have to defend.
Yeah, that they don't want to.
Yeah. Rock Wolivion, $5. Thank you. David Wood says he doesn't have strong opinions on doctrine. Sounds lukewarm, and we know what Christ said he'd do to the lukewarm. Lord have mercy. It's right. He said he'd spit them out of his mouth, which is not a good thing. Josh Bone, $5. How can these guys critique anyone if they claim to be theologically neutral? God bless you guys. I think that's been our critique from the outset. I think that's what, like, when this whole thing started, like the first domino, I think, was Jay calling out God Logic, saying, hey, why you don't have your own position sorted out? How can you be telling Muslims that they're wrong? Right. And this is something I've said too, like probably since the very beginning of my channel, is that like sometimes the best the best offense is just knowing your position really well. Like, you can't really go on offense until you have that down, right? Like,
Yeah.
you don't know what you believe. What business do you have telling other people, well, you are wrong in this belief, right?
Yeah. They're in a basically indefensible position logically.
Mm-hmm.
Right. This is like, so, Pete Enns, some people may know who that is, biblical scholar, who was once a professor of mine and has become, shall we say, more and more liberal over the course of his life, but is a good person who I still respect, but got very liberal. One of his recent books is attacking theological certainty. People being really theologically certain, just really sure that their ideas are true. This is a bad thing. And
why
my
can't
response
they be
is
that?
My response is this.
Oh yeah,
Pete,
are you sure of
Pete,
that?
are you sure?
Yeah. Are you absolutely sure that being absolutely
that
sure
being sure is bad?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So good point, Josh Bone.
So you get a lot of that, right? It's like,
Yeah.
I hate people who take dogmatism. All generalizations are false, like including that one.
Yeah. Yeah. This get presupped noobs. Xander, $5. This anti-Islamic apologetics and anti-EO stuff makes it seem like their faith is reactionary. That's what I'm saying. They sound defensive. Like Father Stephen was saying, like, if you have to defend the right of private judgment, do it gladly. Like,
yes,
there's so many ways.
Tradition. This is
yeah.
Right. Read the Prolegomena to Hodges, Systematic Theology. Learn it. Love it.
This is one of the first things they teach us in trial advocacy is that you do have to, you have to believe your position. If you don't believe it, people will see that. And even if it's something that you don't sure, you disagree with all these things in your case. Find one. There's got to be one thing that you can find that you can actually put your heart and passion into and be like, this one narrow little legal hill, I will die on this one hill, right? Juries are receptive to that. Judges can see that. That's not something really that you can fake. And I don't see that love for the Protestant tradition and a lot of Protestant apologists. It's just the right of private judgment. Of course you need that. How on earth could you run a church without such a thing? You're entrusting your soul to some other man. Well, the Bible says that you should trust your spiritual leaders. I get it. But there's an appeal, an emotional appeal there at the very least.
Ultimately, when the chips are down, you are the one who's going to be responsible on the day of judgment for what you believe in practice. And so ultimately you have, right? I mean,
that's a great scenario. Hey, one day you're going to stand in front of the judgment throne of God, and he's going to ask you, what did you do with this life that I gave you? Are you going to point to some other man and say that I did what he told me to do? Is that going to be good enough on that day of judgment? Look at that. Father Stephen and I are the top Protestant apologists on YouTube right now.
Yes. I watch these things and I'm like, I could do better. Yeah. The whole Christians and Muslims worshiping the same God thing.
Oh
right?
yeah, you see that debate with Gnostic Informant?
Yes, totally wrong-headed. Right? If you're going to argue that, you say, look, Christian
lowest
heresy,
common denominator, yeah.
Christian heresies, right? Do they have a different God than Christianity per se? Or by virtue of being Christian heresies, do they have an incorrect view of the Christian God, but not a different God? Right? Proposition 1. Proposition 2. St. John of Damascus, other fathers teach that Islam is a Christian heresy. Ergo, right? The God of Islam is not a different God, but a misunderstanding of the Christian God.
Yeah.
Because Islam is a Christian heresy. That's how you argue that.
That would be the argument for it, yeah.
Yes, if you're going to try and argue that.
Mm-hmm.
Why is that wrong? Well, because eventually, see, now I can argue the other side.
Yes.
How would I respond to that?
This is what it means to understand both sides of the argument.
How would I argue again? That's the best. This is steelmanning. That's the best argument I could come up with for that side. Okay. How would I overcome that argument for that side? I would point out that eventually eventually a Christian heresy becomes so divorced from the Christian view of God that it is indeed another God.
Yeah.
Right. And so, and this is where those heresies get condemned. Right. The Council of Nicaea says Arians are not Christians.
Yeah.
Right. And therefore, yes, Islam had as its origin as a Christian heresy, but it is now distinct religiously. And that view is so divergent of God is so divergent that it is now a different God.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's such an easy case to make for Islam because, like, even the Quran is like, and there are some scholars that will agree on this. They say that there are many passages that are literally like directly antithetical and supposed to be like responses and head-on contradictions to like the doctrine of the Trinity and like other conciliar dogmas. So that's like,
yeah. But then you have to get into the meat of it more.
Yeah.
You have to get into the meat of it more to have that argument and get into the
theology. You have to talk about the theology a little bit. And Neil didn't want to talk about the theology.
History of the development of Islam.
He kept on saying, well, now you're talking about theology. And I'm like, yeah, we're talking about God.
Yeah.
I didn't really understand that objection.
Then you could have an interesting debate. But that's, we're not getting...
Yeah. But yes, Xander, I agree. It's reactionary and it doesn't look good. Anything that goes against their bias is dangerous. I think Jay is on to something when he's saying, like, hey, pay attention to this narrative that is starting to run with some evangelicals that, like, look out for the ortho bros. They are they're dangerous incels or something. Like, we don't know with these people. There might be some event, and then, like, I could see how, like the whole Chud the Builder thing, like if the facts and circumstances were a little different, like had he been received into the church and had he incorporated more like Orthodox content into his channel like that, I could see how they would try to misconstrue that into some sort of narrative. So I think Jay is right to be, at least to have our eye on this. Because they could try to really misrepresent us with that somehow.
Of course they will.
Yeah.
But the problem,
they would too. You're right, Father Stephen. That's the thing. They would do that.
But the problem is David Wood, by having, if he needs to have actual Orthodox people on to present the case. And then this response, it's going to be like, we present this huge ancient edifice and they're going to try and knock it down with a wet noodle. Like
a pool noodle. It's
not going to go anywhere.
Yeah.
Right. Everyone's going to see it and just be like, wow, that's an impressive edifice. Yeah. Who's the kook with the noodle? Right. Like,
yeah. Yeah. It could just end up being like a platform for Holy Orthodoxy, which it sounds like David is saying, like, if it's true, he has no problem with that.
Yeah.
So.
Great.
Good. How do you practice evangelism? Tough question. Like Orthodox Christians,
you get a cardboard cutout of a real heathen like Jeff Goldblum, and you stand in your backyard and you give him your elevator pitch over and over again. That's how you practice evangelism.
I was gonna say historically it's through like processions and stuff. But I like the Jeff Goldblum idea better.
Yeah.
That's there is something like I get like for online apologetics, there's like quality control and a standard. But I think some people take it so far to like, well, you're an inquirer, don't talk about orthodoxy at all. That said, if you're an inquirer, you should not be like making claims and saying like the Orthodox Church believes this or teaches this. But that's like, you can talk to your friends about orthodoxy and invite them to the church. Like interpersonal evangelism, I think, is a little different.
Yeah. But unless you're a person's spiritual father, it's none of your business.
That too. Who are we to sit in judgment over?
Like that's not your job. Okay. Like I've seen people online. Why is Cleve allowed to do this and that when he's just a catechumen? Okay, you're not a spiritual father.
He went through the proper channels. That's
you're not entitled to an opinion.
That too. That's you shouldn't even be
Get
speculating.
out of here with
about
that
it.
liberal garbage. You don't
Yeah.
have a right to an opinion. Okay. And if you have one, no one cares.
Yeah.
It's irrelevant. I mean, I've seen people saying that about Cleve, who are people who say all kinds of absurd garbage online, but claim they have the permission of their spiritual fathers.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, well, we have to put up with your nonsense. You have to put up with Cleve.
Yeah.
Your brothers
an
in Christ
excellent
deal
point.
with it. Suck it up.
Yeah.
Right? Like,
yeah, that's right. Really, you don't need any permission from anybody else other than your spiritual father. Like,
yes.
Nobody else's opinion really matters. John Mondragon, 1999. Thank you very much. My old pastor told me not to convert to Orthodoxy. I asked him, will I not be saved if I joined Orthodoxy? He said, you will be saved, but it's just not preferable to me in what I teach. What the heck is the problem then, dude? I mean, that's the question.
You're not going to get the preferred seating in heaven.
You're gonna be in the
cheap seats behind a pillar.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what's it called in the balcony? You have the dress circle.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. This is something I think a lot of people ask. Like, if faith alone, well, Roman Catholics and Orthodox Christians have faith. Well, what's the problem? And then you end up having a position with need God where it's like, well, you have to believe the doctrine of salvation by faith alone.
Yes,
it's like,
it's sola fide.
Just condemned like every single Christian between, in their view,
yes,
between the end of the New Testament to.
Well, it's also illogical because it's sola fide.
Yeah,
meaning you're not saved by faith alone. You're saved by faith and believing in salvation by faith alone. So that's two things. So you can't put sola in front of it anymore.
Yeah. 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 I'm gonna have to think about that for a minute because I think there's something else in there.
And you can't say
there's a few ideas.
Well,
in there.
no.
Yeah.
See, they don't understand Protestant doctrine. So they'll say something like, well, no, you have to have faith in salvation by faith alone. And then it's like, that's not what faith is.
Yeah.
In Protestantism, faith is an empty virtue. Faith is a receptive capacity that is given to you by God, by which you receive salvation.
Yeah.
So,
but then
you're
they
either
also
saved by just that,
yeah,
or that plus particular propositional beliefs.
Yeah. Well, they also have those like three senses or three definitions of faith as like intellectual knowledge, intellectual assent, and trust. So it's like which
Well, no, those
level,
aren't separate kinds. Those are the three requirements to call it faith.
Call it true faith.
Right. Yeah.
So you need true
you have
faith.
To know it. You have to assent to it, and then you have to put your trust in it.
If you want to sound really smart, you use the Latin terms, and you can show everybody how smart you are.
Yes. Even though that's the only Latin you know. Yeah. Res ipso loquitur.
That is like the first doctrine, one of the first doctrines you learned in torts in first year. Res ipso loquitur. Yes. Exactly. Leningrad, $10. Father Stephen. They react so strongly against exclusivity because they are ecumenists at heart. I've been saying this, guys. I've been saying this for a long time. It really dawned on me when I was listening to Jordan Cooper, and he was going on this like very like trying to tread this gray area of like, we have people in the theologians in the West saying this and theologians in the East saying that. They're both talking about the atonement and they're using different language, describing it in different ways. But really, they're all just talking about the same thing. And then I'm just over here, like, there was a great man who said words mean things. If they're using different words, they're describing different.
Well, then they pendulum over to word concept fallacies, right? So they like
yes,
back and forth.
Exactly. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get at. Is that like. They are not describing the same thing. That's why they're using very different words. Like,
so I think the ecumenist thing is part of the reassurance of salvation thing.
It has to be connected to that,
right? Because
somehow.
if you put any borders, if you say if you're wrong about X or wrong about Y or wrong about Z, then you're not saved, right? That's going to cause some anxiety, right?
Yeah.
Like, what if I'm not right about
infant baptism?
Right. So you have to say those things. Oh, well, they must not matter. The only things that matter are the ones we all agree about. Right. So us suggesting that we're the true church does the ecclesial anxiety, but any other doctrine would just put another adjective in front of anxiety, right? Which would require more reassurance.
It's an assurance regress. It's an infinite regress of assurance.
Yes. Any place we disagree has to not be important because I'm scared if I'm wrong, right? That's going to make me anxious, and I'm going to get distracted from building my brand and have to go figure out theology. I haven't got time for that.
Yeah. Who's got time for that? But yeah, they are all ecumenists. It's like, especially when I started learning about the Christological debates between the Reformed and the Lutherans, like you brought that up, and I did some research into it, and it's like, really, what on earth is Dr. Cooper doing on a panel trying to find agreement with Ortland, who goes to like an independent Bible church for all intents and purposes?
Yes.
They have nothing in common.
That's why I was so happy when Cooper finally
was consistent about shooping and
God. It was like, you as a Lutheran should not be on that panel. They should go find some Reformed guy.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Yep, they are ecumenists. Orthodox Tony, $5. Father Stephen, was Martin Luther that messed up in the mind that he would have killed? They would have someone killed for their beliefs? I gotta have a source for this. You're getting site checked, Father Stephen.
Okay.
So literally, Google Martin Luther.
Start with his book On the Jews and Their Lies. Then you could move on to the speeches he gave, the sermons he gave during the Peasants' Revolt, where he encouraged the princes to massacre all the peasants. And then you can go to a little bit of Anabaptist history, where he had them drowned.
It's a pretty rough way to go.
After he endorsed the slaughter of the entire town of Munchen that the Anabaptists had taken over.
Drowning would not be... So I'm not afraid of death as a Christian, Father Stephen. The method, however...
Yes, they're preferred and less preferred.
Drowning is not amongst my preferred methods.
Yes.
Seems like a pretty bad one. Yes, there's the source, Orthodox Tony. Sorry if I was a little glib there. Thank you for the super chat. Isaiah Stephen, $10. Off topic. Father Stephen, is there some typology going on here, or am I off base? Blood of goat covers Holy of Holies. Blood of martyrs covers the earth. Blood of Christ covers inside of Christian.
Well, I think blood of Christ covers ultimately the whole creation. But if what you're saying, getting at about the blood of the martyrs, sorry about covering the earth in terms of like the blood of Abel that cries out from the ground, right, and the groaning of creation over the dead, then yes.
Yeah, that passage in Hebrews that talks about Abel, and it says his blood still cries out today.
Yeah, and the Christ's blood speaks a better word than that of Abel.
Yeah, is that a reference to some sort of intercession? I guess, like, if his blood still cries out today, like
somebody didn't listen to the Lord of Spirits episode on martyrdom, where we talked all about that.
Okay, guilty as charged. I try to catch as many as I can, but I have a backlog.
So
I can't listen to the whole counsel of God and Lord's.
I know. I pump out too much content for any human to consume all of it, unless they're a long haul truck driver.
I'm glad it's there.
Yeah. Like if you're a long haul truck driver, you can. Like,
yeah.
Like somebody on Cleve's channel last night said they'd listened to all of the whole counsel of God, including the old archives. So like the whole Bible twice.
That would take. I guess it's possible.
like you'd have to be like, I drive from Alaska to New York City truck, like back and forth, like
yeah, I mean,
all day, every day.
If I could plug that for a second, though, that is like a great resource. If you guys want, like, at least like I would say, like, I don't know, Father Stephen, would it be overstating it to say, like, at the very least, an introductory, like, college level course to understanding the Bible?
Yeah, I do it at about college level. I do it at about undergraduate level.
If you guys want an undergraduate level, like, study of the Bible, listen to the whole Council of God. It's very good. Yes, for free. Like,
cheap as free.
Yes.
Yeah, but yeah, so that is talking about, so like when you read the book of Enoch, when Enoch is being taken on the tour of the cosmos, right? He goes to Hades and he sees there's these 4 caves.
Yes.
Right. Hades.
I mentioned this earlier to a caller who asked about unbaptized infants, but anyway, yes.
And one of those caves, there's a man outside of it who's like yelling and screaming. And that's the cave where the martyrs are. And the person yelling and screaming outside is Abel, who's calling out to God for justice, like still.
Wow.
Like, and is a representative of the martyrs.
So he didn't really take that his killing well.
Well, and you see that with the souls of the martyrs in Revelation, right?
Yes.
You see that that idea reflected in Hebrews. He's like the representative of martyrdom. That's why when Christ says, you know, all the blood of all the martyrs from Abel to Zechariah, son of Berechiah, will come upon this generation, right? Like from the first one all the way up to St. John the Forerunner's father.
Yeah.
That's who Zechariah, the son of Berechiah, is.
Yes.
Are all going to fall on that generation. So, and so Christ's blood, the idea is that Christ's blood sort of covers that blood, that cry for justice. And so that's an image of like mercy overcoming, right, the call for justice.
Yeah. $5 from Savant Primo. David Wood saying he will get hostile towards orthodoxy if we don't have a good case still doesn't help or prove his position. I mean, this, no offense to David Wood, but I would take a formal debate on the true church, like literally any day. Like this would be,
yeah. Well, which he wouldn't do because he doesn't have his own position ironed out. Right.
That's what I suspect.
Yeah. So, but yeah, I'm not scared.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, I'm a guy who took all of his catechumens to hear James White speak in person. At a Baptist church.
Gee, that sounds a little insecure, Father Stephen.
Yes.
Do you need to shelter them a little more?
At a Baptist church. He was speaking against the evils of Roman Catholicism. I walked in my cassock with my pectoral cross. With all of my catechumens.
Wait, when did this happen? This is awesome.
This is like
That's pretty hilarious.
4 years ago. Yeah, I gave him autographed copies of my books.
Unsolicited?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
But
James White, you're gonna need this.
Yeah. So but yeah, I brought him there because I wanted them to hear, right? And I had been talking to them about this is the Protestant position, trying to explain it to them. This is how we're different, right? And so I said, here, you're gonna get it right from the horse's mouth, right? And I found out later that one of the catechumens before that had been kind of on the fence, and going and hearing him talk and lay it all out is actually what helped finally push them over into committing to orthodoxy.
Oh, wow.
Like, so I would do it again. Right? I'm not scared, right? I'm not, right? Like, I think they think, you know, we've got these guys going around trying to talk to inquire. Oh, don't look into orthodoxy. Don't look into orthodoxy. Right? Like they're scared of their people visiting a liturgy, right? Like,
yeah.
I walked all my catechumens into a Baptist church.
Yeah, we're not the same.
To hear James White attack. I'm not worried.
Yeah.
About anything you have to say. if you could talk anybody out of joining my church, then they're not ready to join my church.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Right? Like,
yeah, it's not their time yet.
Yeah.
Ryan Finley, $5 for Father Stephen, if possible, is Greek Old Testament versus Hebrew Old Testament, a powder keg issue for Protestants that they're playing ostrich on. Father Stephen makes a good case of like putting yourself in a Protestant's shoes during the time of the Reformation, that they've been lied to from Rome about so many things, and that it makes sense that they would default to the Masoretic or the Hebrew text for the Old Testament, because they just they know that the Pope hasn't messed with that, or the Roman Catholic Church hasn't messed with that stuff. However, today, as a Protestant today, I don't really see how they could really have any reasons that aren't just arbitrary. There's nothing that binds them to a Hebrew Old Testament or versus a Greek Old Testament. And I've heard some. Am I wrong?
Yeah. So there are a lot of Protestants doing
Greek. Evangelicals, mea culpa.
Greek. Well, no, there are a lot of Protestants and even evangelicals. Like in the Society for Biblical Literature, there's a section on Septuagint studies.
Well, I've heard them making arguments that they should prefer the Greek Old Testament.
No, there's books
to have that position.
I mean, all the books that people refer you to, like When God Spoke Greek and Moises Silva and
do you like that? I like this book, honestly.
There's several books like that. They're all written by Protestants.
Yeah.
Right. So they're gaining an appreciation for the Greek. The problem is sola scriptura requires an authoritative text.
Yes, I think this is the powder keg that Ryan Finley is referring to.
They have to have a text that is authoritative, and so they're kind of wedded to the Masoretic
what they inherited through tradition.
Yes, they're wedded now to the Masoretic text as part of their tradition. Yeah.
It's one of those style of questions that Jay will ask sometimes, on what if I wanted to add Enoch to the Bible, on what basis can you say that I am wrong? Right. And it's really it would just be, well, we didn't inherit the Bible that way. It's there's a tradition, right? It'd be the same style of question that, well, on what basis, if I want to use the Greek Old Testament, can you say that I'm wrong to do that?
Yeah. The much thornier issue for the modern evangelical and Protestant is actually the New Testament text.
Between Byzantine and Alexandrian,
right?
And
because the Masoretic text, once they've just declared that's it for us, that's a really stable text.
Yeah.
But the New Testament is not. There is no stable text in the New Testament. There's variants all over the place.
Mm-hmm.
And so you've got guys in just about any denomination you could pick who are TR only, Textus Receptus.
Yeah.
Right. There's Reform guys. I think Doug Wilson is TR only. And then there's guys who are TR priority. There's people using the eclectic text. There's people who think, no, we need to reconstruct the quote unquote original text. There's other people who think that's irrelevant. The Tyndale New Testament that they just published is the 4th century text.
Uh-huh.
And they don't even agree. And these are significant variants.
Yeah.
Right. So that's a much bigger issue, right? They don't have a really good reason to prefer the Masoretic, but they've kind of established that.
Yeah, so
they haven't even
all
established
agree
what New Testament text to use.
Yeah, that's interesting. That's a big problem. I'm gonna look more into.
Very much in play. And then you've got the King James only people who don't even care about the Greek text. Right.
Well, because you use the King
English, yeah.
Yes, exactly. Use the King James to correct the Greek text. Yeah, that's a major issue, definitely. Panonsky Governor €6. Thank you. Compliments for Father Stephen's books. They're awesome. I agree. We cradles need to find a way for them to be translated to local languages. Guys, here I'm gonna brag on Father Stephen a little bit. He had 4 copies of God is a Man of War. in the Romanian translation, just like sitting around, and he donated them to my parish free of charge. He just sent them over to me. I didn't even have to pay for shipping. He just sent them over. So, yeah, we have. It seems like, well, you said that the translations, they just need to strike a deal with Ancient Faith Publishing.
Yeah. So there's most of my stuff is in Romanian because there's a Romanian publisher who works with Ancient Faith. I think Religion of the Apostles is in Russian and Ukrainian. It's in Arabic. It's also in Chinese and Spanish. But so they're getting translated. God is a Man of War was translated into Braille. I thought that was really cool.
That's pretty cool.
So they're working on it. But what you have to do to make that happen, if it hasn't happened yet, depending on what language we're talking about, is you have to have a deal with, like, if you want to translate it or whatever, or if you have someone who wants to translate it, they have to make a deal in whatever country to publish it in that language. Right. And then basically Ancient Faith will license it to the publisher, to the local publisher. So like those Romanian copies are published by a Romanian publisher under a license from Ancient Faith. So that's how it works. But if you have a publisher who's ready to publish them, you can get in touch with Ancient Faith and get that set up relatively easily. They like getting things translated.
$5 from Gabe. Is it appropriate to say that Christ has one compound nature? Maximus the Confessor uses this, I'm pretty sure, as long as they remain distinct in one subject. Honestly, I don't know if we can say, Father Stephen.
I don't think there's a lot of point in going and finding language that one particular father uses that's different than the standard language. It's not that it's wrong. St. Maximus isn't wrong, right? But I'm saying in terms of why would I want to go around using that language, right?
Yeah.
So if I'm trying to communicate to someone about Christology and the two natures of Christ, right?
Yeah, how is this helpful?
I'm going to use the Chalcedon language. If I go and talk around one compound nature, I'm just going to get a lot of questions.
Yeah.
Like, are you a Miaphysite? How is that different than Miaphysitism? How is this? And that might be interesting, for you to kind of set up shop and be like, well, allow me to explain what St. Maximus the Confessor says.
Yeah, maybe it's like an in.
Right. If that's like a thing for you, right? You want to explain that to everybody. Oh, okay, but I would default to the standard language, right? Which it would be the Chalcedonian language.
Yeah. What was I gonna say? Just lost my train of thought. That's how I know it's getting late. Yeah, the Orthodox Church today kind of tells you how to talk about it. So we don't really need to go searching for what is like the edge of the appropriate terms that I can use.
Yeah, there's lots of non-standard terminology in different places because they're trying to make some particular point.
Oh, I was gonna say this gets a lot more complicated when this is a point both you and Doc Branson made, is that these terms like nature, and I think nature in particular, can be used in different senses. Like you can talk about like a personal nature and like universal human nature, and that in like classical Greek, the term is used in both ways depending on the context.
Right.
So like, again, like there's language that the church has already, like there's a standard language that the church uses.
Yeah. The goal is always to clearly communicate something about Christ.
Yeah.
Right. And so if using non-standard language helps you do that, cool. Right. And that's probably why St. Maximus was using it in that particular instance.
Yeah.
But the goal is always to be clear.
Clarity.
And usually that means using the standard language. That's why it's the standard language.
Yeah. The goal, and I'm not accusing you of doing this, Gabe, but the goal is not to demonstrate how smart I am and how many terms I know, and like how how many nuances within the fathers that I understand, which I feel like sometimes that's what people are trying to communicate, because I get the sense sometimes I talk to people and they're just like very jargon heavy, like very lingo heavy. And it's like, you just used 50 words to tell me something that you could have used like 10 words to. I know you're not that bad of a communicator. Like, you're trying to show off to me like how smart you are, like how many words,
yeah,
you know, like I get like complicated issues sometimes require some jargon and some lingo, but you can tell like sometimes people overdo that on purpose as like a flex.
The mark of really understanding something deeply is that you can explain it to a 10-year-old.
Yeah. Yeah, without leaning on jargon or
well, yeah, because the 10-year-old won't understand any of that.
They won't know it. Yeah. $10 from Darth Jeff. Thanks to Alex for dropping by our live. That was something. Yeah, there was some Baptist guy. I think his Twitter handle was like the Bible guy or something. He's arguing for sola fide, and I was just listening because I thought it was an interesting conversation or whatever. Then I thought the guy was just taking like a lot of leaps, so I kind of jumped into that live, and then I just realized real quick that he was a bad actor, because I was like, look, St. Paul, the topic was like justification, and he's trying to say that this is like an imputation or something. I'm like, clearly St. Paul is linking this to like a real change, like the term dikaiosine itself means a change, like a real change. It never means like just some sort of nominal difference. And he said, well, Baptists believe that in justification. And I did not believe him when he said that. So I went and I looked up the Baptist, the Second London Baptist Confession of Faith, and it like very clearly states that justification is imputational. It's not infused.
Yeah.
So I brought that up towards the end, and I was like, you're a liar and you're in bad faith. You don't even know your own position. Then I left. But yeah, that's what Jeff means when he's saying that was something. Certainly was, when you have to educate people on their own views. But thank you for the donation, man. Jake Smith, $2. Are you going to be in the couch for a week? I hope not. I don't think so.
Yeah, you are 3 hours past your deadline, you realize.
That's 3 more hours of begging. I owe it to the super chatters. I have the golden handcuffs. Shane Paisios, $2. Cleve lost everything and gained his life. Indeed. He lost a job. He lost a lot of friends. He kept a lot of friends too. But a lot of like connections on social media. Like, you think Ruslan and Ortland will like really ever host him again? Like, they would have to be pretty unique circumstances.
They should host him now when he's not allowed to debate.
That way it has to be a friendly dialogue.
Yeah. Talk about the weather, politics.
$5 from formerly Leatherstrap. Father Stephen, do you think the Dionysian corpus is authentic if you did have feelings? If you did have feelings, what would they be on the last season of The Boys?
I don't have feelings. I have thoughts and opinions. There's 2 completely unrelated questions.
Yeah.
I'm
inclined to say they are mostly authentic.
Do I think it's first century? I think it may be first century. I'm not as persuaded as Craig Truglia yet, but I know it wasn't written after the 2nd century.
How do you know that?
Because it contains stuff from Second Temple Jewish traditions that you don't find in texts written after the 2nd century. That's...
Now I'm curious. Do you remember what in particular?
So you've got to look at how the celestial hierarchy interprets Deuteronomy 32 and a couple of other things.
Yeah, it's the same way that like Saint Justin Martyr and Saint Irenaeus,
it's
even
on
Saint Clement of Rome takes the same view.
It's
Yes, First Clement.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So I think it was written in the 2nd century at the latest. If it was written in the 2nd century, it was written by someone who had taken the name of Saint Dionysius the Areopagite as a baptismal name. So I think it's authentic either way. But and I think it could be first century, right? There's nothing about it that isn't first century. I don't think it's Neoplatonic at all.
But I heard a video of who is it? Archbishop Gallitzin. I don't know if I'm saying the name right. He said this is definitely quoting Plotinus.
Oh yeah,
So
no,
it
I
must
disagree.
be.
Yeah, I disagree with his evidence.
Yeah,
he is a smarter and wiser man than I, and he has studied this. But I've studied Plotinus from the philosophy side, and so I disagree. And I think there's some Second Temple Jewish things. I mean, I love Archbishop Alexander. We had him speak at the First Lord of Spirits conference.
Oh, nice.
So right before our D&D tournament. True story.
Nice.
But I told them I'd only do it if we had a D&D tournament. And I said that live on the air, and they actually did it. So that was cool.
I mean, Father Stephen has to be happy. So
yeah, the second one I said I would only do it if they flew me out first class, and they did that. So if we do a third one, who knows how my demands will escalate?
Who knows? Yeah.
Gosh, how much do I want to go into the boys? We were discussing this at coffee hour after liturgy this evening. Church. I mean, the ending is disappointing just because they gave it a happy ending, which is garbage.
For the boys, yeah.
That show should not have had a happy ending for anyone.
I mean, I've never watched it, but from like the reels that I've seen,
there's no reason to watch
it. It doesn't seem like that kind of show.
I am not recommending it to anyone. It was not as bad as the comic because the comic was terrible. Garth Ennis is one of those people who needs an editor to kind of restrain him and put limits on him to bring out his creativity and channel it. So like his Hitman and Preacher were amazing at DC. The comics, the Preacher show was horrible, but the comic and the Hitman comic at DC were great. His Punisher at Marvel was great. But then he was popular, he was a big name writer, and he went and started publishing his own independent comics like Crossed and The Boys, and it's just garbage. It's just like shock value, deviant sexuality, and violence, like with no plot or characterization to speak of. So the show made it a little better in that, like, the actors literally said, like the guy playing Homelander, like, I'm not playing like a cartoon villain. Like, this needs to be an actual character.
So believable.
Like, and so there's tons of characterization stuff that got added. But after the first 2 seasons, it was really popular. And so they're like, oh, well, we need to keep this going a little bit. And so it was sort of like, let's shove some extra seasons in here before we get to the ending to try to, maximize our monetary return on this. And let's do a spinoff, and let's, do this and that. And so you get like a couple seasons of wheel spinning. And then the last season ends up just, having a happy ending that betrayed the whole thing. You've only ever watched 2 TV shows, The Walking Dead and Invincible. So you didn't even watch the 3rd Robert Kirkman show? There's a TV show, Outcast, on I think it was on Cinemax of all things. That was based on another Robert Kirkman comic. So if you liked Walking Dead and Invincible, I don't know why you haven't seen Outcast. Anyway, okay, super chat. That was just the most bizarre. I saw that in the chat and I was like, what?
Father Stephen, thoughts on the efficacy of the historical grammatical hermeneutic? As a former presby, I'm very dismissive of it. How can I see its value?
It doesn't have a lot of value.
That's what I was gonna say. I don't think it has a lot of value.
It's basically a modernist hermeneutic. So if you understand what logical positivism was, so in the mid 20th century, your main philosophical options were existentialism or logical positivism. Right? And logical positivism was the idea that the only things that are true are things that are based on, grounded in the laws of logic, meaning they can't not be true logically, or the product of linguistic principles. Right. So an example of logical impossibility, right? Like it has to be true, would be like the law of identity, right? A thing is identical to itself, right? So I would say that you could say that that's true because that's based in the laws of logic. An example of something based on linguistic principle would be like, you can't have a married bachelor, because the definition of married and the definition of bachelor are, right, contradictory, right? So those are the only things that are true. And so the historical grammatical hermeneutic was a way of trying to get around post-structuralist, which we would now call postmodern, challenges to the idea of meaning when it comes to the text, by trying to ground the meaning of the biblical text in the grammar and like the languages themselves, right? And the problem is that that's just not how language works. And so as post-structuralism continued, it like demolished that, right? Like words don't just mean things, right? They mean things in certain contexts. And the same word can have multiple usages, right? In different contexts, even by the same author, right? And people use grammatical constructions poetically. People can use the same word to mean two different things. They can use two different words to mean the same thing, just as a matter of poetic style and stuff. And so you can't really ground. I had one professor once who was still grounded in this stuff, and he would say things like, you have correctly exegeted a passage when you've arrived at a meaning that is so clear in the text that a Jew, a Muslim, and a Christian would all agree that that's what it says.
It's pretty tough.
Yes. Not only is it nearly impossible, but that rules out all literally all theological interpretation of the Bible.
Yeah. Yep.
Right. So yeah, it's an attempt to salvage the text, because sola scriptura posits this problem for Protestants that the meaning has to be contained in the text itself.
Yeah.
If the meaning of the text can only be accessed via things outside the text, sola scriptura falls apart real fast. Right. And this is the pushback. So like when I try and do what I do and I give context, even if I say, hey, let's look up this quote, the new Romans here, he quotes Amos. Let's go look up that passage in Amos and see what it's talking about. They will object.
That's pretty
Like,
crazy.
oh, no, he only quoted this part. Right. And especially if you try and say, well, here's how this word is used in this other text that's not in the Bible. Oh, no, you can't interpret the Bible with things outside the Bible. Right? Because they know that if they accept that you have to, that's part of detonating your sola scriptura. The Bible can't be self-interpreting then, for one thing.
Right.
Right. And so, but the problem is it's untenable even at this level. Okay, don't use a Greek lexicon.
Yeah.
That's outside the Bible. Right. That's another book outside the Bible, right? Like you
yeah,
literally
it's like
can't
where you
do
draw
it.
the line. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's an attempt to try to save the meaning being embedded in the text. a kind of structuralist, a kind of watered down structuralist approach, honestly, from post-structuralism that ultimately doesn't work and falls apart.
It's bad. $5 from Gabe. Thank you. Father Stephen, how compatible is philosophy of continental guys like Heidegger with anything Orthodox? Is phenomenology something to look into? I would say it is something, and it can be looked into. It is something that can be looked into. Is it something to look into? And for curiosity, maybe, but I think Orthodoxy, you have everything you need in the Holy Fathers.
This is true, but first of all, we all have to say, if forced to choose a favorite member of the National Socialist Workers' Party, you have to pick Heidegger.
Every other choice would get you in trouble.
Yes, right. Like you have to pick your favorite one. Heidegger. But I would point out, for example, that Saint Dumitru Staniloi,
patron of the channel,
phenomenology in general and a few concepts from Heidegger in particular all over the place in his Orthodox dogmatics. So he finds phenomenology helpful in that regard. And all phenomenology is, right? Big fancy word, right? All phenomenology is it's approaching things from the perspective of experience, right? So rather than talking about things as they are, as if we know things as they are, we talk about our experience of things. Now, you might see an immediate connection here in terms of Orthodox theology. This is, I think, what St. Staniloi saw, right? We don't know God in his essence. We know him in his energies, right? We know him in terms of our experience of him.
Oh, interesting.
Not in terms of how he is in himself.
There is an overlap here somewhere.
Yes, right.
In the Venn diagram, yes.
And so the phenomenological approach, right, of talking about our experience of things, of the world, of individual things, of other people, of God, right, is a very helpful theological approach that does, or philosophical approach that does dovetail in certain ways with, for example, apophatic theology. Right. So to give you an example, right, we can sit here and talk. We can talk about baptism cataphatically. Here's what baptism is. Here's what it does. Right. here's what Scripture says about it. Here's various things that church fathers say about it. We can talk about all that. Phenomenology would be, what is the experience of the person who is baptized? Right. And so I don't think you could say there's no validity to that approach. Right. And it's countering the earlier modernist approach, which was your experience of things doesn't matter and is probably a lie. We want to get to how things actually are. We want to get back behind experience, right, to the quote unquote reality of things and be objective, right? Whereas phenomenology embraces subjectivity because it's about my experience of things. And there's a basic spiritual insight of humility that's necessary, I think, in Orthodoxy, that I have to accept that my experience of things is not identical with how they are. Right? My experience of a person is not the sum total of that other person's being. Right? If I think that's a particularly arrogant thought, right, toward my brother and reducing him, in sort of a utilitarian way. The only way in which this other human being is important is in reference to me, right, and my experience of it. So making that distinction, I think, is very spiritually important.
Yeah. Where do we draw the line of, like, at a certain point, I think it would be improper to try to import like certain philosophical, I don't know, like concepts maybe into the fathers, because like I'm not an expert on this by any means. I'm thinking of like Kantian phenomenology and like the way that I understand like he would approach this kind of thing. And it seems to me that like that kind of phenomenology is self-defeating in a way, because there's no way to like every mind would be noumenal, right? You don't know, it would be in the noumenal realm. Like you don't even know if there are any other minds that exist.
The metaphysical presuppositions behind Kantianism are the problem with Kantianism.
I think that's where like
it's a problem with Platonism
like,
too.
That's kind of where we have to. Is that where we draw the line? I guess I'm asking. Like, you don't want to import worldly philosophies onto orthodoxy,
right?
It's like that's definitely not right.
Right.
That's that there are some concepts or ideas that might have some overlap or might help in understanding some ideas in orthodoxy. It seems like that would be maybe would that be appropriate?
That's at the level of archi, right? The first principles.
Okay.
Right. Our first principles come from the Orthodox Christian faith. Okay. But things like syllogisms, right? Like from Aristotle, right? Syllogisms aren't what he would call a first principle.
Right.
Right. This is a methodology thing.
Yeah.
Right. Or particular insights. Right. Like those kind of things. It's when you abandon the first principles. Right. And those are especially associated with metaphysics. Right. You embrace a Cartesian metaphysical dualism.
Oh, well,
that's not compatible, right? Or if you embrace, I think Platonist metaphysics is not compatible with the.
I agree.
With
Yes.
the Christian faith, because you end up with matter being evil in some sense, right? And that kind of thing. So you can't import those first principles. One of the things with phenomenology in particular is that phenomenology is deliberately, Heidegger's deliberately trying to get past that whole idea of first principles. Right. So he's not really arguing with Kant. He's just telling Kant, like, I think trying to go after, what's noumenal and da-da-da. I think that's a dead end.
Okay.
Right. So we're just going to approach things from this level of human experience. And we're going to embrace the idea that human experience has validity. But you can raid these things, right? The same way that the Church Fathers raided Greek philosophy. Right. You take these elements that are usable,
and use them for your purposes,
terminology, and redefine them and use them for your purposes. Yeah. Yeah. Like after I gave that talk where I kind of used Nietzsche at Peugeot Fest, like somebody
you got a lot of criticism for that.
Like a professor who's an expert on Nietzsche, and he's like, well, he wasn't really being faithful to Nietzsche. And I'm like,
duh, like,
yeah, of course
that
not.
wasn't your objective.
Right.
It was supposed to be a springboard.
I was using him, right? Like
for your purposes.
Yes. Was Dante faithful to Virgil? Like, no, he was using him as a dramatis personae, right? It is, so right? Like I could use, and I pull stuff from Hegel, right? Like I've said before on Lord of Spirits, which times Hegel brings the concept of history into philosophy. Meaning, Hegel is the first one to say, use the example of like a rose, right? If you want to understand a rose, you don't just understand the bloom, right? You have to understand the stem and the growth and over time and the bud and the bloom, right?
Yeah.
And then you have the rose. And when you get to the bloom, you don't just throw away the rest, like rip it off and throw it, like, right? Like that whole thing. And so, for Hegel, if you want to understand an idea, you have to understand the history of that idea. You have to go back and trace how it unfolded in history, right? And we come to this idea. Like, I think that's really helpful. Most episodes of Lord of Spirits are kind of structured that way, right? We go back to like Genesis and like trace some idea through the scriptures.
Yeah.
And show how it develops and then blooms in Christ, right? And like
election is a great example.
Right.
Yes.
Right. And trace these things, right? Does that make me a Hegelian? Right. Well, I haven't yielded to any of Hegel's
first principles,
metaphysical presuppositions.
Yeah.
like his kind of monism or his like progressive.
Yeah, it's just the methodology. Like
None
you
of his
said,
method,
yeah.
but that insight, right, of how to understand an idea by tracing it through history, right,
Fair game.
is yeah.
I like that. iMilo82. This is just like a funny comment. I thought, why do I not hear this level of theology with Protestant online circles? Well, they're not asking the hard questions.
Yeah. I would actually listen to Protestant theology channels if there was this going on.
Yeah, and that's actually a good point, Father Stephen. Is that again, there is no shortage of this kind of material among like for the Protestant divines, right? Using
Jordan Cooper could do a lot of this if he wanted to. It may not get any views. I don't know.
Yeah. Like it's
going to that level may not get any views.
The thing it's like it's there. Like they're just not. I don't know if they're not curious or it doesn't get views but I think people like across the board, I think people are looking to step it up a notch with, at least the people that are watching this kind of stuff. Like they're interested in, varying levels of difficulty when it comes to theology. Like there's a lot of entry level stuff. And I think people, they appreciate the more advanced stuff too,
Yeah.
World Eyes, $5. Grew up Baptist, now inquiring into Orthodoxy. Can you talk about tithing in the Orthodox Church? Well,
works pretty much the same way, 10%.
Tithing means 10%.
Yeah. So that's what everybody is. I don't know how much it's talked about in other jurisdictions. The Antiochian Archdiocese years ago, at the end of Metropolitan Philip's tenure, moved over to a tithing system where that is the goal, right? We know not everyone can do that right away, right? And obviously, like everything else in the Orthodox Church, your giving to the church is something you talk about in consultation with your spiritual father, right? Who understands your circumstances and stuff, right? But that's the goal, is to get to the point where you're giving 10% of your income to the church. And in the Antiochian Archdiocese, for example, like the parish gives 10% of its budget to the archdiocese. Like that's how the whole thing is run, is by tithing, because that's the biblical principle. Now, I can give you one quote from a church father that says that Christians do not tithe. But then you have to read the next sentence where he says, the Jews only give 10%. Christians give 100% of their belongings to the church. So if you want to take that option, monasticism is there for you. But that's, for most of us, the goal is to try to get to 10%.
Yeah, the Romanian jurisdiction doesn't have a hard rule on that. I don't know if there's a guideline on that actually. But like you said, Father, I think there are some jurisdictions take it more seriously than others. I think the point is like there's a time Father Josiah was talking about giving, and he said, look, if your parish is dilapidated and your home is like very nice and expensive, your priorities might not be in the right place to let the place where you go to worship God is falling apart, yet you're living in some mansion, which I guess that's not the case for most of us, if not all. Yeah. But it is a reflection of like what your priorities are.
There's a historical road here. Perry Robinson talked about this helpfully when he was talking about those the wretched baptismal fees. That post he made, but he talks about some of this history.
That was like the most holistic response to like such a ridiculous issue.
Yes.
That
like,
said, he knocked it out of the park like normal, but
yeah. But you got to remember, the Orthodox churches came to this country with immigrants, right? And they had to adapt to being in the United States. these Orthodox churches in Orthodox countries are funded entirely differently. Orthodox churches in non-Orthodox countries, right, like Antiochian parishes in Syria and Lebanon, are funded entirely differently. People don't go and like tithe, right? There's a whole system for how that works at the diocese level, and then priests are paid by the diocese. Like, it's a whole different way of doing things, right? But these immigrants come to America, they build an Orthodox church in their community, they send back to the old country for a priest, they're funding their church, and two things come into play. Number one, they're all poor immigrants, and number two, in the United States, your local parish is a 501c3 or 501c4, and has all these government guidelines as a nonprofit organization that they have to follow, where they have to have a board. That's why we have parish councils. They don't have parish councils in the old country. They have to have a board, so we have to have parish councils. They have to have membership, and that membership has to have an annual meeting, like once a year, to vote on certain things, right? According to they have to have bylaws and a constitution. There's all these things they have to have legally. Okay, and so these Orthodox churches had to do those things. Well, you have to determine membership and voting membership, right? So then a lot of these, they started, and everybody's poor though, so they started having like dues very early on, where people would have to pay like $50 a year or something, for their whole family, right? Where you'd pay dues, and that would be what you chip in every year. That made you a voting member.
You're buying salvation? Wow.
Of the tax paperwork and all this.
Yeah.
Right. Like, it was just, right, this whole thing. And then they said, well, okay, dues, we need to get past this. As the Orthodox Church starts to grow, this isn't really a workable system. It was okay. So then you start getting the dues getting turned into, they started doing pledge systems, and they'd start having a minimum pledge. You have to pledge at least this amount, right, in order to be a voting member. And then, we hope people will pledge more than that, but in a lot of cases, people now at that time looked at the minimum pledge as their dues, and so they just gave the minimum, whatever that was, and it would be higher than $50 a year, right? Maybe not much higher. And then so it's been this thing of both trying to work within the system, being poorer immigrant communities, now being more successful communities. And that's why the Antiochian Archdiocese, for example, switched to, hey, we're not a bunch of struggling immigrant churches anymore, right?
Time to
We're
go on
receiving
offense.
a lot of growth.
Yeah.
How should we be doing this? Not just how has necessity caused us to do this, but how should we be doing this?
Yeah, the ideal. Yeah.
And that's been seen a move toward tithing, right?
Yeah. JB, $5. Alex, can we boot this school? He's in timeout for 14 more minutes. I saw your super chat earlier, JB. So, Rock Bolivian, $10. My parish's deacon once quipped that when the deacon says, "With the fear of God and with faith and love, draw near for the faithful communion," is the Orthodox altar call, "Blessed Feast of Ascension." Blessed feast. I like the quip. Thank you. Formerly Leatherstrap. Is there any accessible literature showing Paul did not teach sola fide? Already have Religion of the Apostles and your book on St. Paul. Seraphim Hamilton has some videos on this, and I think he references some literature. There's also, I just printed this off actually. There's a chapter in this book called Justification and the Future of the Ecumenical Movement. I haven't read through it yet, but there's a Valerie Caras. Have you heard of this person?
Yeah.
Yeah. Is this a yay or a nay from you, Father Stephen? Valerie Caras. Nah.
It's a non-committal. Yeah. I mean, I think if you've got my book on St. Paul,
that should do the trick.
Sola fide doesn't work with faithfulness. Sola fide is not just the teaching you just have to have faith. It has a particular definition of faith. As an empty virtue, as a receptive faculty. Well, faithfulness can't just be a receptive faculty. Right? Faithfulness requires action and effort. It has to do with life, right? St. Paul saying again, using halakha as a right walk in this way, right?
Yeah.
And so it's not just a question of, well, it doesn't say alone in Romans, but it does in James. Gotcha, prots. It's that sola fide, again, most of them don't know this, but sola fide involves this much bigger picture, right? Of, I bet you half the people online who identify as Calvinists wouldn't know whether they think regeneration precedes faith, or even what the importance of that is. But they do. That's one of the fundamental principles of Calvinism.
The regeneration prior to faith.
Is that regeneration precedes faith. It's one of the things that separates them from Lutherans.
Yeah.
Who believe in baptismal regeneration.
What do you think about like the New Perspective guys? Like, are there any that stand out to you as particularly useful or like just hitting the mark? Like, I know that like John Barclay gets a lot of attention.
I mean, all of these guys have basically moved from the idea of faith to faithfulness. All of these guys have moved to a new understanding of works of the Torah, works of the law, meaning the boundary markers, the commandments that were specifically to the Jewish people. If you read Matthew Thomas's Paul's Works of the Law, which is his published dissertation, he's Roman Catholic scholar. But I mean, that's it. I mean, that book is it. Like, it's done. He goes through every single extant text, Christian, Jewish, Gnostic, from the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd centuries AD, that mentions works of the law and shows that every single one of them uses it that way. Every one.
Do you think he was thorough enough, or he probably should have aimed? Probably should have aimed a little higher. I don't know.
So, like I've said, I posted a review about it. He actually got in touch with me. He was really happy how much I liked the book. But I said there should be a sticker on the front that says "This machine destroys Protestantism." Like, it just definitively proves it. He has as a quote, a C.S. Lewis quote at the beginning of his last chapter. That is something to the effect of, should we suppose that those interpreters and readers closest to the original text were all in error, and that we moderns only recently have figured out the truth of the matter? And it's just brutal.
Yeah, right? That just seems like so blatantly obvious. But if it was, I guess everybody would be Orthodox. I don't know.
But these guys are now Protestant in name only. They're Pinos.
The thing is,
and
like,
that's fine for N.T. Wright. He's an Anglican. He's a retired Anglican bishop. Anglicans can,
it's that way he can be anything.
Catholics, Protestants, they can do it.
Yeah, that's like I was. I don't know, maybe a bit surprised on this latest. As you guys know, this is not secret information or anything. I have a debate with Lucas Curcio from Method Ministries on, is justification forensic, which I know the prompt is a little odd, but I discussed it with him ahead of time, and it was clear the Orthodox acknowledge forensic legal language. We just don't think it's primarily that. And he was like, okay, well, then you argue that you're taking
a weak position.
You think it's not even a little
forensic
bit
language?
None at all
in St. Paul. No.
Let's talk about that after.
Legal maybe, but not forensic.
Okay, that's interesting. I'm gonna make a note for myself on that. I thought I was taking a humble position, but if it's a weak position, I don't want that.
Well, I mean, it'll be easier to prove. I just think you're conceding more to him than you need to.
I don't want to concede things that I don't have to concede.
Concede nothing.
That's litigation 101.
Yeah.
All right. I hope that answered your question, Leatherstrap. I think there are a few resources. What do you think of John Barclay? His name keeps on coming up, and I know there are a few other New Perspective guys. I don't know if you're familiar with
he's not he's not really one of the big league guys. I mean, the early guys are like Dunn and Sanders, and then NT Wright.
Yeah.
But the New Perspective has really been bypassed now. Now everybody's doing the Paul within Judaism thing, which is probably where I'd fall, somewhere within that category. There was an article.
Paul was a Pharisee. He would probably speak the way Pharisees speak.
There's a journal article from maybe 3 years ago in the Journal for Biblical Literature that Paula Fredrickson published. That's pretty good because it's basically just her defining what Paul within Judaism is. There's like 14 points where if somebody agrees with them or most of them, that they're basically within that category. And I agree with, I think, 13 of them. So
do you think
out of 14?
Off topic, Paula Fredrickson was her name?
Yeah.
You think there's some nominative determinism going on there?
She's Jewish.
Is it a coincidence that many dentists are named Dennis? Like a disproportional amount of the.
Well, hey, we were talking about Creflo Dollar earlier.
That's true. Not a coincidence. I don't think so. JP says, Profound Bean wanted to ask Prots. Thank you for the $20. Generous super chat. Prots appealed to Josephus, saying there are 22 Old Testament books for the last 3,000 years. They say the rabbinic 24 and the Protestant 39 are just the same books, but different counting. Is this true? Think if you want to be really pedantic, you could say that Josephus does not lay out exactly the Protestant scripture, but I think by that method, I think that by all like context, he's talking about like that same 66 book.
So first, Josephus only lived about 1900 years ago, so he isn't testifying to 3000. And 3000, if you're talking about 1000 BC, a big chunk of the Old Testament hadn't been written yet in 1000 BC. Even of those 39 books, right? Like Esther, Ezra, Nehemiah, some of the Psalms, Ezekiel, Daniel, right? Like some significant portions.
Yeah.
Even Isaiah and Jeremiah weren't written.
Yeah, I was gonna say Isaiah. Yeah.
So, so that's real early. So here's what Josephus says.
None of the prophets would have been written yet.
Yeah, here's what Josephus actually says. Josephus says that the 22 books of the Pharisaic canon of his day were known to every Jew from their mother's womb, everywhere in the world, at all times. So it's a modest claim that he
sounds like a bit of an agenda. That sounds like advocacy to me.
It sounds like advocacy and a lie, because he knew full well that Alexandrian Jews disagreed with him. The Sadducees disagreed with him. The Essenes disagreed with him.
He's arguing for his view.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And he's just arbitrarily saying that the view of my sect, the Pharisees, is really the view that everyone, not just that everyone holds and has always held, but they were born knowing it. They came out of the womb knowing it to be true, right? And Protestants want to take that and say, "Oh, well, see, there was a firmly established canon among the Jews of the first century." So literally, they want to take that literally from Josephus, who you may not realize is not in the Bible.
You have to go outside the Bible to
A
find out your
non-Christian
Bible.
Pharisee apparently is now their authority for what is in the Old Testament.
Should we also accept his Christology, Father Stephen?
Yeah, exactly. And ecclesiology and his he at one point ends up arguing that Rome is the Messiah. Should we accept that? He was a bootlicker on top of everything else.
Wow.
So yeah. So that argument from Josephus, every time they make it, it's a laugh riot.
It's a lot of problems.
And so here's the thing. Yes, you could find lots of writers saying there's 22 books. But here's also the thing. That's because there are 22 letters in the Hebrew alphabet. And when you look at their list of books, they're not the same. They just want that number 22.
Yeah. Well, St. John Damascene references that as well,
Yes.
right?
And to get that number, as you could tell from 39, they're smushing a bunch of books together and calling them one book in order to try and get the number 22. And they smush them together differently. Even where they have the same books, they've got them smushed differently to get at the 22. So it's very clear that this is just wrong. It's abundantly clear from actual canon lists and actual rabbinical discussions that there was a lot of debate about Esther and Ecclesiastes in the first century still among the rabbis about whether they were holy books. So the language the rabbis were using was, are your hands unclean after you've touched the scroll? And need to be washed. And whether that was true of Esther and Ecclesiastes was up in the air. But not only that, in that Pharisaic canon of Josephus's, there was a little book called Ben Sirach. Ben Sirach or Ecclesiastes.
In Josephus's canon, Sirach is what?
Ben Sirach / Ecclesiasticus was removed from the Pharisaic canon in the 2nd century.
I did not know that. Very interesting.
And this is why, this is one of these things you should pay attention to. You'll notice when Protestants talk about this, they'll say, well, the book has to be originally written in Hebrew. Ben Sirach was originally written in Hebrew.
Checks all the boxes.
Yes, it was part of it. And you know why it was removed in the 2nd century by the Jews? Because the Christians were using it for catechesis. Ben Sirach was being used as a catechetical manual by Christians. That's why it got the Latin name Ecclesiasticus, the church book. Because it was used for catechesis.
I don't know why.
It was removed by the Jews, by rabbinical Judaism. It was removed because of the Christian use as a response to Christianity. There's lots of that in early rabbinic Judaism, which makes a lot of this trans-Jew Messianic synagogue stuff especially silly. They're doing Jewish traditions that were established against Christianity in their supposedly Christian synagogues.
I can't believe I was today years old and I only just found out that it makes sense Ecclesiasticus would refer to ecclesia, but like the church book, I mean, can't believe I'm only finding out the etymology of that name now. Father Stephen, off topic, but you've mentioned several times, have you read a lot of Stephen King? Duma Key is probably top of the list for me, being contrarian.
I have read a fair amount of Stephen. No man can read all of Stephen King. The man produces more content than I do. Like he publishes 2 or 3 like 1,000+ page books a year. Like it's insane.
That's that's insane. What?
Like, yes, his production level is insane. And there's a funny clip. There's some profanity in it, but there's a funny clip of him having a conversation on a stage with George R.R. Martin. And George R.R. Martin starts the conversation by saying, "How do you write so bleeping fast?"
That's a lot.
Yes, it's a lot. And he's got different series and in different genres and stuff.
Yeah, just the mental space of
keeping so it's
everything
all
straight,
different stuff. But so I don't like follow everything, but I've read a fair amount of different things from him. He actually is a very good writer. He is a very good fantasy writer. Even a lot of his horror after the early stuff is more fantasy than horror, really, because he does this world building and stuff. That is interesting.
Who is your favorite writer, Father Stephen?
Albert Camus. The Stranger is my favorite novel.
Because of the content or like the writing itself?
Probably both.
Interesting.
I first read it when I was 16. So
the Farney for $2 says they believe in ecumenism, so they can believe whatever. That's my attitude sometimes towards this.
Yeah.
Andrew, $2. What is your favorite Roman Catholic cope? Probably Eliakim.
It's funny just because it's so recent. Like,
yeah, exactly. Yes, that's why. That's why it's got to be my favorite.
Yeah. I don't know. I'll be super topical. My favorite Roman Catholic cope is Eric Ibarra today, saying that he's not like David Wood. He doesn't just hand a new Muslim convert a Bible and tell them to find their own way. He hands them Theodore Abukura and is very confident that will somehow lead them to Roman Catholicism. Even though I know like 5 experts, including somebody who wrote their dissertation on Theodore Abukura, who are Antiochian priests. But that's okay.
That's okay. $5 from Lisa, Blues Lover. Ecumenism, diversity of doctrines, equity of salvation, inclusion of heresies. That's what it seems like. That's what they propose.
Ecumenism is the pan heresy.
Indeed. Damian Valencia, $10. Father Stephen, off topic, but can you talk about how the shepherd is an important or cool document in the book, The Apostolic Fathers? That's a compilation of texts, but yes, and how this was maybe significant for the early church. Thank you both. While it's early, it also will tell you a lot about how early Christians saw the church, because this document, like, the shepherd, like, dominated, or like people don't realize like how prevalent, important it was at the time. Like Saint Athanasius is even talking about it, recommending it for reading.
Oh, no, way past that. I mean, St. John Cassian
even
refers to the pastor all the time. It is referring to the shepherd of Hermas. That's in the 5th century.
Yeah.
So yeah,
massively influential. You should read it. Everybody should read it.
Pius's brother. There's a chapter about it in Apocrypha, where I go through some of the stuff. And one of the things, this is an important example, and I think I go into this in the book. I use this as an opportunity to talk about this issue. One of the issues when you're reading about this very early stuff from the late 1st and 2nd and 3rd centuries in the church is that the scholarship you're reading, especially if it's older scholarship, and by that I mean 20th century scholarship, like way back in the 1900s, they're writing with a basic presupposition, a basic Hegelian presupposition of the evolution of doctrine and of the church. And with Christology in particular, that's the Bauer hypothesis, which is that everybody starts out in the New Testament with a low Christology. They think Jesus is just a man. And then over time, that culminates in Nicaea. He's declared to be God, and sort of it works its way up to that. It evolves to that, like a Pokemon over the course of, those first few centuries.
Reaches its final form.
And that assumption then colors everything they say. And there's a further assumption. So the reason I bring this up is if you read something about the Shepherd of Hermas, they'll say, for example, that it doesn't have an Orthodox Christology.
Oh yeah, Unitarians try to construe it that way.
Yeah. Right. And here's the profound illogic of what they're doing. So number one, this is being shaped by their presupposition. This was written at a certain time, so it can't possibly have had a higher Christology than this certain point. Right.
Yeah.
That's an assumption. They have a presupposition going in. Then secondly, and this is an assumption that is all too common in our modern era in another context that I'll bring up in a second, but there is an assumption that when you read one text like this, the author says absolutely everything they believe about Christology.
It's the whole, yes. They have exhausted all of their
They've laid out the entirety of their belief in this one document. Always. Right? And so you could just take everything about Christology from this text and be like, okay, the view of the author is this, and that's it. Right? And that's obviously not true.
Yeah. It's assuming that it's some Christological treatise where they've exhausted all of their ideas on Christology.
Right.
But
Or any other topic. Right.
Yeah.
Any other topic. Soteriology. You can do this with any topic. Eschatology. Right. People don't just like their whole view of everything every time they casually mention it while talking about something else.
Yeah.
Right. Like no one does this. Right. And so the question you need to ask when you're reading a text like this is there anything that the shepherd says that is incompatible with Orthodox Christology?
Right.
Is there anything it says that contradicts Orthodox Christology? Not does he lay out Chalcedon in the beginning of the 2nd century? Why would you expect that to happen? Right.
They see Father Stephen. I don't see Usia and hypostasis in the Bible used in the Nicene terms. So
yeah, not a homoousios in sight. Yeah.
All of this later philosophy.
Right. And that's just irrational. Right.
Yeah.
But you people do this too. You go to YouTube Shorts. You go to clips and you act like that clip or that short is the whole conversation and everything the person has to say on the topic. And you leave your comments. So knock it off.
Be reasonable, people.
You're being like a 19th century German scholar and it needs to stop.
If people knew more about 19th century German scholars, they'd realize how devastating that just that was.
Criticism. What are you, Fichte? Schelling?
$10 from Kolemic Ethos. Do you guys think Dioscorus and or Severus were Orthodox in intent, but held too much to Monophysite, Miaphysite slogans, or heretical in words and in meaning? I don't know. I'm not an expert on the topic, but from what I do know, the most Orthodox thing to do would be to repent and submit to the council. So,
yeah, Dioscorus, I think, is very clearly a heretic and defended himself, right? Like defended his views over against, right? Severus of Antioch, I've heard someone I know who's Indian Orthodox make a very nice case for. Right? That maybe we should be a little merciful in our judgment of him. But even that, right, they're calling him a saint. Right? Like a little bit, he ain't a saint, right? Like a little bit of mercy. Like I'm not going to say he went to hell for sure, right? Like, you know, maybe he was more on the misguided side, maybe. But I mean, I don't see how that gains you much anyway.
Yeah.
Right. There's always all these people. Was Nestorius really a Nestorian? Was Eutyches really a Eutychian? You know, and it's like, what does that gain you? What's the point? Right.
Like, I just think if they were not, then wouldn't they just submit to the council and repent?
Like, well, like Origen, was Origen really an Origenist? Did he really believe all those things? I don't know. I'm not Christ on the day of judgment. I'm not going to decide the fate of his soul.
And his works were burned anyway.
Yeah. But I know you shouldn't follow any of that garbage. Right. So
pretty simple.
Like,
Well, thank you for the $10. $2 from Orthodox Christian Andrew. Glorious Ascension. Thank you. Blessed Feast. Jeremy Kipper, $5. Father bless. Over 6 hours. What time is it for you guys? 3:56 a.m. Jeremy Kipper, $5. Is it proper to say Jesus Christ is a divine? We're pushing the limits again. Yes. What are the boundaries of the permissible language? Is it proper to say that Jesus Christ is a divine human hypostasis? Is the Father the only person of the Trinity properly be called the one true God? I mean, St. Basil's anaphora, St. John's Gospel.
In our liturgical text and in the text of Scripture, the only one who's referred to as the only true God with that language is the Father. Now, there is another prayer in the liturgy that says about Christ, thou only art God.
Oh, no. No, I'm just kidding.
And we know none other beside thee. Right?
Oh, no.
So, yeah. And this may have caused someone somewhere online to be like, well, what does that mean? You would say that Jesus is the only Lord? And I would point you to the great doxology, in which we say, thou only art holy, thou only art the Lord, Jesus Christ. To the glory of God the Father, amen. So this is our liturgical language, right? And so the question is framed incorrectly. The first part too, right? Okay.
The whole thing.
What are the good words to say and what are the bad words to say? Okay. There is language that is used within our Orthodox tradition. Okay. It's used in liturgics, like the examples we just gave. It's used in scripture, like the examples we just gave. It's used by the fathers in various places. There's majority language and minority language. There's common language and less common language. Okay. But our goal in approaching all of this language is not, which is it okay to use? Right? Which, if I hear someone say, can I do a gotcha? Right? Our goal is to understand what our liturgical services and the fathers and the scriptures mean by that language. Right? John 17, verse 3 means something. When Christ refers to the Father as the only true God, that means something. And it doesn't mean what the Muslims and the Unitarians say. They say that means Jesus isn't God. Well, we don't believe it means that, right? But it also means something. So there is some sense in which the Son, who is God, can say about the Father that he's the only true God. And so part of the purpose of theology is to unpack what that means. Okay? So when you hear someone on a stream say, trying to unpack what that means in that Bible verse, or unpack what that means in St. Basil's anaphora, if your response is, well, I found this other place at this other father where he says, right, look, this prayer, Jesus is the only God and we know none other beside him, right? What are you doing? Like, what's your point? Like, what does that have to do with anything? So just pay no attention to this language and this prayer. Don't try to understand it because there's other language over here. What, like it's a non sequitur. Okay? Yeah. So, yes, like St. John of Damascus a couple times refers to a divine human hypostasis. Okay. He also uses the language that comes from Chalcedon, that Christ is a divine person who takes upon himself human nature. Those two aren't pitted against each other. If you're pitting those two against each other, again, what game are you playing? Our goal is not to play games. It's not to try to win online arguments. Grats, you win the internet. It's like winning the Special Olympics, okay? That's not our goal as Orthodox Christians. Our goal as Orthodox Christians is, okay, this is the language of Chalcedon. It's also used by St. John. This language is also used by St. John. What is he trying to convey when he uses this language? How do those ways of describing it relate to each other? Right? Like, that's what we're doing. Okay. So I appreciate, and I'm not blaming the person who sent the super chat for these questions, because I know they're getting these questions from where they're circulating online and other places. Okay. But you have to understand, these are not honest questions. These are not real questions. These are not questions aimed at trying to understand our tradition and our faith. Okay. These are questions that people are using as tools, right, to feed their own egos and to try to win arguments, right? Like, probably 98% of people who argue, probably almost 100% on the internet, are doing it based on their ego, not out of an intent to find truth. That's just reality.
Yeah.
Right. And so when someone is trying to explain something and delve deeply into something or make some distinction or help someone with a question, and stuff like this gets thrown in to muddy the waters or to try to help someone else prove how smart they are or win an argument or cloud, it's not helpful to anyone. Right? It's just game playing. It's just nonsense. Right? So this whole, is it proper to say
this or that?
What does that even mean? Right? Like,
well, this one in particular, like, I think hypostasis is one of those terms that also can like have different layers of meaning to it, in the same way that nature can refer to like a personal nature,
yes,
or a universal human
phrasing
nature.
of this question would be, in this section on this topic, right? Saint John of Damascus refers to Christ as having a divine human hypostasis. I'm more familiar with the language of Christ being a divine hypostasis who takes upon himself human nature.
Yeah.
What is Saint John doing in that passage? That's a way of asking that kind of question that is looking for truth and understanding. Right.
That's right. $5 from Jeremy Kipper, same guy. How should we view the Confession of Dositheus and the Council of Jerusalem in 1672 in comparison to the ecumenical councils? Could you do a vid? Well, here is the vid. There's a certain way the church treats certain documents that it sees as like infallible, right? So you see the Nicene Constantinopolitan Creed. Can you change that? No. Can you touch it really in any way? No. It's like the highest tier of authoritative document you can get out of a council.
Yes,
now,
it's used in the Divine Liturgy. It is now present in the Divine Liturgy.
The Confession of Dositheus is not used in the Divine Liturgy. In fact, underwent many changes. The Russian Synod approved a different version of the Confession of Dositheus than the one that was approved at the Council of Jerusalem in 1672. Dositheus himself made many changes to the Confession of Dositheus after the confession was approved at the Council of Jerusalem in 1672. So do you have to believe it? Yes, you do. It is binding on everybody. You have to believe it. Is it that highest tier of the authoritative document? No, it's not on the level of the creed, not on the level of the scriptures, but it is a universally binding document that everybody has to believe.
Well, let me qualify that language.
Yes.
Because here's part of the problem.
Okay.
Texts can't bind you. Texts can't do anything. It's not just the Bible that can't do that.
Yes, it's all documents.
It's
yes.
also all documents. Right?
Yes.
So
the church binds you to the document.
church. This is a document that the church has bound you to.
Yes.
But it's bound you to the church's interpretation and
yes.
application of it.
That's right.
Just like you are bound to the church's interpretation and application of the scriptures, not the scriptures themselves.
Yes. There's no sola patristica here where you go read it for yourself and come up with your own understanding.
Yes. Yeah. And you know, I want
to ask your spiritual father about it. This is a really important thing in Orthodoxy. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but that the faith is passed down and received. Yes. That is like through people, through priests, through spiritual fathers, not you going and reading things on your own.
David Wood and these guys, right? And in some of their responses you get in comments and stuff, basically say, right, where they're talking about like, oh, well, you interpret the fathers for yourself, you interpret the councils for yourself, you interpret the thing for yourself, right? And I immediately want to explain to them that that's not how it works in Orthodoxy. But I've got a legion of people identifying as Orthodox on social media who are giving them that idea.
Yes.
They're not getting it from nowhere.
Yeah.
They're not just randomly assuming that we apply sola scriptura to a bigger body of texts.
Yeah.
That's how a lot of y'all act.
It is. No, it is.
That's not how it works in the Orthodox Church.
It's another reason for more quality control and making sure that, you know, if somebody is engaging in apologetics online, that they are connected to parish, that they have like some oversight, that their spiritual father is aware of the things that they're doing online.
So just like the scriptures, your bishop and your spiritual father will interpret and apply the confessions of Dositheus to you.
Yeah.
Based on what they teach. Right? So bad news for a bunch of Antiochians on Twitter. Metropolitan Saba has repeatedly, publicly, and has put this in his new catechetical curriculum that we do not believe in PSA and we do not believe in inherited guilt. Okay? So any Antiochian Orthodox Christian who posts defending those things online is posting in opposition to your bishop.
Huh.
You are teaching in opposition to your bishop.
Interesting.
Okay? So it doesn't matter what you find in a text. And it doesn't matter if you find in another text that that text was made binding on all of this. That's not how your bishop interprets it.
It's not what they received.
And that's not how he's applying it. And so that's your reading of it is just as irrelevant as your cockeyed reading of Scripture. Right? Or some Protestants' cockeyed reading of Scripture.
Yes.
Okay. So that's why you've seen me ask on here when people start doing this PSA and inherited guilt nonsense, does your bishop teach that? Because if he doesn't, it doesn't matter what text you have. Because guess what? If you're not in communion with your bishop, you're not Orthodox. If you're not in communion with an Orthodox bishop, you're not Orthodox.
That's
Definitionally.
basics. Yes.
It doesn't matter if you believe the truth.
That's Saint Ignatius. That's
Right?
Saint Paul.
This is very basic Orthodox ecclesiology. So if you breach with your bishop, okay, you better find another bishop real fast, because until you do and he receives you, right, then you're not Orthodox until then.
I have to pull
You're
out
outside the church.
the service for the lapsed that you were mentioning earlier.
Yeah.
Ryan Finley, $5. Author Larry Correira dedicated last book of his epic fantasy series to George R.R. Martin. Said, "See, it isn't that hard." That's funny. Thanks for the laugh. I appreciate that.
You know what Stephen King does, and this is actually part of why I'm able to turn out a lot of stuff. When he got seriously asked about how he writes so much, he treats it like a job. He has an office. He goes there every day and he writes 3 pages of something. That's it. That's 1,095 pages a year.
Yeah, I was gonna say, but 3 pages for a professional writer is not 3 pages for an undergrad student.
Right.
Like
right.
That is toil and
pages of
sweat
something.
and blood and tears. Yeah.
So when I'm in my prime production mode, I only do 2. I do 2 pages of something. And that's part of why I wrote Religion of the Apostles when I did, was I was writing my dissertation at the same time. And so I would take breaks, because doing 2 pages of a dissertation and doing 2 pages of a book are 2 different things too. Right. And so when I needed a break from doing 2 pages a day of my dissertation, I'd do a couple pages of Religion of the Apostles in between.
Right. Interesting. $20 from JB. Father Stephen, it may be that I'm just a little too schizo. I hope not. But have you ever come across the idea that bones in scripture often symbolize commands, laws, or principles? It pops out at me in the Old Testament, and it jives with my own understanding.
Now I'm going to be pedantic and point out that it jibes with your own understanding. Unless you mean that it dances with your understanding. Anyway.
Maybe he does mean that.
But that kind of pedantry will drive you schizo. But no, you are onto something, because the word bone for bone in Hebrew also means essence. Right. And so there's a wordplay there. Right. So in Hebrew, if you're going to say, this is the essence of the argument, you're literally saying this is the bones of the argument. Right. Or, right, this is the principle here. You'd say this is the bone here. Right. This is the.
That's interesting.
Like the hard center. Right.
Yeah.
And that plays in a lot of things. Like when Adam sees woman and says, this is flesh of my flesh and bone of my bone. Like we are essentially the same. Right. Like,
right.
Homoousios, as it were.
I'm looking at you, Metaphysics Mike. I know you were here earlier.
Yeah. So that you're seeing there is basically correct. You're not just schizo. I mean, you may be schizo, but you're not just schizo. You're also onto something there.
I have two friends who are on either side of the hypostasis question. Father D. Bethrelos says that you can say both and be correct. This is a friend who earlier commented about the divine human hypostasis.
Right. Well, like I said, that is language that's used in places. But the question is, again, not which of these is correct, or are they both correct? Okay, well, St. John of Damascus uses both, so they're both correct. You've learned nothing from that.
Yeah.
Right? You got to dig into the text. Right? And if St. John of Damascus uses both, for example, why does he use the one he uses in any given place? Is there some different point he's trying to get at by using the different language?
Have a specific meaning in a certain context.
Right. Like this is that we got to go the next step of curiosity to bring this full circle to when I first came on.
Just one higher order level question.
One higher order level thinking, right?
Yeah.
Like, yes, both these types of language occur. Why?
Why?
In what different contexts are these used? Right.
What factors should I consider?
Yeah.
And looking
There's
at this,
a lot of good stuff. This is how you get into the good stuff.
Yeah.
This is how you get into the meat of what the fathers are saying, is by taking this next step, right? Not just, I want to be Orthodox, so I want to say things the correct way, and I want to use the correct prepositions.
Yeah, that's just like by rote.
Right,
You
in
don't
or
actually,
from or
yeah.
right. I mean, I understand you get pressure for that online, because online you use the wrong preposition.
He has no idea what he's talking about.
You're a heretic. You're a dummy. Right? Okay. Yeah, people do that to you, but you don't forget those people, right? Like, who cares about those people, right? Like, the point isn't just those words; it's getting at what they mean, right? Like, and what's going on. So yes, both of those types of language are used in different places. Now, Christ being a divine person, divine hypostasis who takes upon himself human nature, the human nature is en hypostasized into, right, Christ's person, right? That's the more common language, okay? But there's something to be learned there and to be dug into about the less common language, right?
$20 from Nathan Curtis. This is just to thank you both for staying so late in order to educate us plebeians. Well, we're doing our part. Christos Anesti with the membership.
You've been promoted to patrician, I think, there.
How? Me?
Well, if they're plebeians and you're educating them, then you're a patrician.
That makes
right?
me a patrician.
Yeah.
Thank you. I don't know if I accept, because there's always responsibility attached to
Yes,
the
now
faith.
you've got to engage in patronage. Yeah.
Uh-oh. Who? Anyway. Galaxus, €5. Thank you guys for your work. Dear Father Stephen, I didn't know that he was so dear to you. He's dear to me. Dear Father Stephen,
Maybe this is a very short letter. I don't know.
would you ever consider working on a full liturgical Orthodox English Old Testament translation? Why do you guys ask yes or no questions? You know you want more than just yes or no.
Yeah. Yes, I would think about it.
What factors would go into thinking
Yes.
about
So it is very unlikely that I will ever produce like just a straight Bible translation, because I've kind of done a work benefit ratio analysis on that and found it wanting. Now, I translated St. Paul's epistles in the St. Paul book. I have another book coming sometime soon that's going to have another chunk of scripture translated. By the
That's
time
true.
I die, will there be some significant number of chunks of the Bible that I have translated in some form or other, in one place or another? Probably. But in terms of just a straight translation project, no.
Yeah. It's probably just shy of half of the entire New Testament in the St. Paul book, right?
Yeah. Well, the Old Testament is a whole other. It is much longer than the New Testament.
Yes. Yeah.
And frankly, a lot of like the way you translate 1st and 2nd Samuel, like there's not a ton that's going to be radically different. You know what I mean? I mean, like Genesis, there's certain passages where, yeah, there might be unique things, like in Genesis, in chunks of Genesis, right? Like the story of Jacob and Esau, maybe not, but then you get into like, you know, yeah, 1st and 2nd Samuel, just these narrative chunks, or the book of Ruth. Like my translation would not be that radically different than
Are there any
other good English translations?
Are there any translations that bug you? Like the one that's kind of like a convention, but that is just like you see it as like
individual
wrong.
word translations?
Yeah. Like
Is there a lot of those I fixed it in my St. Paul translation. There's a lot of inconsistencies between the Old and New Testaments. Like the same word is assembly in the Old Testament and church in the New Testament. Like where it just sort of obscures the clear connection, right?
Without any purpose. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So it'd be a lot of stuff like that. Right.
There's some stuff throughout Romans, I want to say like chapters 4 and 5, where some translators go out of their way to include the word like declared.
Yes.
Declare it. What is your opinion on this?
Because it's just they're Protestants.
It's made up.
Yes, it's just they're Protestants. Yeah.
Yeah, that seems to me to be like a pretty blatant.
Luther put the word alone in there too. You know, like
how can they do that and still feel okay in their heart? Like that seems like a pretty blatant, like translating your theology.
They're translating. And especially if they're in the early modern or modern period, they had a very skewed view of translation. They didn't view it as interpretation. So those guys literally thought that the word justified meant declared righteous. That was the definition of dikaiosune.
Did they not know the Greek Old Testament?
No, in most cases.
Honestly, that's what I suspected the answer would be.
New Testament and Old Testament scholars are still different people.
Is that a good? Do you think that's a good
idea?
idea?
No, that's not a good thing, and they don't talk. And neither of them talk to patristic scholars who cover the apostolic fathers. That's half the problem with all this stuff.
I was gonna say that
translated totally differently. And there's all these connections that nobody sees.
Is this a case of where compartmentalization and being too specialized instead of being more like just learning all the things is like a disadvantage?
Yeah, no, it really is. It really is. A lot of the stuff in my books that people find so exciting is just me being like, hey, if we actually translate the Old Testament and the New Testament
with by the same standards,
First Clement by the same standard, look how this all fits together, you know. Like,
yeah.
Why have I never seen this before? Because people were translating it differently.
The Old Testament guys are translating it by their own standards and measures, and the New Testament guys are not communicating with the Old Testament guys, and they're doing it by their own standards and metrics.
Even if they're co-religionists.
Yeah.
Like if they're Calvinists, they're like, okay, this is the Torah, so this is works righteousness. Okay, this is St. Paul, so now we're done with the works of the law, and now it's all grace.
You know, you reach a point like in the legal system, like in the progression of your career where there's a phase of like you get a little disheartened and then you get over that after a while. You know, I can't help but when I hear some of these things, that's like, this seems like kind of an obvious what, like that the translations should use consistent metrics throughout the Old and New Testament, and the Apostolic Fathers just seems to make intuitive sense.
This goes deep, man.
That's what I'm suspecting.
I had a guy working on liturgical translations in the Orthodox Church tell me that how the Bible translates Greek words is irrelevant to doing liturgical translations. There was no reason to worry about, biblical translations and liturgical translations matching up at all. Yeah,
but Father, aren't the Bible and the liturgical services saying the same thing?
Yes. And it'd be good if people could tell that hearing it in English. But, call me crazy.
JB says, I'm a fairly literate and well-read 30-year-old, and I'm melting at learning the word jibes.
Yes, it jibes.
You learn all sorts of things here. $5 from, this is the same. He sent me the same super chat twice. Thank you.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
I'm not going to repeat the answer, though. So,
Jeremy Kipper, yes or no? I want only yes or no answers. I'll say yes.
No.
You have it.
Point, counterpoint.
$20 from formerly Leatherstrap. I was at a Bible study at my old IFB church. I'm sorry, you have my condolences.
This is already starting bad.
All the women went around saying they had a hard time letting go of control in their lives. I said that's probably because they're women. That comment was not appreciated. Yeah, I could see how that would not be.
Yeah. But it was an IFB church, so they didn't care what the women thought.
That's the moral of the story.
I bet at least one of them was wearing slacks and therefore a cross-dresser.
By IFB standards, indeed. Yes. Yeah. I'm still somehow surprised by like Steven Anderson and this Pastor Shelley guy that Jay recently debated. And I don't know why I'm still surprised at like the extent they go to like just really commit to what they believe. Like it's like obvious absurdities and they're okay.
Yeah, just double down.
I don't think they know how to not double down. Like that's all they know is doubling and tripling and quadrupling down.
Yes. How dare you say? And they know they've got a certain percentage of their followers who will just wacky parse anything said against them. Any questioning of that is you like demeaning the Bible. Like if you say it's not God himself, like you're demeaning the Bible. You have a low view of Scripture.
That point that you were making on Cleve stream yesterday, that really sola scriptura and like self-authentication is just that, just a little more nuanced.
Yeah.
That the Bible is God.
Yeah.
And you're right. I didn't really think about it. They're saying the same thing as the IFB guys. So they're just hiding it a little better.
It's a more nuanced way. Yeah.
It's pretty crazy. Nazir, $2. Bruh, I just woke up for water. Y'all still up? Or are you still up? Savage. Oh, you know us. Savages here.
The irony is that I thought like, well, I don't know if I want to stay up super late tonight. Alex said he's only going to be on for 45 more minutes. He's got a deadline. So I'll just pop in.
Well, honestly, it was fruitful. A lot of people
6
got their
hours later.
got their super chats answered.
Yeah.
Metaphysics Mike had a cameo.
Yeah, no, that was actually that was nice talking to Metaphysics Mike.
I wanted to make that connection between you two because of the Old Testament stuff. I could understand Metaphysics Mike, with the conventional evangelical Protestantism and it's like lack of emphasis on Old Testament things. Like, I could understand where it leaves a lot to be desired still, and just so happens this is kind of your thing. Alex, do you have any clergy that can come on who speaks Greek and English fluently? I don't know if Father Stephen speaks Greek, speaks ancient. Well, he knows.
Yeah,
I don't
speak modern Greek.
He understands ancient Greek.
Yeah, I could do classical through Byzantine.
Polo says, Father Stephen, any news on getting a discussion with Dr. Leighton Flowers?
Ask Idol Killer, man. He was the one who's supposed to be setting that up. I don't.
Warren. If you guys want to clip this and send it to him.
Maybe he does. Maybe Warren doesn't love me anymore. I don't know.
Unacceptable. Alex, the Orthodox Jay Leno. I don't know, Father. What is your assessment of this?
That's. Do you have a positive opinion of Jay Leno? Like I would take that as an insult.
I don't really have an opinion of Jay Leno. I'm a millennial. All I know is his car show.
Yeah, like he's the guy who gave a show to Conan O'Brien and then came and took it back.
Oh, that's pretty messed up.
Yeah. And that was the greatest moment ever, was after Jay Leno took the show back. As a stunt, he had Jimmy Kimmel on as a guest, like from the set of Jimmy Kimmel's show.
That's pretty bad.
And Jimmy Kimmel, he asked Jimmy Kimmel, "Oh, you used to do that show Crank Yankers with the prank calls." He's like, "What's the funniest prank you ever pulled?" And Jimmy Kimmel said, "Well, this one time I retired and left my show to this other guy, and then I came and took it back." Like to Jay Leno live on Jay Leno's show after Jay Leno did that. Like, just brutal.
Ew, who's raising these people? Like, this is not how you're supposed to act out in society.
Yeah. So I would say Alex is the Orthodox David Letterman. A much more respectable figure.
Refined, respectable. Yeah. Thank you, Father Stephen. We got some more super chats. Ryan Finley, $10. Don't remember where I heard this, but similar to the Ehad specific use in the Shema, same word for dust in the curse on the serpent is the dust for man as well. Is that as unique as the Ehad use? This is not a question for me.
Oh, are you talking about the idea that the serpent would eat dust? Yeah, that's the dust to which man returns. The curse on the serpent, on the devil, is that he becomes the eater of the dead.
Huh. Makes sense.
That's why when you see like the hellmouth in like Orthodox iconography, it's a big serpent with its mouth open.
Because
Like
he is
swallowing.
the eater of the dead. From dust to dust. And the serpent eats the dust.
Yeah.
Pastor at Baptist Church lent my sister a book called Urban Legends of Church History. I just instantly started thinking of Urban Dictionary. Like,
Yeah.
is this it's like Urban Dictionary entries for church history? In the sections of faith alone, they quote Polycarp quoting Paul as proof of sola fide, kind of begging the question. A lot more than that too, I'd say.
Okay, first let's say thank you for correctly using the term begging the question.
Yes.
Which almost no one does.
Yeah.
So I at least appreciate that.
It's true.
Beyond everything else. But yes, yeah, that's like textbook kind of circular reasoning.
Yeah.
My favorite is there was a quote from St. John Chrysostom, where if you read the whole quote, like in the original, he says, we do not have these promises as something at hand. We have them only by faith. Okay. Guess how that gets translated into English in a Protestant text?
Faith alone.
We do not have these promises in our hands. We have these promises by faith alone.
Oh, wow. They were Protestants. And
yeah.
like,
All of a sudden
wow.
it's contrasting faith and works instead of just saying we haven't yet received them, but we believe
that's
that we
true.
will. Yeah.
It's importing a lot. Thanks for the 6-month membership, Austin Tom. Dude, I just got done with work. Surprised you're still going. Well, can I be honest? I saw that we were near the 8-hour mark, and then I was like, we could beat Doc Branson's record in this go. So I thought I might as well give it a shot.
To get Doc?
I believe he's at 8 hours and 18 minutes, but let me be sure. 8 hours, 18 minutes, and 8 seconds.
Okay. So we've got about 15 minutes to go.
All right, chat. Give us ask your questions. Give us the topics now.
Yes.
Leatherstrap $5 says the IFB church was more modernized. Guys wear hats, shorts, and flip-flops to church. Wow.
Women wear pants.
Women wear pants.
You gotta get rid of that F. They're just an IB church now.
Independent Baptist. They are no longer fundamental.
Yeah.
8 hours, 18 minutes, and 9 seconds incoming. You got a few minutes to go. Yes. What discussion is going on here? I have never even used the term begging the question. This is smart. You should not use a term
you don't know what it means.
You don't know what it means. This is how people end up looking very silly. Does Father Stephen have a preferred reading order for his books? Where should we start? Where should we end?
You should probably start with Religion of the Apostles, because that's kind of a broad kind of intro thing. You can kind of do Apocrypha right after that if you want to get, because in a certain way that's like the notes, right? Like, so if you want to backfill that, you could do that there. Then maybe Whole Counsel of God, and then God is a Man of War. And then maybe the Baal book, and then St. Paul. A lot of that was my iron whim, though. So if you ask me tomorrow, I could say something different.
Stamatis says, I joined like 10 minutes ago. He missed a little bit, man. But are Ortho Bros acceptable? There is no definition of Ortho Bros, as Chase Haggard demonstrated with that schismatic priest on that JP Uncut episode. He asked them, I tallied it as I was going, no less than 8 times, what is an Ortho Bro? Not once did they answer the question and define what an Ortho Bro is. So
we need to get the whole I am Spartacus thing going.
Yeah.
Just to get different clergy and random people to just
I am an
like a
Ortho
2-second,
Bro.
I am an Ortho Bro.
Yes.
Women too. Like just have this whole montage, right? Of I am an Ortho Bro.
We all are Ortho Bros. Is it mainly about the all-out attack on Holy Orthodoxy? Yeah, I think so. That we enter in discourse with the Prots. Again, like Father Stephen said, we shouldn't even call them, we should just call them American evangelicals. That is what they are. They are not Protestants. They're not protesting anything.
No.
They like what they have.
They're
not trying to
come from the
change Rome.
Reformation. They come from the Second Great Awakening.
Yes.
They have more in common with like Seventh-day Adventists and Mormons than they do with Protestants.
That's a good point. Send more super chats. Keep him here for another 8 hours. Please don't. Thank you, guys. I appreciate the donations. And the filth, $5. Hopefully this will take up some time. What are Father... Seems says it might. What are Father Stephen's opinions on the petroglyphs, such as those in Japan, Utah, and Azerbaijan? Google a pic. Soren, dude, I have not been on the soundboard. I've been slacking. Thank you. I will Google the petroglyphs. Are you familiar with these? Are these like the...
I think I know what he's talking about, but I'll verify when you Google.
Like crop circles or something.
Oh, well, no, they need to have the Nazca lines, I think.
Ah, yes, those. Okay, these are just like your run-of-the-mill cave paintings. It looks like. Here, I'll share it. Here are petroglyphs in Utah.
Okay, let's see Japan and Azerbaijan.
That's next.
Those Utah ones look like some stuff actually they also found down in Tierra del Fuego. But I want to see if the questioner was trying to make some connection between all of these.
Mysterious engravings of this cave in Hokkaido. Only one of only 2 sites with ancient petroglyphs in Japan. They do look similar to the Utah ones.
Yeah, they look a little bit similar. Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. They do. Okay, petroglyphs in Azerbaijan. Is this pre-flood, Father Stephen?
No.
No. But how can you have similar petroglyphs in Azerbaijan, and this is Azerbaijan, by the way, and Utah and Japan?
Yeah, see, those are a little different. Those Azerbaijani ones are a little different. Those Azerbaijani ones share a lot of characteristics with a couple of different things, including some of the things that, not Göbekli Tepe, but the other Tepe.
It's another shot from the Japan ones.
Yeah. So the Japan and Utah ones that you pulled up have a lot in common with some that were found out in Tierra del Fuego, which is like the southern tip of Argentina. And a lot of that stuff is recording stuff that happened during the Asiatic migration to North America across the Bering Strait and then down through the Americas. And what a lot of people don't know is that in South America, the southern part of South America at that time, there were already humans living there who looked sort of like Australian Aborigines, like the Aboriginal people of Australia. So darker skinned, right? And if you look at native Tierra del Fuegans, they still have that kind of phenotype, like resemblance, right?
Interesting.
And there were a whole series of wars when that migration happened. Obviously, when you have one group of people coming and settling where another group of people already lives, there's violence.
Friendly? I don't know.
Yeah, there's a lot of violence. And so, but there's records of a lot of that in petroglyphs that look a lot like this. So I would connect the ones in Japan and the ones in Utah to that. That happened at the end of the last ice age as there was glacier melt. There was this sort of sweet spot where there was a land bridge between Alaska and across what's now the Bering Strait, basically. There was a land bridge as the glaciers receded before the melting water raised sea levels that allowed that migration to happen. So sorry, Mormons, it was not Jews on a boat.
Okay, why do some of them have wings? Like, so for example, this is in the Japan cave, this one with the wings.
Yeah, they drew a lot of bird stuff. And people conjecture whether it's they're drawing birds as sort of a symbol, like a sacred bird, like the thunderbird or Quetzalcoatl, like a god. Right, that they worship that had some kind of avian form, or whether it was like this was priestly dress, or both, porque no los dos, right? Like those two were connected, right? Like the priests would sort of craft wing cape things to represent a god who's depicted as avian, often a serpentine avian combo, which would connect it to like seraphim imagery in Egypt and stuff.
And the film says these are demons.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. All the gods of the nations are demons, right? Like,
yeah. You think this is like
demons, the gods that all the nations of pagan gods worshipped, right? The demons were all like animal hybrid forms.
Yeah.
Which is how a lot of even unfallen angelic beings are depicted in scripture. Right? They're theriomorph. They have beast form. Even the Greek gods were originally theriomorph. Zeus was originally a bull. And some of that creeps through, like Homer refers to cow-eyed Hera.
Oh, yeah.
Right? So some of that older theriomorph symbolism still kind of creeps in the Greek, but I mean you see it very clearly in India, in Egypt, in inscriptions in Assyria, Babylon, lots of winged serpents, and then that's also in Mesoamerica. Quetzalcoatl's a winged serpent.
We got a $50 super chat from Michael Misner for the new record. Now, at the very least, I have to say,
They also
thank you.
divided over what's called a FiLoWekEi, the issue of Jesus having, did he proceed from the Father?
That's my favorite theological issue. Is the FiLoWekEi is whether Jesus proceeded from the Father.
Yes, the FiLoWekEi. Yeah.
Father Stephen, ever gotten into Warhammer 40K?
I'm a priest. What makes you think I make that kind of money?
Thoughts on Plantinga?
Plantinga, yeah. So
Like the
just to
philosopher?
clarify, the only reason I have a problem with people calling me a grifter is that if I'm a grifter, I am horrible at it, and I find that insulting. Because, like, if I'm a grifter, I'm a broke grifter, which means I'm bad at my craft.
And you like to pursue excellence.
Yes,
in all
so that's why I find it insulting. I mean, I haven't even monetized my channel, man.
That's funny.
So yeah, Plantinga. I assume you mean Alvin and not Cornelius. Plantinga.
I didn't know there was a Cornelius.
Oh yes. Cornelius is actually a very popular Dutch first name. And it gets
Van Til.
Yeah, it gets abbreviated as Case.
Really?
CASE. People
Is
call
that-
it Case
that must be
Plantinga.
a-
Case.
Must be a Dutch
Van
holdover.
Til. Yeah, it's a Dutch thing. Cornelius Plantinga is mainly famous for his books on social Trinitarianism. Alvin Plantinga is a very famous philosophy professor, most of his career at Notre Dame, in the philosophy department. And his stuff was a little too on the analytic and logical positivist side for me. I'm a continental guy. Doc Branson is still my friend, despite that. But,
yeah, he's an analytical philosopher.
yeah, well, it's interesting when he and I work on something together because we come at things from like reverse angles. We end up a lot of the same places, but we
the way in which you get there.
Yeah. Yeah. So I was never a big fan of Alvin Plantinga for that reason. It never really resonated with me that much, but he is incredibly well known. And is, I mean, he makes William Lane Craig look like Joshua Shuping when it comes to philosophical acumen.
There are tiers and levels. There are levels to this.
So yeah. And you only gave $2, so I feel like that was $2 worth of planting.
Word. Hey, we got the record, by the way. So this Friday, guys, catch Doc
So you're shutting it down immediately.
Catch Doc Branson on the channel. Leather strap, $5. Father Steven, thoughts on the newest season of Invincible? I thought the Hell episode was garbage. Kind of ruined the mystery behind Damien Darkblood.
Yeah, the Hell episode wasn't good, but I mean, on the whole, I think I liked it. There was some stuff that was nicely unrelenting. I trust Kirkman to not go for the happy ending. The best you get from Kirkman is a bittersweet ending, and he's involved in the show. So I'm still on board with Invincible. Walking Dead lost me like halfway through its run, but I think Invincible is going to do the story and finish it. The problem with The Walking Dead was the Walking Dead comics are a great story that's got a beginning and a middle and an end. And they got to about the middle and adapting it for TV and realized we're making a lot of money. Let's do spinoffs and keep this going forever.
Yeah.
And so it just ended up petering out, and you lost the middle and you lost the ending. So you lost the whole arc of the story. And you lost the themes.
Stamatus asks, by the way, what's your take on God Logic? I see him to be very fervent, although at times I don't fully agree with his approach, but he refuses the FiLoWekEi, probably discussed in the 8 hours of live, but whatevs. I did touch on this, and I think he does great work debunking Muslims. That said, I think Nikolai also made some good points that, like, for the average Muslim on the street, like if you're doing call-ins, you know, it doesn't, you only really need a few a few points, I think. That said,
Yeah.
it's take a lot more than that if you're gonna go toe to toe with like the top Dawa guys, if I can call them that. Like I think Jake is not an opponent to be taken lightly unless you are Doc Branson, in which case you just explain things to him the whole time. But
Show him boxes, leave him confused.
yeah, I think Jay's criticism is correct. Like apologetics really needs to be done within the church, and in the Orthodox view, that's the Orthodox Church. So, God logic is not Orthodox, doesn't have the oversight of a spiritual father, then we would say he needs to become Orthodox, right? You need to be sure of what you're fighting for first before you go attacking other worldviews. It's said nobody's going to be perfect or have perfect understanding of their worldview first, but that's why oversight, I think, is so important. George asks, Father Stephen, what is the most useful language for these fields? Theology, Bible studies, etc. After Greek and Hebrew. If it's Latin, what's the next after that? I love ancient languages.
Well, it's probably Aramaic after that. And the good
like
news
Syriac,
is if you know Hebrew, you can pick up Aramaic pretty easily. And then, while you're at that, you might as well do a little Ugaritic. That'll all help you with the Old Testament. And then after that, probably Latin. And I'm assuming by Greek there, you mean classical Greek, not biblical Greek. If you mean biblical Greek, then you need to learn classical Greek ASAP. That's...
And the Phil says that AP was just debating Jake on the Trinity. Jake was probably very frustrated with that because Jake has debated Jay on the Orthodox doctrine of God and Doc Branson on the Orthodox doctrine of God. And no offense to AP, he does not have the level of knowledge that Jay or Doc Branson have on the Orthodox doctrine of God. Hopefully it went well. All right, thanks.
You on the side of the Muslim? Is that what you're saying, Alex?
I guess I'm one of the Dawa guys, like David Wood said. I hope AP won. But I'm just saying, like, I have some respect for Jake. He's like a Muslim, and I think he's wrong, but he has at least put forth, it seems like a good faith effort to actually learn what we're trying to say. Like at the very least, I know he's like joined a lot of discords and like listened to a lot of what Jay has to say.
I can count to 3. Why can't you?
Yeah, that's kind of what it boils down to. AP was not doing very well, in my opinion. He seemed very ill prepared. Well, that's the thing, is that you can't really replace preparation. Like if you go into a debate, you should already know what you're going to say. Everybody knows what everybody's going to say in a debate already. Okay, if I go into a debate with Metaphysics Mike on Unitarian versus Trinitarian, like which is correct, everybody kind of knows my shtick by now. I'm going to argue from like precedent and history. Like I'm going to stick to my strengths. Everybody knows Metaphysics Mike is, going to make the same arguments that he makes on stream. Or if I debate the other Paul on icons, like big picture, we kind of know what everybody's going to say already. So like your opening statement, that should be prepared like ahead of time and rehearsed like many times. I don't see any reason why not. Like your rebuttal, you should, at the very least, you should have an outline for your rebuttal. If not, like when I debated Aaron, I had like multiple rebuttals written out. I had 2 going into that debate because there's only a few directions he can go, especially if you're familiar with his worldview, right? Then the cross-examination, I also just have like bullet points that I want, like topics that I want to get to, and then if something very obviously doesn't make sense, then I'll like chase that rabbit trail. But otherwise, I don't like to deviate too much from what I have prepared ahead of time. Yeah, the preparation is like key to all debates. Like that's something where like I don't think there's like any excuse for that. Like I don't know, Father Stephen, if you saw Jay's debate with the Freemasons.
I saw a couple little clips of that.
They did not have opening statements prepared.
Oh yeah, no, and it was
a slaughter.
Jay's
Jay was
like,
very
well,
prepared.
this guy says this, this guy says this, this guy says this, quoting all of these famous Masons. Well, you know, Masons aren't required to believe that. Like you can, like I'm a Mason and I don't believe that. And like what? So what are we debating?
You're assuming an intellectual rigor that most people don't have, Alex. I'm not. I'm assuming. I could see how you would
dreaming
think
of
that.
a world in which
I would see where you would think that, but I'm saying that even if you're not the quickest on your feet at thinking, that has nothing to do with your opening statement. And your rebuttal, you know, you should be responding to points made in the opening. You can also just critique his worldview as a whole in your rebuttal. And there's no rule that says you can't do that. You can say, in his opening, my opponent presented, you know, points 1, 2, 3. Like these points are wrong because he's ignoring this. Also, this has major consequences for other parts of his worldview, right? And then you make it relevant somehow. Of course, that burden is on you, but like this does not require thinking on your feet. All of this is just like planning and thinking ahead of time, right? You don't have to be like some super genius. You have to be diligent. Like, being smart helps, of course, like no doubt, but like diligence and hard work sounds cheesy, but it will take you a long way, even in this field, for sure, even in debate. What is the rationale behind the missing Canaan and changed ages of begetting in Shem's descendants? Luke versus general Genesis in the Masoretic text. Is this a scribal error or intentional? Is this the difference between Greek Old Testament timelines and Hebrew Old Testament timelines, Father Stephen?
Not really. We were talking about this before. They didn't have numerals
in Hebrew
or Greek.
That's a problem.
The numerals we use now are Arabic numerals, and of course, there's Roman numerals, right?
Yeah, that's true. I've never heard of Greek numerals or Hebrew numerals.
There are neither Hebrew nor Greek numerals, so they used letters to represent numbers. Okay, well, if you have a larger complex number and you've got like 3 letters there, what happens when those 3 letters form a word? Right?
Well, then you have the mark of the beast, Nero.
Right. Well, is it 666 or 616? Yeah. So
who knows?
The reason numerals were invented was they're a better way of preserving numbers with some kind of precision. And neither of these languages have that. So even within the different Greek versions, you get different numbers. And they're mostly different than the Masoretic text numbers. But there are even cases in the Masoretic text where we're not sure if something is a number or a word. Like there's literal differences of interpretation where it could be either.
Shouldn't that be like in my non Bible scholar mind, in my lowly lawyer mind, wouldn't that be pretty easy to deduce from the context? Whether it's a number or a word?
It depends if the word is an adjective.
That's tricky. I get it. Okay. That changes.
There were strong men or there were 157 men.
Yeah. That would be difficult.
So there's cases. So and so what you get in any English translation, and again, it's not the same people doing the translations, right? Is you have the people translating like St. Luke and his genealogy, trying to be faithful to the Greek that they're using, the Greek text they've decided upon for St. Luke's gospel, trying to faithfully represent that number-wise. And then you've got, usually in most English translations, using the MT and their understanding of it to read a number out of there, and they probably don't even cross-check on the editorial board. And if they do, how do you resolve that? Like, which one do you use? Or do you just leave them both as is, right? And maybe you have a footnote, right? Like some Greek editions have this other number instead. But that doesn't really solve any of the issues. It just points out that, hey, these languages didn't have numerals, and so that made them really bad at preserving precise numbers. Now, if you want to go really deep cut on numerals,
let's do it.
In cuneiform, they only had two numbers, 1 and 10. And they did 1 with a hash mark, and they did 10 with a circle. So when you have a cuneiform tablet that's like a bill of sale, like if you sold 51 cattle, it's like 5 circles and then a line.
About 49 cattle.
It would be 4 circles and then 9 lines.
All right, I respect the consistency.
Yes, and that's all they had. So if it was big numbers, you just have circles. Right?
Leatherstrap says, I'm a recovering William Lane Craig fan. His fans just take what he says wholesale because he sounds smart and well-read. In his discussion with Ortland on the Eucharist, Ortland corrected his reading of Pelican.
When Ortland is correcting you,
means you need to reconsider some of your life decisions.
Yes.
Clashes for $5. He says, I'm intellectually flat-footed, but opening statements are truly a preparation check.
Yeah.
Also, it's just like, that is the easiest part of the debate, to not
there's
mess
no
up
excuse for not
and to look
putting
good.
together a decent opening statement.
Both people should be like knocking it out of the park. Like that proverb that says, it's something to the effect of every story is persuasive until you hear the prosecution speak.
Yeah, until you hear the counter argument.
The counter argument. And that's
if
what
your opening statement is not persuasive, you're done.
Yeah. I put a lot of time into opening statements. It's like, I feel like I could take a lot of them and just make a video on the topic. So, guys, I'm going to end it here because I have to end it at some point. What do you think of William Lane Craig's Molinism? It's kind of chalked.
It's a heresy like every other belief of William Lane Craig. Literally every single one. He is fractally wrong. Every individual belief and statement is just as wrong as the whole system is wrong.
Notice the Polo here did not ask a yes or no question. He asked what he actually was looking for.
But the correct answer is no. I could have just said no.
You think
that would have satisfactorily answered it.
Would have been sufficient. One more bubble pipe toke, says Clashes.
Like William Lane Craig comes and presents his whole thing on Molinism, and we just look at him and say, no, William Lane Craig.
Absolutely not. Guys, thank you so much. This is a very generous stream. I appreciate it. I do have a lot of debates coming up. I have Lucas Curcio is the Friday, actually, not tomorrow, but a week from tomorrow on the 29th. It's the 28th. 28th to the 29th, I'm going to be debating Lucas.
Where are you? What's happening? Hold up today's newspaper.
On Is Justification Forensic. I think that'll be a really interesting one because really it's just who's right, John Wesley or the 2,000 years of the Orthodox tradition on justification. I have a debate with Samuel Farag. I have a debate I have it posted up on my communities tab if you guys want to see it, but possibly with JP Uncut coming up. There's a lot of stuff in the works. So, I got another super chat. $5 from Leatherstrap. William Lane Craig tried to argue that Pelican supports his view of memorialism. That is utterly ridiculous because he is
a Lutheran who converted to Orthodoxy.
And then an Orthodox Christian. Yeah. Like, on its face, this is just like beyond no reasonable person would like, without even investigating, this just sounds ridiculous.
You know that one's wrong. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you for the $5. Guys, God bless you. Father Stephen, thanks for coming on. Do you have any projects coming up that you would like the audience to be aware of?
Tomorrow on Friday night, I'm going on the
IBS. Yes.
Where Aaron Gallagher apparently will also be. So,
well, I wonder if he'll ask you about Shmika.
Yeah, who knows? Who knows? Apparently, I have to clarify the Greek future perfect tense with him.
I guess so.
It was the most obscure comment I've ever gotten on anything. I can't remember where it was. It might have been on a Twitch stream. Somebody's like, "You need to clarify with Aaron Gallagher. He said there is a future perfect tense."
He did indeed say that. I think Logo Software or something.
Yeah.
But I think this is where like probably having just a broader knowledge of Greek instead of just biblical Greek, right? That's probably
So the issue to clarify is, okay, you can do a future perfect in biblical Greek, right? There's a couple different ways. You could use a participle and the future of the verb to be. You can also, you could use just the future tense to give the future perfect idea, right? But you notice there's not a specific form of the verb that is future perfect. And so what I was responding to was, you referenced a verse. He said, "Oh, well, that's future perfect tense." Well, in grammatical form, it's just future tense. So if you want to say that should be interpreted as a future perfect,
so this is an interpretive.
You have to make
decision.
a second argument.
Okay.
Right. So it could be this will have happened, or it could be this will happen. Right. The just looking at the verb doesn't tell you which. You have to make an argument based on context. Whereas modern Greek has a future perfect tense, like the form, where you could point at and say, no, that is a future perfect for sure because of the form of the verb. Right. So that's what I was trying to say. I was trying to say you can't just point at that and say it's future perfect because there's not a future perfect grammatical form
in ancient Greek.
Yeah. You point at that future tense verb and you say, this should be read as a future perfect, and here's why.
Because.
And he didn't make that second argument. Yeah.
Okay. This is why I don't know ancient Greek, so I'm not going to try to argue about ancient Greek.
Yeah. That's like a real tiny narrow point, but yeah.
Okay, this is actually a good last question. I think, Father Stephen, why study classical Greek for Bible studies?
Because biblical Greek is fake. There is no such thing as Koine Greek or Kine Greek. If it's real, show me one document aside from the New Testament written in that Greek. There aren't any. Okay, so that is a made-up concept. What it is New Testament Greek is like Yiddish, right? It's like Yiddish is a Jewish dialect of German. Okay, so the New Testament texts are essentially written in a Jewish dialect of Greek. Okay, so it's not really the Greek language. Okay, so if you learn it, you're learning this weird hodgepodge. It's like going and learning Yiddish and then saying, okay, now I speak German. Right? It's like, well, no. Right?
Yeah. Well, this makes sense that like if it's a variation on German, you should probably learn German first.
Right. So imagine if you go and learn German and you learn Hebrew. you could probably pick up Yiddish pretty quick.
Yeah. Yep.
Right, because it's sort of an agglomeration of the two. Same thing here. If you learn actual Greek, right? And by the way, that actual Greek will let you read things like Philo, Josephus, the Apostolic Fathers, right? The Ante-Nicene Church Fathers, right? Once you get into patristic Greek, it's a little different. Patristic Greek becomes Atticistic Greek. It's a little different dialect. But if you learn classical Greek, you can read all that other stuff. And if you learn classical Greek and Hebrew, you'll be able to understand the New Testament. If you don't know Hebrew, you can't understand it either. Like if you just learn classical Greek and you don't know any Hebrew, right? Like I was in a classical Greek class where the professor passed out a page from the Gospel of John as a prank because people were flipping out trying to translate it because it's not real Greek.
That's very interesting.
Like a lot of the New Testament writers are writing Hebrew or Aramaic in Greek. So like the syntax they're using
is not.
So you've probably heard people who are like recent immigrants who are still learning English, and they'll use all English words, but like the order they put them in
is not correct.
Is the order of their other language.
Yes.
So it sounds weird.
Yeah.
That's what a lot of New Testament Greek is like.
Okay.
And they will do these weird things like
it's like an ancient Jewish person speaking Greek with their Jewish accent
as their second or third language. Yes.
Interesting.
Yeah. And so they're thinking in Aramaic, usually, sometimes Hebrew with St. Paul when he's quoting the Old Testament, but then writing in Greek. Right. And so like they'll I mean, this is really in the weeds, but they'll do this thing this happens in the New Testament and in the Greek Old Testament, but nowhere in Greek outside the Bible. They'll take an infinitive, a Greek infinitive, and put the definite article in front of it in the genitive. So if you translate that really literally, it would be like of the to go. Right?
That does not make sense.
Yes, and you know what that means in biblical Greek? That's a purpose clause. It means in order to go. You know why they're doing that? Because in Hebrew, if you want to do a purpose clause, you take the infinitive of the verb and you put a lamed on it as a prefix with a patak under it to indicate an elided definite article, meaning it'd be like la and then the verb, right? And so they're just simulating that Hebrew construction in Greek. But so if you don't know that Hebrew construction, you're just going to stare at the Greek and go, what the? Right? So if you buy a biblical Greek grammar by Wallace or something, all it is explaining this stuff.
Interesting.
It's going through and explaining to people who read Greek, here's all the weird constructions you find in the New Testament that are coming from Hebrew and Aramaic and stuff.
Yeah. Huh. There you go. $2 from Stasis Point. Put this toward a cup of coffee today, brother. I will. $2 from Leatherstrap. Alex, what time do you have to be up today? Don't underestimate me, man. Don't underestimate me. But I got like 2-3 hours here. You guys think law school and the bar exam, didn't turn us into like robots of a sort? And the Phil says this sounds confusing. That's why I say the 66 book King James Bible is eternal. And on that note, for real,
except in 1611 when it had 72 books, but okay.
Inspired, inerrant, infallible, indestructible Word of God, the 66th book, King James Bible, amen.
For the Monster Fund. Thank you, everybody. Thanks again, Father Stephen. Catch Father Stephen this Friday on IBS's show. In between Sundays, our friend Marco over there.
Better to define.
To actually put in the name of the channel.
I'm doing a commercial for Pepto-Bismol on Friday.
Yeah. What's the topic? Is it infant baptism again?
I don't think there is one. I think they just want to talk to me about Orthodoxy and ask me questions.
Oh, great.
I may not have been paying attention though. So,
well,
just like words. They want me on the show. Yeah, cool, whatever.
I'll be there. Lawyer hours are not banker hours. Well, it ebbs and flows. Ryan Finley, thank you for the $2. That said, guys, have a very good night. God bless you. Love you. Bye.